I just really hope this is just naivety on your part, because if it's shilling, ugh,
This is
God, can you
I love
imagine? How do you
ironic
look
that is.
yourself in the mirror? How do you look yourself in the mirror? If this is shilling, in fact, I hope he's just trolling. That's probably the best outcome. That's the best thing I think of. He just fucking wears, and you're just like, yeah, I'll just go and fuck with these people for my kicks. That's sad. That's pretty sad. But if it's like, well, I suppose shilling, that would be cool. Yeah, that would be kind of cool, I guess.
That's
But
enjoyable
still,
and ironic, that is.
I suppose naivety, I don't like any of them, to be honest. Any of the above. Ugh. Give me a bucket. And seriously, if you're American, just leave. You need to leave.
Yeah, you said
Go
that.
to
I got
go
to
to
leave
North
America
Korea or
for
something.
some reason.
Apop, would you agree that there's footage of buildings that went through controlled demolition and they've fallen in the same way as the 9/11, as the two towers?
I would say it appears the same. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And would you agree there's thousands of structural engineers that are pretty much against what you're saying? You do realize that? I'm
I
sure
would
you
say there's some quantity of structural engineers. I don't know if it's
thousands. Yeah,
thousands.
absolutely.
Well, actually, I take that back. I have no idea who these people are.
Structural engineer. Okay.
I don't know if they are structural engineers or not, because I find it difficult for anyone that's a structural engineer to endorse these ideas. I don't understand how they could ever
Yeah, this guy's definitely trolling.
hold that information.
Nah, I think he's just very in denial that there are structural engineers who
That's what I'm saying. When he's saying that they don't believe any of that, when they actually even came out a bunch of many times saying that that's just bullshit. There's this weird that definitely collapsed like a controlled demolition. Now when he's saying that, that's definitely he hasn't looked at any of the information that been out there freely for him to look at, or he's just trolling.
Or you're under the impression that there's structural engineers that are saying this.
Nah, whatever, dude. Just go troll somewhere else, dude.
I would say that in itself is a conspiracy. You're saying all these people claiming to be structural engineers are not really structural engineers. Like, you're saying it's very possible that they're not structural engineers, that they're lying. They're doing like an hour-long interview. And it's a complete lie. Their credentials. It's like that's very, you know.
I'd have to look claim by claim, but because various people have different motivations. So there's going to be people that say aliens exist and that they've seen them and that they were in the army, right, flying a plane. They've seen an alien, right? And here they have a book for sale that you can buy to learn about their experience. So I think people have different motivations to say different things. Has there been a structural engineer that has, quote unquote, tried to show the truth and then sell his story? Maybe. But like, if someone has nothing to gain and they're a legitimate structural engineer, I doubt that they would have like the cognitive deficit required to believe that.
So even back then, censorship was a thing. Any structural engineer that probably came against the narrative, what do you think would happen with them? They'd probably lose their job. Even back then, they were saying, "Hey, there's so many 9/11 conspiracy theorists," So there's no benefit for any structural engineer back then to be against the narrative.
Plenty of people.
That's not true. There are many engineers who came out. There are many who have an opposite view. I don't know anyone who lost their job. Can you name one?
I can. Yeah, good point. I don't think I can. As a matter of fact, I could probably. I'll just have to look through all the videos that I've saved of structural engineers speaking out against it.
But there are plenty of organizations that have done studies that agree with the NIST findings for the towers. I mean, it goes both ways.
Yeah, of course. And now you have to look at the evidence that both sides present, not, just the numbers. Like, more of them believe this than that. You'd have to look at the evidence. That's what we're discussing.
Yeah, we need to really look who benefits, as I've already discussed. We've already discussed that as well. Steel City, the Patriot Act. You sound like an American as well. Are you American?
Yeah, I am.
Probably,
well, you need to move out of America right now.
Why is that?
Because I thought freedom was that's top of your list. That was a big thing for you guys.
When did I say anything against freedom?
Well, this thing brought in the Patriot Act. It's literally the most un-American thing I've ever read.
So because it brought us the Patriot Act, therefore it is what?
Well, like I said, it's who benefits. When these psyops happen, they tend to, they push this legislation through, which takes the rights away from people, gives them more control. This is what happens with these things, isn't it? We've seen it time and time again. Now they're coming for your guns as well.
And they're coming for kids with the whole.
There was a lot of firsts on that day. A building just fell. No plane hit it, just fell. A couple of fires, a couple of floors. Never happened in history.
Is there like
a plane went into a hole and disappeared, just disintegrated, no wreckage.
Funny how people do that. Is there like a country we could move to where we could be more free?
Yeah, move to North Korea right now.
No, we're looking for an increased freedom. Where do we move to get increased freedom? Of course, gotta mute your headset.
Regardless of what you think, how the towers fell down, there was enough predictive programming to show that it was planned well in advance, well before what's it called? The terrorists came into play.
Like, what's an example?
There's cartoons, there's movies with this predictive programming, like Back to the Future, Simpsons. There's the the money American notes. If you fold them in a specific way, it shows that the events that were about to occur way in advance, many years in advance. And so many suspicious acts around insurance and these types of things to show that they knew that it was going to happen.
Can you give us an example of a suspicious act on the insurance side?
And it's just convenient on that day that they were doing a drill for exactly that, and the Air Force were too far away to come and assist and help out. What a coincidence.
You have so much specific evidence, yet you're not presenting any of the specific evidence.
What is it called when someone jumps from point to point to point to point to point? Does that have a specific word?
Isn't it?
You asked me to give you. You asked me to.
That's it.
You asked me to give you some ideas. I just listed a few.
Yeah, he just gave a specific point. He just told you that the Air Force
go into detail. I didn't go into detail into any specific one. I just listed a whole bunch of them. You must have seen Back to the Future.
What specifically about Back to the Future?
Oh my God! Like, okay, if you haven't seen that, you're living in a whole different world, man. there was a video by DITRH. He put that out a few days ago. That was showing how the the notes, the 5s, 10s, 20s, 50s, 100s from specific years are in sequence. If you fold those bills in a specific way, all the same, you'll be able to see the events of the Twin Towers. And in that video, it talks about how they moved the water fountain, which is between the arch and the Twin Towers, and then they did that specifically so that they could show the Twin Towers not being visible through that arch after it happened. So regardless if you think it was planes or not, it was planned well in advance. I don't think the terrorists are going to be able to put that information onto your money. Do you think the terrorists broke into the Federal Reserve and told them what to print on their money and how to print it so that if you fold it in a specific way, it's going to show the events of 9/11 in sequence?
If you
The
align the
terrorists are
letters,
clever.
you align the letters in Moby Dick in a certain way, it'll predict all sorts of things. Does that mean?
Yeah, but if you fold these
that-
notes in a specific way, each note you fold it the same way, not a different way, not like trying to like fold it in a special way, each different. No, these notes are all folded in exactly the same way, and that shows the events of 9/11. So do you think the terrorists got into the Federal Reserve 30 years ahead of time and they planned it and they told the Federal Reserve how to print their money? Yeah.
Hey, Pop, have you seen what Carlos was talking about? Like that video when they fold the money. You know, whether you like it or not, it does look like the Twin Towers falling down.
So it looking like the Twin Towers, if you fold the money in a specific way, is predicting what will happen in the future. No offense, guys, but that's really...
It's just a little observation that you just agreed with. Though. No. All I'm saying is, I'm sure you can admit, it looks like the Twin Towers falling and smoke in the background. That's all I'm saying. If you say, yeah, it does. I'm not here saying, hey, you know, like, your conspiracy theories, whatever. It's just an honest observation. That's it.
Yeah, but that's an example of pareidolia, epipedia.
Well, if you study the Hermetic teachings and what they believe about the universe, they do believe that the universe is sort of like a hologram or a manifestation of the mind, and that with some of the teachings teach that you can actually manifest things into existence by shaping the mind and artwork and symbols and like there's a technical word for it and I'm trying to think of it. I can't remember. I think it's like something like sublimation or something like that. So maybe somebody else can help me out, but I'm not surprised that you can see symbolism on the dollar bill. I mean, the people who print our money, these are people in the upper echelon of things, and they do have their own philosophy and their own belief system, and a lot of it is based on occult knowledge.
Line, I hate to say, whoever, I guess like A-Pop and maybe Still, they don't, I don't think they see any symbolism at all anywhere.
Wait, what?
Right, A-Pop? I'm sure you don't even symbolism the way we see it.
There's a hidden owl on the dollar bill. People who study money will tell you this. There's a hidden owl. I mean, there's a pyramid with an all-seeing eye, for goodness sake. Like, it's in your face. You know what I'm saying?
What does that have to do with anything?
He's just trying to show you that there's something.
That these people, whether you believe, you might not believe, you might be a materialist yourself, right? And a non-believer or agnostic. But these people do have their own belief systems, right? The people who brought down the towers, the people who made the money for predicting this, forecasting this event, right? Because they probably had planned this out decades ago. We're talking about people that are part of the, the Rosicrucians, the Rothschilds, the Council of 13 or the 13 families, the Council of 300, the Foreign Relations, all these things, bro. It's like, it's not all bullshit. You know what I mean? It's not all conspiracy. Like, there's legitimate sources, legitimate trails that you can follow, that you'll find that these families are all connected, and they print our money. They print our money, dude.
I just posted a .gov file that says that it looks like controlled demolition, World Trade Center 7, and the Twin Towers, by the way.
What does that mean?
Meaning that there's a count of actual architects that says that it looks like there was controlled demolition. Also, thermite using the structural of the beams. So that means that even the government people, auditors, said that it looked like controlled demolition.
Today is the day, the memoration, but the remembrance of 9/11. But it's also on the Hebrew calendar, the calendar that I'm on. Today is the first fruits of olives. It's a set apart day, and it's ironic that this year happened to line up. And it was a sacrifice. It was an offering that they made. It was a Holocaust offering to their gods, right? Whether you realize it or not, those 2,000, 3,000 people that died, even if the ones in the plane weren't real victims, there were real victims that day. And a lot of things changed in our country. And today we would be offering up, the Hebrews would be offering up their offerings today, the olives.
Oh man, where's the guy that said there was no planes? Get back to that.
I'd really appreciate you not speaking when I'm in this panel. That'd be great, because you disgust me, sir. You absolutely disgust me.
Oh, nice.
In fact, I'm just going to block you right now because I just don't want to anything you ever have to say.
I was wondering.
I don't like fake people, fake Americans. Go fuck yourself.
I was wondering what you were thinking, but now I don't have to wonder anymore.
Turns out there's two subjects that grind my gears. There's this one and the juice. And I don't mean O.J. Simpson.
Objective reality and anti-Semitism. Right.
Oh, you're playing that trick. I've seen Brenda do that too. That's brilliant. I was watching a flat Earth debate, and they were total non sequitur. Brenda just suddenly went, "Bet you hate Jews as well." Oh my god, you people are so predictable.
It's a guess.
Hilarious.
It's a guess.
It's a guess. Oh my
god! Wow, what an accusation! That's so manipulative.
I mean, it's not a guess that's not based in experience. I mean, I've not heard anything but that.
What's ridiculous is me saying you should be ashamed of yourself to a person who has no shame.
Why should he be ashamed of himself, Andy?
Is that other fake person as well?
Actually, I'm not a fake person. I'm a real person.
Really?
How about you?
How old are you? 33?
Old enough that I was at work when 9/11 happened.
Mm.
You were working at 7-Eleven?
Actually, I was working at a law firm.
I wonder what type of technology the news agencies use to live CGI edit an image of an airplane while the stream was running. That's got to be pretty advanced.
And do it in such a way that everybody who witnessed it on the ground saw the exact same thing.
Right? They probably just like put a chemical in the air like that makes you think you see airplanes flying.
Obviously.
If you want to believe they were planes, then so be it. Fill your boots.
Personally, I was under the assumption that the planes were being remotely controlled. Because there's no way that any pilot, like you said, Andy, could have aimed at this building going 500 miles per hour and actually hit it from their altitude.
Wait, why?
Like you said, many pilots have tried and weren't.
Why is it hard to hit the tallest building in the biggest city of the United States? Explain that to me.
Because 10 pilots tried it with varying degrees of hours, hundreds of hours, some of them.
Where?
I think over 1,000, one of them. And none of them could hit.
I think you're talking about the Pentagon. I think you're talking about the Pentagon.
No, I'm talking about trade sensors. The 10 pilots tried to do it.
Go on Flight Simulator. Go on Flight Simulator and simulate the route that those planes took and then come back to us and tell me that you could do it. Or you just practice.
On a bright sunny day.
The G-forces, the way the angle that this plane hit the building, bro.
There were almost no G-forces.
It
was a straight.
If there was a plane, right? If there was a plane, it would have had to have been remotely controlled. That's what I'm saying. So it's very likely that there was no plane at all, and that it was some sort of hologram. Now, I don't necessarily believe that myself. I don't subscribe to that theory. But if Andy wants to subscribe to that theory, that it's more plausible than a person hitting it. Would it? You know what I mean? It's just not possible.
Show me where this was done. Because not even 9/11, AE 9/11, doesn't even make that claim that the pilots couldn't pilot the planes. It's easy to fly a plane once it's in the air.
Yeah, like they
crash.
They descended rapidly. One of the planes descended rapidly out of the scope of design. And one of the claims is that the airplane would have disintegrated upon descent. But there wasn't excessive G-forces. There wasn't excessive conditions that would have made the plane uncontrollable.
How long did they have training for? I believe the mainstream narrative was they trained for 6 months to become pilots. How long does it take to be able to fly a plane? I would say more than 6 months.
People with no training land planes when the pilots die.
Better question, how hard is it to crash a plane?
You're basically telling me it's really easy to just know how to fly a plane.
I mean, you maintain airspeed. Excuse me. You have an airspeed indicator. You make sure that your angle of attack isn't such that you would enter into a stall. Make sure you don't run out of fuel.
Pilot?
That's pretty much it.
Have you done this before, or do you have any like pilot experience, or you're just saying theorizing that you're imagining that's what it would be like?
I'm an amateur hobbyist, but I haven't logged any hours. If that makes sense. Like, I'm a fan of aviation, but I don't have any hours logged. I don't have any licenses.
You could just tell me, have you flown a little plane or not?
I literally just said I didn't.
You didn't? Okay. All right.
But it's not, I don't need to fly a plane to tell you the principles of flying planes.
Yeah, sure. You can probably read it. Yeah, you can probably read it. It probably what you said is, probably common knowledge or whatever. But I would still say it seems Very interesting that these terrorists were able to hijack the plane and do all that.
For me, it was just very simple. I thought about this one in Shanksville disappearing into a hole, and I just thought this is the most retarded thing I've ever seen. Well, until I saw this guy, obviously. But I just thought that planes don't do that in the history of flight. When a plane crashes, it generally leaves all kinds of wreckage, fuselage, bits and bobs, engines. But no, this one just hit the ground with such ferocity, such force, that it just disintegrated. No, that's not possible.
It did leave wreckage. You guys just don't acknowledge it, or you say it's fake or something. I don't know.
Well, so the first thing I remember them saying that nothing bigger than a cigarette packet or something like that.
And who said that? Some random reporter?
Yeah, I remember hearing that report at the time. Nothing bigger than a cigarette packet.
Yeah, random reporters require an associate's degree from a community college. If that they're not held up to saying things like that. Was that absolutely accurate?
I mean, like I said, it sounds ridiculous. So you're trying your best to talk. I get it. I totally get it. So you have to just sort of try and use your spellcraft. I get it. But no mad sophistry is going to talk you out of this. Not at all.
I mean, a random Joe Schmo's saying something about his recount of the crash isn't verbatim truth that I need to now rely on and believe.
So, first time in history a plane's just disintegrated into a hole. First time in history that a building's just fell down with fires on 2 floors.
Again, there's plenty of wreckage there, so it didn't disintegrate.
I didn't see it. Can you post that?
Yeah, I know, because you disregard disconfirming information.
Can you post it for me so I can see it?
Sure.
Wait, you mean the plane that wasn't in the hole in the Pentagon? Because there was no plane there. There's pictures. I remember seeing pictures of the hole, and there was a fucking book on a wood stool on the edge of the hole that they said the plane burnt so hot it melted the fucking plane.
That was a weird one too, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we keep forgetting about the fact that we're so focused on the towers, That one is just kind of the cream of the crop. But yeah.
So I basically it started with that one in Shanksville, and I was thinking about that they show you this footage at the Pentagon, and I was like, well, that's a bit inconclusive. Is it a missile? Certainly not. I don't see no evidence of a plane. But I seem to recall they threw little bits and bobs down in certain places, like engines that didn't even belong to the planes that were claimed to have done it. So, yeah, there was, I don't know, there were people just planting certain things, clearly, passports.
So
then I just assumed, then I just decided, well, if you're going to do this whole thing, it'd be just way easier just to try and convince people that it happened when there were no planes. If they just used some sort of, I don't know, squib charges to cut a plane-shaped hole in that building, yeah, that made sense to me, because then they couldn't fuck it up. They couldn't fuck it up in any way, every time, They're not going to have to worry about somebody missing it.
I mean, and not to mention, what about Tower 7 that nothing hit, but it dropped just like the other towers at free fall speed?
Building 7 didn't fall anything like the towers. The towers had debris that flew 300 feet in every direction.
Yeah, but
nothing similar.
It fell.
No, but what I mean is that it fell into its own footprint, is what I'm saying, dude.
Right. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, you're right, Uber Flat Earth.
I've actually got that dude blocked. Somebody look at his message for me.
Like I said, there's hundreds of videos of buildings being demoed, and those videos look the same as the way the towers fell in Building 7.
How do they demolish buildings?
I'm just looking at the
video.
video.
With some kind of a charge, right? I mean, you can actually see the charges going off in Tower 7 before it drops.
What do they place the charges on?
I would say the beams, obviously, right? The beams.
Apparently, it was thermite. that was attached to the beams beforehand.
So they destroy the beams with a charge, and then
Any of the load, actually, probably any of the load bearing beams is all they would have to do. Not even all the beams, just any of them that actually carried the weight of the building.
So, like, if a large amount of these beams were compromised, and then they gave way all at once, what would that look like? Do you guys think?
When you say compromised, do you mean like blown up, like a demolition? Because there's images of that happening. Like, dude, you can see the blast in Tower 7.
No, I mean, like, let's say they were heated to the point where they failed to support the weight above them. What would that look like?
My question would be, what heated them? Because the towers, the excuse was that the jet fuel did that. So what superheated Tower 7 then?
No, but what I'm asking a separate question. I'm saying, if those beams were heated to the point of failure, and then it collapsed, what would that look like?
I'm asking, how would that happen?
I know.
You have to answer my question before yours can even get there.
But I asked you first.
Hey, Pop, what beams? The top beams, the beams?
But it's like an order of operations kind of thing, man.
What
The
position?
order of operations, when the towers collapsed, flaming debris struck Building 7 and caught it on fire and caused exterior damage to it. That's how Building 7 caught on fire.
Extreme hot enough fire to match the other towers and bring that tower down like the other towers.
Steel City, there is office fires are not hot enough to melt and cause it to fall free fall.
How hot do office fires get? Are they
No one claims it's still melting.
Not hot enough. In no building's history, a building like Building 7 or even the two towers, no fire has caused it to fall free fall. There's videos of this, of buildings literally on fire for days, not free falling, the entire building.
And then there's
you can't say.
And then there's videos that show buildings being on fire and then falling. So
not in the same way that tower fell, dude. And there wasn't enough significant fire damage to that building before it fell to justify your answer.
Okay, I'm going to post a video. Okay, Chetty, I'm going to post a video. This is a video of a steel frame building catching on fire and collapsing at near free fall speed. Watch it for yourself.
Go ahead, post it. Holy shit, there's just too many.
Do you see all those charges that are exploding in it?
It's a fire.
That was fake. CIA was there.
And so how long did that burn? Okay, so how long did that building burn before it collapsed?
What does it matter? You made a claim. A building cannot catch on fire, collapse, and fall straight down. That building caught on fire, collapsed, and fell straight down.
Fair enough. You did send me a video, just like we can send you a video of buildings on fire. Now, of course, we have to take out all the variables. What type of building is it? What is the structural integrity of the building? Blah blah blah. But Building 7 was not on fire at all, like this building was. This entire building, and how long was it burning for? Do you know?
What time did the North Tower collapse? Because that's when it caught on fire. And it was on fire for about 7 hours. The fire department of New York went into the building after it caught on fire.
Interior, exterior. Okay, was it on fire like this building? Like this entire building, you could see it from the outside.
Every building is different, and every fire is different.
Okay, so you're sending me this video, so we can't compare these two videos.
The point of that video was you claimed a building cannot catch on fire, fall straight down at free fall speed.
You sent me a building.
Okay, so I proved those points all wrong.
Okay, but it doesn't prove that the office fires, set Building 7 to come down free fall. That still doesn't prove it.
Well, let's set something straight here. There's something called an office fire, which is much lower temperature than all other types of fires because it's called an office fire. Let's just set that straight.
Yes, that is the official claim. It's a office fire.
Yeah,
Like the whole building.
Yeah, we all know that.
And for like whatever hours,
fire,
and then fell free fall.
Office fires only burn at 100 degrees.
For you to post some evidence of that office fires only get to 100 degrees.
Well, I mean, that's what my friend told me. He said office fires, they're very low temperature. Therefore, they don't collapse things. Because paper, when it's inside an office, burns at much lower temperature than any other place ever.
And so this building was filled with paper and nothing else.
Well, the fire has to ask where it is first. And if the universe says you're inside of an office, then it's okay. I got to turn myself down, way down to the lowest setting.
Shit is weak.
So again, the fire department of New York went into Building 7 after it caught on fire, sent its fire teams into the building. They discovered that the fires were out of control, that the water mains were broken, that the water inside the building was non-existent, and that they had no means of fighting the fire. And the fires raged out of control after that point until the fire department established a collapse zone, anticipating the collapse of Building 7. This is all testimony from the fire department of New York. Sworn testimony.
Oh yeah, because people don't lie ever. Even under oath, because that's never happened, right?
We know they lie. But we have to define they. Like, are we talking about conspiracy people?
I think I'm going to update Discord because it says it's ready over here. So before I do, what was the motivation for the hijackers again? I can't remember. I'm thinking of something really stupid, like they hate our freedom, but it can't be that, can it? I mean, there must be a better motivation than that, surely.
Weren't they just like jihadists? Like, weren't they? I don't understand. Bin Laden.
I'm thinking about who benefits, right? Yeah, I'm thinking about who benefits.
Wasn't it like a pretext for war, apparently? To go into
that's why I'm asking.
and Iraq?
Well, the gentleman said that somebody had a testimony. Who was on trial? Somebody had a testimony.
It was not a criminal case. It was a civil case.
Oh, okay. So it's just hearsay, right?
No, it's testimony. It's sworn testimony.
Yeah. People can testify with hearsay.
Okay, this is not hearsay. This is sworn testimony from the fire chief who was in charge of the fire efforts around Building 7. He was in charge of the efforts. It's his testimony. It's literally not hearsay.
Ah. So when was this trial for Building 7? Can you provide evidence to this testimony?
Yep, I'll post a screenshot of the excerpt from his transcript.
I don't want an excerpt from the transcript. I want the original source. When was the date of the trial? Who was on trial? Who was suing who?
It was a lawsuit. It was a lawsuit between The insurance carriers for Con Edison had a substation under Building 7. They claimed that Building 7 should not have collapsed, that the damage wasn't severe enough, and they blamed the architects, builders, contractors, and owners of Building 7 for designing and building a unstable building, basically, a building that wasn't properly designed. So it was a civil suit concerning the construction of Building 7, the structure and design of Building 7.
Gotcha. So the only thing that they were suing about was the structural integrity of the building. Yeah.
Every aspect of the building design and the fire was under examination, basically. So as part of that investigation and part of that discovery effort, they deposed a whole slew of firefighters, basically, that talked about the fire, the what their impressions were, the chain of command. There's firemen, the lieutenants, the captains, the fire chiefs.
No point about all of this is if you could make a building of that size and structure integrity fall like Building 7 did with a few structural, like take out a few beams. In the simulation, they just take out one beam and they named the beam, they did all that, and then pour some propane in it and light some fires for several hours, and that's what you would do. That's not what they do, because buildings would never, I repeat, listen to what I'm saying right now. Steel buildings would never fall like that if you just did that.
No, I mean, really, the 3 times it's only happened in history was all on the same day.
Well, except for the other time,
which was not a steel building and had nothing to do with
except for the
I'm actually
other
looking up what that building was made out of right now, guys. I'm trying to find that building in San Paulo or whatever that you posted.
We went through this several years ago.
It's concrete and steel building, yeah.
Yeah, it's a concrete structure with stressed steel in it. It's nowhere near the strength of steel beams. Are you kidding me? Plus, it burned for like 20 hours. And it had structural damage with fire and all that at the bottom, at the base. There's nothing to do with all of this.
Not to mention, supposedly there was a giant gas explosion inside the building, which is what caught the building on fire.
On fire, yes. But it's nowhere the size, and it was skinnier and taller, which is totally different. Airplane didn't hit Building 7, my friend. Even if it did, it wouldn't fall like that. I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
What do you think was the motive for destroying Building 7? Well, I know there was something inside.
I have a motive.
We don't need to prove motive.
You don't need to prove
the largest court case in history, Enron. All the files were in that building, and after Building 7 collapsed and that was destroyed, there was no court. Just investigate the court case after that.
That's false. Everything came after it. Enron hadn't even started when 9/11 happened. The SEC hadn't even opened an investigation file yet. So no files were lost. Nothing to do with Enron. This has been claimed and debunked for years.
Okay, it's fair enough. I might be misinformed. Who owned the building? Who collected on the insurance? Am I misinformed about that too, or is it just the Twin Towers that he collected on?
No, he collected on that as well.
So weeks before the attacks, he put terrorism. If the attacks are caused by and the buildings fails or collapsed by terrorism, which is a funny insurance in itself.
No, it's not.
Right?
That's absolutely normal, especially.
Okay, it's normal, but he put it on weeks before. Like if I put insurance on my house,
he just got the building weeks before, Makia. He just got the building weeks before. He got the building six weeks before, and he put the insurance on when he got it because it was financed.
Yeah,
that's the whole point.
Hold on, guys. Let's please not interrupt. I know emotions are high. There's excitement, but let's let everyone finish. Take a little time. Slow it down a little. Let everyone finish their statements. Rakia got interrupted. Go ahead, Rakia.
No, that's the whole point, though. If I bought a house and put fire insurance on it, which I'm required to do, right? That's one thing. But if a plane crashes into it as soon as I buy it, and then 3 weeks later a plane hits my house and I collect on that insurance, you don't think they're going to investigate? Like, you don't find that at all strange?
No.
Okay, the towers were a terrorist target in
We're
1993.
talking about Building 7, sir.
Okay, Building 7, he did not just put new insurance on it. That's false. The entire thing you said wasn't completely wrong. That
Well,
only
that's what I
applies.
asked you.
That only applies to tower. That only applies to the towers.
I asked you very specifically if I was misinformed that the same guy owned all 3 buildings and put insurance on all 3 buildings, because I could be misinformed.
The same guy owned all 3 buildings. He did not just put new insurance on Building 7. Building 7 he built in like 1982 or 87. So he had owned it the whole time, and whatever insurance he had, he had.
So the Twin Towers are terrorist attack. I get it, right? I get it. So he has to put that on there. But it does seem strange that the same guy owns all 3 buildings, but he might own thousands of buildings in the area. So, you can talk about that all day long. But when you put everything together, that 3 still buildings, including Building 7, I mean, more buildings got structural damage but didn't collapse. They got more structural damage and had more fires in them but didn't collapse uniformly. 3 buildings that were shown to collapse uniformly for the first time basically in history on the same day. It's just too much for my little brain to take into account. And when you throw in the reasons that he might have done it, right? They were fixing to have to do asbestos. Why would you buy buildings that you're fixing to have to do all this asbestos work on and cost you? They were approximating $1 billion to redo them, get all the asbestos out and redo them when they're not even filled to capacity and making money when he bought them. The Twin Towers were basically vacant almost. Of tenants, people didn't. It was just an old thing. The asbestos problem was real. That was talked about, before the sale and after the sale. After the sale, he was going to have to do that, and then he takes insurance out on terrorist attacks. And then they don't have to worry about the asbestos problem anymore because they fall, weeks later. Come on, man.
Hold on,
The
let me get this
asbestos
straight.
issue was well known and was mostly addressed. The quotes that you're talking about, the big quotes for how much how much of the Port Authority properties had to be abated. That was those estimates at $1.5 billion. That's for every Port Authority, New York Port Authority building. That's including Grand Central Station, all the bus terminals, everything. So that all those numbers have been widely exaggerated. And
you seem to be well investigated. I appreciate that. So just post your investigative work on the Twin Towers, how much it was going to cost to, revitalize those towers. Because obviously if he bought them, he wasn't going to just leave them like they were. He was going to have to revitalize them, right? So you've investigated this, obviously more than me, right? So show me the amount they were going to have to spend on getting asbestos out of there, because I've heard differently, but fair enough.
I've never seen an estimate on just what the towers needed. I've never seen that estimate, but I do know that like abatement was underway in '93 when the towers were bombed in '93. People had to evacuate through asbestos areas that were undergoing abatement. So abatement's been going on in that building for probably 10 years by that time.
So surely they had estimates on how much it would have cost them 10 years later, or how long it was going to take, how much it was going to cost, because I like following the money. I mean, I think following the money on any investigation is a great way to, get motive and to find out who, what, why, when, and where. I mean, I buy property, right? Like I have rentals. The first thing we do is do an assessment of how much renovation we're going to have to do to get it up to code. Surely they've done this, right? it should be open source. And what I've heard might be different. I mean, I might be wrong, but that's what was told.
Well, you post your source, and after you post your source, I'll look for a rebuttal.
So now you're not the most informed person about this. You rebutted me every single way.
Everything at my fingertips, Ricky, and I'm not chasing your gish gallop. You're going from one point to another, and
No,
I'm not going to chase
I'm following the money. So now you're crawfishing. I'm actually in a hot tub right now. I'm not doing anything other than talking or posting. So I'm not going to go get on my computer and find out 10 years ago. I'm saying I can be wrong. You're saying you're right. You know everything. Just post what you have.
I don't know everything, Ricky, but there's a few points I do know.
Then post it. That's all I'm asking.
I'm not digging through everything.
Now you're saying you won't post it.
No, I'm not chasing your gish gallop. Ricky.
Yes, you are. You're here right now responding to everything I say with
here.
a rebuttal and won't post your proof at all. Haven't posted one thing. You're saying I'm wrong and now saying that you won't post anything to prove what you're saying is true.
Don't you have
Weird.
to support your original claim, though?
My original claim that he put out terrorist insurance for a certain amount and collected was trying to collect $9 billion, but only collected $4.5 billion. I think that's well known. That's basically what I'm saying.
No, the asbestos money quantity issue.
Well, I'm saying I heard that. Why would I have to back that up? Hasn't everyone heard that? He even agreed with me, but he said that it was something else. He's saying that total amount was for like a bunch of buildings. And now when asked to say, just post anything, he's obviously educated, right? He obviously has it. He's known everything I'm talking about and more. I give him props for that. I've even said I could be wrong and he could be right. I just want to see it. Also look at things that if two planes, hit two separate buildings, they hit them in separate areas. Like the second plane for sure didn't go right through the middle of the building, damaging the inner core as much as it did the other one, I don't think. I mean, by the views I've seen. And that inner core is way stronger than the floor pans, the way these buildings are built. I've built similar buildings, just not as tall, like 30-story buildings. And, you put these small, these huge beams. That this building had real strong beams on the outside and on the inner core where the elevator shaft was, and then floor pans connecting outside to inside, right? The floor pans are like small little steel beams, real lightweight. These were bolted, not welded to the other beams. And then they lay like 10, like corrugated steel, 10 down in the middle of it. And then what I didn't do any of that work, but I poured the concrete. We poured lightweight concrete into those pans. And I can see where that would pancake down. But that inner structure of those towers would still be standing there today. Now, if they were knocked down or whatever, they wouldn't just symmetrically fall straight down or crumble down or whatever you want to call it. But it looked just like every other demo I've ever seen. If the floor pans would have pancaked down and that inner and the outside would have crumbled down or fell off to the side or whatever, and the center part was left standing, I would be on y'all's side more and say, yeah, that's exactly how, if a plane hit it, an hour later, this one would fall. It's just, but man, for both of them to fall the exact same way when they're hit by the same similar planes, but in different areas. Yeah, I don't buy that, man.
Well, they didn't fall in the exact same way because one took significantly less time than the other one did to fall.
Okay, man. Similar means similar, like not exactly right, but very similar. It didn't topple over to one side. The top didn't fall off. They both went basically down, right, straight down. you know, pancaking basically is the government theory. That's what you have to say, right? If you believe your government, which I assume you do, then you have to go with the pancake theory, which means that inner core, the reason it fell straight down without any of it sticking up through, through the pancake of the floors, like the pancake of the floors didn't fall faster. It all fell the same way. So you have to go with the pancake theory of those steel beams pancaking down on themselves, in that short period of time, symmetrically, both buildings, even though the similar planes that hit the buildings hit them in different areas. Like the second building was hit like almost on the side. It went through like a corner of the building, but the building fell uniformly, just like Building 7 did. That wasn't hit by a plane at any place.
Well, actually, the top fell kind of at an angle. If you watch slow
Oh my
motion
goodness.
footage.
And then the whole rest of the 120 stories fell straight down, correct? Like even the top didn't go off to the side. It fell into the building. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it angled slightly and then it fell straight down because
And one of them fell 1 second slower than the other. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm saying similarly. Even though the planes hit them in different areas.
It fell 1 second slower and at 1 degree of angle, okay? That matters.
Yeah, it matters. Except when you get to Building 7, when all four corners start collapsing at basically the same time on video. I mean, it could be off a little bit, but it fell symmetrically and it also fell straight down. So if the damage was done on the Twin Tower side, like where all the debris hit it and all the fires were, even if the fires was throughout the building, which is not even claimed to be the cause of the collapse, right? It's the damage to one beam, basically, if you read the report and watch the simulation.
If we take the time to think about how a building is demoed or pulled, what they call it in the industry, that is kind of incredible that even works, right? I believe what they do is they put cut charges, also known as thermite, that burn super, super hot, several times the temperature of steel, and they cut the support beams, I believe, at a 45-degree angle. So it makes the steel molten and they slide off, like a slip and slide, or not a slip and slide, but like a slide, right? It's really slippery, and you go at an angle and there's very little resistance. They just slide off where they normally are off to the side, and then they hit the ground. And this the entire, what it seems like to me is the entire weight of the building is, all this momentum where all the beams are cut at the same time, and the whole building comes crashing down, and all that inertia, all that momentum just keeps it going, and just the whole building just comes straight down, which is, if you really think about it, that's actually kind of impressive. We're talking like over 40 steel beams, which are huge I-beams. They're massive. And they just crumple. Like, that's incredible.
Yeah, the demo was at the top, right? If you're considering the plane to be the demo, then they did it, 3/4 of the way up. No demo team would ever do that. And even the demos that do it perfectly engineered and plan it for months and take all this time to do it, sometimes those buildings, when the foundation is off and it slides off of its beams to one side and they try and make it go one way, then they don't calculate it right or whatever, that building doesn't fall. Like, it just slides. It's just still there. But you're going to tell me this building, 3 different buildings just crumble into themselves? No.
Well, I mean, just demoing buildings in general, just how they pull them, like if they're decommissioned, to just like any building. I'm not talking specifically the Twin Towers or anything, but just like how it works is just kind of fascinating.
Yeah, it's cool as shit.
Yeah. We were talking over 40 huge steel I-beams, and how many feet tall are they? And it's like they're wet spaghetti, It's just
hiring a demo team to go in there. Now let's just go to the second. Let's say a demo team was hired to go in there and demo this building. The way those two buildings fell symmetrically, like the same way, similarly, and didn't do a lot of damage, like considering to the surrounding buildings, it would be a engineering marvel, right? Because of how tall they were and how strong they were. Like, even if demo teams went in there and took months to do it and months of planning, it would be a marvel that that's all the damage that was done, basically. You understand what I'm saying?
But says who?
Says all the you can watch demo and what they do, right, on smaller buildings and how they prepare and how much demo planning and demo they have to do to the lower sections just to get them to maybe fall, hopefully fall in the right direction, much less fall straight down. You're saying what they should do is just hire this plane that's going out of commission, fill it with fuel, and ram it into the top of the building and let it burn for an hour, and then it's going to fall straight down. I mean, there's quite the difference in that, right? Like, you don't need to plan demolitions anymore. You just need to get these large jet fuel planes that are fixing to be decommissioned, right? Buy them cheap, fill them with fuel, right? And ram them into the top of one section of a building, and then wait an hour and a half, and that building's going to fall straight down, basically.
That's how you kill two birds with one stone, baby. Yes.
Yes,
Take the
sir.
planes that are going to be decommissioned.
Yep.
They need to go anyways. The buildings need to go. Boom.
I'm starting
easy peasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how much money that costs to set up a controlled demo? It's got to be in the millions for some of those.
Not anymore. Why don't we see these old planes flying in the tops of buildings? I mean, these demo companies should be out of business. They should be, these plane companies or bad pilots should be hired.
I never thought about that. It's kind of funny.
It's not. I mean, this is beyond ridiculous, right? There should be no debate from any human being. Like, if you've watched demos and if you, I know it's not. Listen to this guy. It's not. So what you're saying is,
it's almost.
Well, hold up. Like, I actually believed in 9/11. Like, I actually believed the whole official story at the very beginning, right off the hop. But then again, I was in 10th grade when this happened in history class. What, 8?
All you have to do is
45 in the
look into
morning.
it, right?
Right,
And I think
right.
it's almost like disgusting at this point that people will defend people that perpetrated this crime.
Yeah. But
Like,
you know what? That's
online,
what started it
you know
all.
what I'm saying?
You know, that's
Just
where I started connecting the dots.
like looking at all of that footage and just accepting that whatever is told to them is going to be plausible without using any type of, I don't know, critical thinking. And
That's
then
ironic.
actively defending the people who perpetrate the crimes.
That's super ironic.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think
it
it's
is.
disgusting at this point, 20 years
I
later.
do too.
No
But
offense.
these people that are fighting against us right now are the same people who are saying satellites were on balloons years ago, or blah blah blah. It's the same exact people here for 7-8 years, disgusting. Disgustingly. Even when you show them, look, this is the people you trust and believe in. NASA and the government are saying that balloons, they launch balloons hoisting up satellites, and they're saying no, that's not right. That's not true. And now it's like common source, right? It's no one debates that anymore. I don't think. Maybe one or two guys in here, especially the guy going, it is well known that you could fly a plane in the top of a building and have it fall straight down. Like, similarly,
Well, I
I
wonder if any of these people have even read like Project for a New American Century or anything like that, and understand who were the people within the think tanks, their connections, and all of that stuff that wrote the Project for a New American Century, and what their feelings and thoughts on that are.
That's why I say they're either a part of it or they're just not educated, right? They're just here for entertainment. Either they're here to cause issues, like to cause fights and bickering and disagreements, or they're just here for entertainment. They're, whatever.
Oh my God. Oh, how? What happened? Why did it?
First thing you got to do.
You're hot micing, Barrel Rider. Barrel Rider, you're hot micing. Barrel Rider, you're hot
First thing
micing.
you got to do. First thing you got to do to understand how this tower thing all went down is get a physics degree. That's what I heard.
Yeah, you gotta be a chemist, obviously, because a chemist told me that the other day. or a physicist. You have to be highly educated. Forget the people who actually erect the buildings or work on them or work on steel structures every day or, measure this every day or whatever to make a living. Forget about that common folk because they don't know anything, right? You have to be educated to be a physicist. You have to have that degree to even start to understand how an airplane full of fuel can hit the top of a building and an hour and a half later have that building free fall down.
Well, I find it funny that a off-duty cameraman for a media company within moments of the buildings falling knew exactly what happened. I don't think he had a chemistry degree. I don't think he was a physicist, but he knew the official story literally within minutes. And not only did he know it, he went on live television to tell everybody exactly what he thought. And sure as crap, this cameraman who works for a media company, not a physicist, not some sort of chemist, knew exactly what brought those buildings down.
What did this random guy say?
You gotta watch this video. You just said you haven't
It's
seen
hilarious.
it. It is funny.
So they're actively defending all this stuff, and he hasn't even seen that video. Jeez.
No, I'm just wondering what this this anecdote from this singular New York City citizen said that is so
random New York City citizen, or did he say a
cameraman
reporter
for the media company?
Yeah, that repeated the official story word for word as it was happening.
And then the buildings fell, obviously due to structural fires caused by caused by the jet fuel. Dude, it's hilarious. I mean, it is so funny. The fact that we have to tell people that video even exists because they don't know 22 years later. Is it 22?
Now,
22 years later.
Napalm, you said that we should just use our critical thinking skills to find out the truth here. Is that right?
Did I say that that's all you need to do?
Yeah,
or are you straw manning me?
You're too easy, man.
But I'm just saying, did you say that?
You're weak. No, I didn't. Say that. You're weak at this, man. You need to go somewhere else. Maybe to basket weaving and badger them because you're not good at this anymore.
But I mean, you made a claim like the people that don't believe it should employ some sort of critical thinking.
No, I made the claim that it's pretty disgusting that at this point people are still defending it. I made no other specific claim. Even though what you're trying to do is hold me to some sort of claim, which is going to be a straw man because I never made one, to then try to beat up that straw man because you can't actually argue anything on this subject that I've actually said.
No, you mentioned people that do not believe in it not using their critical thinking.
Believe in what? What did I say? People believing in what? I never said the word belief.
Okay, but you alluded to. I'm just asking you to maybe.
Gee, you're like 0 for 4 already, bud.
You're stretching, man.
Well, you mentioned critical thinking, right?
You're desperate to defend what you already believe, aren't you? You're desperate to believe what you defend what you already believe, right? Your desperation is quite funny.
If you don't want to tell us what you said,
is it because you support acts like these that you'll just accept any information?
I was just going to tell you where I was going. I thought it was very ironic that you said critical thinking. That's where I was going with it.
Why don't you give us your take on it, right? Instead of badgering us about our take and feelings. Like, do you really believe that a plane filled with fuel could take down a building?
Yeah.
Okay, then why don't we do that?
Why don't we do what?
Are you that? I mean, seriously, dude. You want me to repeat it?
I mean, imagine
you were making comments about critical thinking in condescending ways. So why don't you give us your critical thinking on it? Go ahead. You got the floor.
So why don't we do what with the airplane?
This is your critical thinking?
No, I'm responding to.
Let me help you out. Okay, let me help you out. Okay, we're going to take the airplane. We're going to fill it with fuel. Are you following me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take off. We're going to ram it into the top edge of a building, a really tall building. Now, you take it from here. What do you think's going to happen?
Wasting our time, guys. Seriously.
Yeah, it's like imagine.
I would say that they would fall.
Imagine muting someone for actually stepping over someone else's words, but when some people get emotional and personal.
Yeah.
Still would
So,
like to
yeah.
hear his answer. The critical thinker. I'm asking him to critical think from that point on. Since he couldn't critical think on my question of what I was talking about, a jet plane being fully fueled and hitting the top of a building and it falling, I led him to there. Now critical think from that point forward. Can you do that for us?
I think the airplanes caused the buildings to fall, and you said, "Why don't we do that?" What do you mean by that?
What?
No,
Hold
no.
up.
We're starting over. Yeah.
Details. Details. I mean, Rocky, yeah, that's a great question. He set it all up for you. Planes now hit the buildings. What are the details? What takes place?
Once the planes hit the buildings on 9/11?
Right.
Yeah, I'm out of here, man.
Fires burned and caused structural damage to the steel, and they fell.
He's almost quoting the reporter on the side of the road.
I was going to say, I think he must have just watched that video so that he could repeat it back, maybe.
I mean, I don't think I would need to quote anything. There's no other conclusion you could reach.
Is there a giant black guy stood behind you right now?
There is no other conclusion that you could reach. Are you serious?
Possibly reach.
Saying that?
No.
So in the top portion of the building, there was in this idea, the airplane hit it. There was an explosion. So your critical thinking is just there was damage and it brought the entire towers down. That's the extent of where you're at with it.
Fire structural damage. So like the fire heated the steel gave way, along with any structural impact damage from the collision.
Okay, so up in that area, there's some fires and there's some structural damage. How does that get the entire building to literally turn to dust? But we'll leave that for another time. How does it get that entire building to come down?
Fall into itself.
Well, it has a bunch of weight that those beams bear, and when they fail, that weight has to go somewhere.
Say it again the fast way. Kite. Hit.
Do you know what it takes? Do you know what it takes to get? Do you know what it takes to get one of those buildings to fall in on itself? The level of controlled demolition, the precise control. Am I lagging?
Oh, you're not.
The level of precise controlled demolition they have to do with the 45-degree cuts with the thermite, and they have to set them off at exactly the right moment, or the building won't fall in on itself. But you're telling me the plane hitting the top corner of a building replicated all that?
No, it didn't replicate it at all. It was entirely different.
It replicated that looked exactly like controlled demolition. I could show you the Twin Towers or any other controlled demolition. There's almost no difference.
That's right, Jeremy.
Have you ever seen a crew take down one of those buildings? What it takes to do it, like set up, put in those charges, drill the holes? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
Seriously, you seen a crew go in, put the caps in, time them just right, hook them up, explain how they have to be within a millisecond. If it's off by a millisecond, it won't fall the right way.
Yeah,
you're aware of, you've seen this happen.
Yeah, shape charges. Yeah, I've seen it.
And after seeing all that, you think a plane could achieve all that?
Well, in one of the
buildings, a huge
wasn't
building
even a
that
plane.
size.
It wasn't even a plane, and you see the core of that building drop before the floors start to drop, and that wasn't even hit by a plane. That's just some paper burning.
Irregardless, let him answer. After knowing all that, seeing all the, you say you've seen them do it, right? After you know what it takes to do that, you still believe a plane was capable of achieving that kind of timing, precise charge and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, then there's really no use in talking to you anymore, sir. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night, Mancho.
Yeah. There's no point. We're just going in circles with this guy. Okay, you could try again, brother. Go ahead.
I'm, for one, am scared of what our future holds with people like the critical thinking of people like this. No offense to him, because he can believe whatever he wants to believe. But when painstakingly gone what Jeremy said and what Essie just said and what I've been saying, and he still says, yes, I believe a plane could cause that. Although we
Essie
never have
copied
used
me.
that. Yeah. And Jeremy learned all that from me too. I'm really scared of the future.
Like C's point as well, it takes so much time and precision to get a building to fall free fall. He's saying an airplane could also cause that. APOP, perfect, nice, clean free fall.
First of all, they have to go in the building. They have to take all the stuff out, everything, desks, bureaus, like everything. And sometimes they even have to cut some of the load bearing beams, they call them, right? They even have to saw some of them, put extra dynamite on those. They have to go on every floor. It takes months. I imagine it must have taken a year or so just to plant the charges. That's another thing that puzzles me, right? We know they weren't felled by buildings, right? But how did they do it? Think about it.
You can
It's
investigate who controlled the security, Essie, and
Yeah.
Bush's brother or whatever it was had control of, owned the security company, so they would have access, but they were doing demo work in the building, right? The elevators were being worked on,
Yeah, that's right.
things like that, and there's reports that the bomb sniffing dogs were taken out, whatever. That other guy would know more, like I would say days, but I heard weeks. But it's just too many coincidences for it, logically when you look at it, not to be, the fact.
Before
That's
you
a
even
highly
take it there,
skilled operation. Like the best of the best could only do that. Like you have to be like a top demolition expert to do such a thing. Just the planning of it, just the timing of it. It's like phenomenal.
yeah, all the charges.
Yeah.
All the charges have to be placed in exactly the right spots at exactly the right angle and go off at exactly the right time. Before you even get to who was in charge of security, though, Bush sat on the board of Lockheed and Martin. That means he owned wild amount of stocks that were going to skyrocket if America goes to war. Because what does Lockheed Martin do? They provide, shit for America in a time of war. So we go to war, he's gonna make out like a fat cat, just right off the jump. There's that. But yeah, the timing and all this, the controlled demo shit, you don't get buildings to fall like that unless they are controlled demo. And there was a building in Brazil once that was on fire for like 3 days, and that shit never even ended up falling. I don't think. Was it Brazil or some like third world country or some shit?
Sao Paulo. Yep.
Yeah,
And
if they don't
Jeremy,
get it right.
these politicians, they just take modest salaries to be able to help the average citizen, and they're doing their civic duty. They are in there to help the average citizen and just take modest salaries. There's no way that any of them profit or make money. None of them are rich.
Now, what do you think the building codes are like in Brazil compared to America? I bet you the building codes in the fucking whenever that shit was built is better than they are in Brazil now.
Did the building that fell in Brazil or wherever it was it hit by an airplane and then caught fire and then fell, or did it only just catch fire and then fall?
No, it had an explosion.
It had an explosion, completely different structure to that building as well, too.
At the bottom. Not at
Didn't
the
it burn
top.
for like days? It was on
Burned
fire
a
for
long
days.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's many other buildings that have burned for 24 hours or so, and they're still standing.
Were they
Well,
hit with an
these
airplane,
buildings are designed. These buildings are designed. Hold on one second. These buildings are designed to not fall when there's a fire because you don't want that shit falling.
Yeah, but
Go ahead,
what about when it's impacted by like 100,000 pound like moving objects and a fire?
You mean when it slices through a top portion on a side of a building? I would say that thing would fall in and fall off the side of the building. It wouldn't impact the bottom floor and go to the next floor and go to the next floor. If you insert the pancake theory, you better insert some more time.
But wait,
if you're a physicist.
Wait. Why would it fall off the top of the building? Like, what? Can you run me through that scenario? Like, why would it ever fall off?
Because if one side of the building is damaged, it's going to be weakened on that side, so the top portion is going to lean that way, right, towards the damaged part. Not. Yeah. Go ahead. You ever play with an erector set, or maybe make something out of pixie sticks? You know those popsicle sticks. Go ahead and build something like that.
Those aren't supporting millions of pounds, though. So
It's the same thing. No, the physics are the same.
Same thing, except for exceptionally entirely.
No, it's the same. The pixel stick is going to hold up so much weight. So the steel beam is going to hold up so much weight. But the physics of it being damaged on one side and the top portion going that way and not straight, not falling into itself and then pancaking down at free fall, what we would call free fall speed, because that's what it's been called. You understand the pancake theory, right?
Free fall speed due to gravity, by the way.
Right, I understand that, but you have to put a stronger part of the building below it, so it takes time to make all that happen. If the pancake theory is true, there's some problems with the timing and the inner core.
So let's just run through this scenario where the top falls off. All right, so we got some beams, they fail in the top, right? And then all the weight that's above them, like, what does it do? Where does it go?
It leans that way.
Well, I mean, like, does it fall like 20 feet and then stop and then fall off the side of the building? Or
it would at least slow down, yes, and hit stronger stuff underneath it that has not been under fire or damaged or weakened.
So, okay.
And then, you asked a question. I'm still answering. You're surely smart enough to figure this out. I mean, I understand if you can't you're not a physicist, and can't figure the other part out, but you can build this out of anything.
Okay, so let me see if I follow. So some of the steel beams at the top failed in your analogy, and they hit the floor below, if I'm understanding correctly, and then they stopped, and then they fell off the side. That's what would really happen.
I've never said that. I said if something slight, if the airplane hit the edge of the building, that would be the weakest part. And the top portions that's not damaged would go that way towards the weaker part. And on the way down, if you then insert the pancake theory somehow, it would slow down. It wouldn't fall free fall uniformly. Do you agree with that or not?
No.
So you think it would pancake down at free fall speed?
I think that if these structural beams failed, the weight that is supported above it would not in any way be slowed down by the floor below, because that's not in any way in its design to withstand millions of pounds falling at free fall speed 20 feet and then just to stop. Just be like, well, we gotcha.
So now you're saying when the plane hit on the side, the millions of pounds above it fell straight down on the floors above it. That means it would fall uniformly in your book. So you're saying that it wouldn't go towards the weaker part. It would fall straight down and make everything fall uniformly at free fall speed. Nothing slowing down.
I think the part that was weakened would initially fall, but it would require then the rest to fall as well.
If the weaker part is to one side, would the top portion slide over to that side or lean towards that side, or would it go straight down?
I would say it would go straight down.
I'm done with this guy. Good luck.
No, he's right. Straight down.
Are you guys serious? You don't understand that something will lean over to a side, that it takes tremendous planning to fall a building straight down? Like, you guys really don't understand this? You don't understand that if the top gets damaged somehow near the top, right, and it just leans over to one side, it'll fall over? You really can't understand that, what I just said.
Things fall straight down. Fall straight down.
Actually, it takes tremendous planning for a building not to fall straight down.
Bingo.
Oh my God.
This is it's basic physics.
There's no hope for you. I'm going to stop talking.
I mean, if you want to talk about buildings falling pretty easily, go to a third world country in an earthquake.
If you want to do this in your living room, go get your kids' erector set, build a building with cross braces and all that, put weight on the top, and then take some of the braces off one side and see what it does. You can then, after you proved yourself that you're wrong, then you can go get popsicle sticks, eat a bunch of popsicles, right? Or figure out a way to get the sticks. I think you can even buy them without the popsicles. Build it out of wood. Do the same thing. Guess what? Guess what's going to happen?
The analogous analogy would do different things.
Put weight at the top. Take out, go about 3/4 up and take out one side or one half or whatever you want. Right? Take out some of those support beams on the sides and maybe a couple in the middle and see what happens to the bottom of that building. You could even set it on fire if you want. Set those popsicle sticks on fire up top on one side and let it burn. Weaken the popsicle sticks on the edge or maybe in the middle a little bit and see what happens to the bottom. Maybe film it and put it here on YouTube. And then come back to tell me how we're wrong. Go ahead. I'll wait.
To the people listening, I promise you, it's impossible what these guys are saying. There's companies that make millions of dollars to do just that. Their job is to take a building down, a skyscraper, and not damage the surrounding buildings around them, right? Now, sometimes that entails falling the building straight down. Sometimes they have to fall it to the side. Sometimes there's double designs. I've watched dozens of videos. It's apparent these guys have no clue what they're talking about. It takes planning. It takes weakening the beams. It takes many, many holes with various dynamite sticks, and it takes precision timing. Otherwise, you will have catastrophe. You will kill people in the next building. There's no way around that. There's no way that those buildings could have fell like that without controlled demolition. There's no humanly way possible.
I mean, it was a kind of controlled demolition, right? A 500-mile-an-hour control.
Give it up, bro. Give it up. Seriously. Either you're trolling or you're not too bright. One of those two things. Or come up with a coherent explanation, a mechanism, how you think it went down. After you said you've seen demolitions, a plane can't do that. Come on. You know that, right?
No, a plane absolutely can do that.
Right. Like I said, I'm wasting my time with you. I will not say another word to you on the subject tonight, I promise.
Here we go.
ST, have you seen how bad a goose can fuck up a plane?
Yeah, bro, a bird could go right through a plane almost.
That's
just a
the
bird.
entire front, yeah.
I mean, you should see a plane's wing when it's taxiing and hits a telephone pole. It goes 2 feet into the wing.
Isn't a plane mostly hollow, technically? And made of very light material.
It's designed that way, yeah.
Slamming it into a concrete, steel-enforced building.
Planes are light and strong, but when they come into contact with something that's stronger, they just crumble.
Yeah, that makes sense. Who cares about how much they weigh or what speed they were traveling and what force they were carrying with it? When they hit concrete, they just crinkle off the side.
Yeah, who cares how many people he killed? How many freedoms he took away from you? Who cares?
Let's defend that, actually. Andy, we should defend that, actually.
Actually, yeah, the Patriot Act is actually a good thing, where government agencies can, they can raid into your house legally, right? They just label you as a terrorist for saying that.
Well, it created the
they can really
TSA,
say
bro.
anything.
It created the TSA, which is still around today. Still, the best thing that the TSA has done is try to avoid all of their charges for groping people and stealing their items at the airport. I mean, the TSA has never once stopped any type of alleged terrorist act. So
that I care to remember.
Oh, I don't know. They've taken a lot of tubes of toothpaste away from people, so
that's true. That's
And
true.
how many
liquids.
lives have they saved from all those toothpaste tubes?
Or the
Can't have
bottles
it.
that were 2 ounces too large.
Can't have any liquids because it might be a bomb.
I mean, the
ridiculous.
humiliation. Not only do they put you through the emotions of that day, right? Play that number on you psychologically, and then have to put you through these humiliation rituals that still are around 20 years later. Take your shoes off. Take off your belt.
Right. The
I mean,
whole
I think a lot of
psychology of
people
it.
in here are probably, or a decent amount of people that are in this server are so young that they probably didn't grow up understanding or knowing what it was like to go to the airport pre 9/11 and go through security.
What about the X-ray machines? All the radiation that we're exposed to make sure we don't have any bombs hiding in our anus. You know, like really, is that really necessary?
I don't have to take off my shoes when I go to the airport.
Oh, did you get pre-check?
Right.
Oh, okay. So you have to beg for permission to keep your shoes on, Matthew?
No.
Oh, so you didn't have to beg for a special pass?
No, I signed up for pre-check. TSA pre-check.
Ah,
No, I don't have to take
and
it.
you submitted to it, right? It's begging for
No, I
permission.
applied online, and then you do go do an interview, and then they look at your stuff, your info, and then they say, okay, we trust you.
Isn't there a way to bypass the full body radiation scans? Because screw all that. I'm pretty sure there's a way to bypass all that.
I bypass it every time, and every time I cause a whole thing because it's like out of their normal, ordinary way of doing it. You know, you have to tell them to opt out, and you got to wait for another guy, and then he's got to pat you down. Then he takes your shoes off and runs them through separately. The whole thing. Yeah, I do it every time. I will never get in that radiation machine.
It's like, yeah, I'm good with the whole radiation. Yeah. Yeah.
You could just tell them you're not Muslim, and then they'll bypass.
Please, no racism.
Not a race; it's a religion.
Just think about how many like brown people got the shit kicked out of them as well. Right after that happened. Oh my god. Oh, gross.
You mean these people in countries that don't use the fiat currency system are the enemy?
No, I'm just being American.
No.
Americans, people who were born in America, just happened to be brown, and they got the shit kicked out of them because they said this group of people did a thing which is impossible. It goes against the laws of physics.
Yeah.
But whatever.
And all these people that we quote unquote go to war with don't use the fiat currency system. What a coincidence. But anyway.
Must be nice.
It's like, oh, you don't want to play your game? Here, have some bombs. No.
No, actually, that's kind of exactly what it is. But it's funny. I said to my wife today, and she said something, and I was like, well, no, if we don't do that, then, if we don't eat tacos today, then the terrorists win, something like that. And she's like, what do you mean? And I was like, today? And she's like, oh yeah, I forgot. The one thing you can't do today is forget. I just thought it was funny, but she's not actually American by.
Oh,
but-
right. I was going to
but-
say, you forgot. Never
Yeah.
forget Dresden.
Never forget. I just, it was funny because all the people's Facebook posts are like, never forget, never forget, never forget. She's like, oh yeah, I forgot that was today.
That's going to be my like little mantra, my theme. I'm just going to come in all the time and say, brothers, never forget Dresden.
I look at it all this like the moon landing. I don't know what people think about the moon landing, if we landed on there or not. But the way I look at it is, it's easier to fake it than to actually land on the moon. And NASA got paid bank by the tax dollar, the tax dollars. They got billions of dollars. So I think it's easier to fake going to war than actually going to war, like Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Russia, Ukraine. I think it's all made up, and they just, taking all this money and just faking wars. But that's a different story.
Well, we know that they fake wars. No, they
Right.
fake wars all the time. We know the war in Syria, all this stuff. ABC News found out there was a gun range in Kentucky. Whoops. But yeah, but the experts say that it's actually cheaper to go to the moon than to create all that paperwork, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. What are you
Hey,
talking
can we
about?
can we have a moment of silence for all the opium we brought in from Iraq and Afghanistan? Please.
That's another side of the story, right? Like trying to control the opium trade. Yeah,
They killed 20 birds with one stone. It's a brilliant bit of chutzpah. It really is.
I was just thinking about how when they the Challenger explosion, how they took kids out of school and they made it like a televised event, to where they made it this national thing so that everyone saw it, and then they traumatized everybody on TV. Same thing happened here. Like everyone was watching TV, and they did it again, and then the whole time everyone was glued to the TV the whole day, and it's like it got people hooked to the TV, as well as as if like what the TV says is the lifeline to what is the world and how it works and how it functions or whatever. It's like it's like literally people standing in front of a podium telling you how to live life, and that podium is literally just a podium, a black or a blue velvet curtain, and two American flags and a symbol of whether or not it's the Pentagon or the White House or whatever. But you could just change that little symbol in the background, and no one would know. It's literally, I don't know. I'm just rambling now, but goddamn.
Hey, the 3-letter agencies don't want any competition when it comes to producing drugs. Okay.
Right. Well, yeah, and they should. If they wanted to win the drug war, stop flying the cocaine into the country, CIA, and Hollywood. Stop making comedies about it.
PSA.
I mean, they literally made comedies about these things. Twice actually. They made huge stars. Tom Cruise has made a comedy about it. Mel Gibson, Robert Downey Jr. Like, they've made comedies about the drug, quote unquote, war. About how we know that the CIA actively flies stuff into the country as a known thing. Not only is it known, it's just a joke at this point. Matt Damon made a movie about The Informant, about how the entire world's food supply is fixed by a few companies. They make comedies out of it.
And you go to the grocery store, you think, oh, there's these dozens of different companies I can buy food from. But if you really
of choice.
If you really do your homework, it's like 3 or 4 companies that own just about everything in packages.
Exactly. But it's so it's actually weirdly so well known or so out there that it's okay to make jokes about it, and no one seems to care. I mean, it's just they make, not only do they make jokes about it, but then they give those jokes awards, somehow legitimizing it, then nothing happening about it.
That
It's
movie,
like-
Lord of War,
It's like
with
you know, it's
Nicolas
like-
Cage.
Yeah. Oh, I love that movie. It's a great movie. Very well done. But it's again, it's like it's so well known that it's like, well, obviously there are people know about it and good people are on it. So, you know, I'm sure people are on it and working to fix it because it's so well known.
Yeah,
No
the
one-
writing is on the wall. You know, it's everywhere. You just gotta know where to look. And I think this all comes back to just learning the law and creating communities. I don't know. This is just my idea, actually. It's just bringing the community back and people working for each other instead of the man. And, you know, building our own stuff up instead of theirs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they just shut down. You know how many mom and pop businesses they just shut down over the last 3 years?
You don't even need businesses, though.
Nah, I know, but I mean, when you say work for yourself, that means like open your own business or a lot of small businesses or you know individual business owners or people doing business as. And right now, in the last 3 years, they just gutted so many local or mom and pop or local business or individual business type things. So, and now it's like certain towns, the only option left to go buy anything is a Walmart or a Home Depot or whatever.
I'm talking about free money just you know, created in your name. Which I'm just
well,
not looking into this, so
yeah.
I don't know all the key words, but basically what they were getting at was that the trillions of dollars that we are in quote unquote debt is actually money that we are not claiming, which is free money on the table. From the moment we were born, our Social Security or our birth certificate, also known as our Social Security, has $1 million in it, and for every year is an extra $1 million, and it's just there's just all this money on the table, millions and billions of dollars that we're not claiming because no one takes, you know, a few years of their time to learn the law. You know, you don't need to go to university, you don't need to go to college. This can all be self-taught of learning admiralty law and claiming all this money because it's not really debt. It's actually just money that we're not claiming because we don't know any better. Because we are acquiescing by remaining silent and not standing up for ourselves.
What do you think would happen to prices?
Oh,
what do you think would happen to prices if everybody claimed $2 million and had $2 million more in their bank?
Oh,
well, that's what I'm getting at. They're like
exactly what they wanted to do.
Like a negative dollar amount. Like what is that? You know, what does that mean?
Tried to do the whole discharging debt and all the different, you know, have you tried any of this? Because I know I've been listening to George Maxwell since 20 years now, but I've never tried to. Have you know what I mean? Have you like?
That's the thing, though. George Maxwell, he worked for the 3-letter agencies. You know, he's controlled opposition. See, like he'll tell you a lot of the truth. Like it's just like Alex Jones, you know, Stu Peters, David Icke, you know, all these controlled oppositionists. They tell you a lot of truth, but they're a deception in a way because they don't tell you like what really matters at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
I feel like more like they're going to be more specialized in a certain area, and they don't want to necessarily bleed over into other topics, whether or not they agree with it behind closed doors or in their public persona. They only want to stick to certain topics. I hear you. Yeah, I know. I don't know.
They tell a lot of truth to make you think that they're on our side, but they're really not. In other words.
Yeah, I hear you. I totally.
It's actually really effective. Like,
go
ahead.
Or have you tried to collect any of that out of curiosity?
Well, like I said, I just started looking into this, so you know, don't listen to anything I'm saying. It could be complete nonsense, but from what I'm hearing and reading and witness accounts from several different people have all seen the same thing. I'm starting to wonder, like, is there any merit to this? So I guess the only way I could really find out is to learn Admiralty law myself and just spend the years to learn all this, to read the IRS book. You know,
Do you live on
because
the
some
ocean? Do you live on the sea?
I do not.
What does Admiralty law have to do
Well,
with
I mean,
anything at all?
well, the idea is to not be dead at sea, right? Because the Cess Act or whatever it's called of 1666, they claim that everybody is dead at sea, right? That's how the whole Admiralty law works, right?
There's a whole
It's about
thing about like
ships,
a ship's birth.
right?
Everything is Admiralty. Yeah, birth. The birthing of a ship and your birth canal.
Right.
Canals are used
Exactly.
for ships. The water broke. Everything
Yeah.
about it is basically a code for us living under some sort of universal Admiralty law on the land. That's why
Exactly.
they have a law of the land and a law of the sea.
You should look up a guy named Cal Washington. You ever heard of Cal Washington?
No, I don't. That doesn't ring a bell.
So Cal, he specializes in notice of liability, but what he discovered is it's not really Admiralty law that they have people under. It's basically a type of commercial law. Oh, now I'm forgetting the name of it. I'll remember.
Commercial code, yeah, like universal commercial code or something like that.
Not even that. Like it predates. It's ancient. I mean, it's ancient law that basically it's merchant law. That's what he calls it. And it was law that was created for merchants when you were trading out on the sea, which is where a lot of Admiralty stuff comes from. But if you were in port and you had a disagreement with someone and you made a claim against that person or that company, it had to be settled really quickly because ships would go out with the tide and you'd drop stuff off in port and you would need to get back out onto the water and try to get to the next port. So merchants would settle things among themselves really quickly with a certain type of law. And if you look up Cal Washington's interviews, Crow has interviewed him a couple times, Crow 777. You can find some of his stuff on YouTube. Greg Carlwood from Higher Side Chats has done some really good interviews with Cal. But Cal actually defaulted the Queen of England for $350 million. And to the point where, like, the papers, he's Canadian, he has dual citizenship, U.S. and Canadian dual citizenship. And the papers acknowledged that the Queen was successfully defaulted. It was all over the media. But Cal is also like a very Christian guy, and he's really believes in the principalities in high places. So he actually made sort of a deal with essentially the principalities, the unseen principalities of this world, if you will, by going out and proclaiming his freedom as a man. Because once you learn his story, he was like harassed and very oppressed by the Canadian government because he learned the law and he learned how to defend himself in court to the point where he would have judges like running out of the courtroom when he came into the courtroom with his paperwork to do whatever he needed to do to defend himself. I would look up his stuff because he knows a lot of these. He knows several guys who have accessed these Saskatchewan, I forget how to say it, Saskatchewan Trust or whatever, and they've all been arrested. And he tells people not to go down that path. Not because he doesn't think people deserve what's basically been made off of the sweat of their of their labor, but that accessing those trusts, while he says they are real, is almost impossible. He's never met anybody that successfully did it that didn't end up in prison. So I would listen to what he has to say, and then I would look up this guy, Steve Emerson. You can find some of his interviews on YouTube, and he would say the exact opposite. You don't need to worry about maritime law, especially if you're in the U.S. I don't know if you're in the U.S. or at all, but if you're in the U.S., you have a lot of rights, and the law is actually written perfectly for you to protect your rights. But what they will use is basically like municipal law or state law to cover up because your rights come from God. No government official can give or take your rights away. No man can give or take
Exactly.
rights away.
Right.
All your rights come from God. And actually the US Constitution and all of the initial paperwork of the United States clearly states that any law that's come after that takes rights away from you is a color of law. It's not real law. Although if you go into an administrative court and you don't know what you're doing and you try to defend yourself against charges that these I'll call them fake laws have been brought up against you, you'll lose and you'll go to jail, and they'll take your money and they'll take your house. They'll do a lot of things to people that they shouldn't really be allowed to do, but they do. So if you listen to Steve Emerson, he will tell people you need to learn the law. There's a great program called How to Win in Court, and he encourages everyone learn how to file motions, learn how to write the right kind of paperwork, learn how to go into a courtroom, and you beat them at their own game. And Steve has won tens of millions of dollars by suing municipalities over property taxes because property taxes are fraud and extortion. So
Right.
he actually learned, like, how are they extorting people? What are my rights as a property owner? And even if you have a mortgage, you own the property. You are the one that has the deed to that property. And as long as you are current on your payments, you are the only owner of that property. And if you really think about it, a corporation like a bank cannot own property. They do, yes. I know that we live in reality and banks own property and corporations own property. But at the end of the day, there is no man or woman in a corporation. The corporation itself can't go sit on the stand and answer questions. It has to have representatives. That's why corporations have legal departments that represent the corporation. Whereas a man, yourself, or a woman, you could walk into a courtroom and you could represent yourself. The corporations can't do that. States, counties, cities, they can't do that. So anything they come up with is basically like code, commercial code, as they call it. That's exactly what municipal codes are. Like when your city comes up with new traffic laws or they come up with property rights laws, all BS.
Right.
So I would listen to Steve Emerson, and then Crow 777 has had some really good interviews with Alphonse Fagiolo and this guy Brandon Sibley. He's also known as Big Sib. You can find these guys on YouTube. Big Sib specializes in income tax. The dude doesn't pay income taxes. He teaches people how to fight the IRS. And Alphonse specializes in what he learned from Steve Emerson, which is protecting your rights, basically from harm in terms of like property tax and stuff like that. I'm not saying there aren't trusts, and I'm not. I looked into that stuff for years, and I think discharging debt, maybe there's something to it. I think it's super dangerous, and a lot of people go to prison doing that stuff if you don't know what you're doing. And I'm not saying people can't find out what they're doing, but I've been looking into this law stuff for years. I've had conversations with Steve Emerson. I know Cal Washington very well. I've had conversations with Alphonse. I know these guys. These are some of the best citizen law guys in the United States, and they will all tell you not to go down that path, that it's super dangerous and you're going to end up in a lot of trouble if you do it. But what you can do is really learn your rights and defend them in court. And anytime a government even getting a traffic ticket is a violation of your rights. If you haven't harmed another person, there is no reason for a police officer to be stopping you. Now, I'm not saying everybody should go around driving 90 miles an hour. I have children. Traffic laws do keep people safe. But if you haven't damaged another person or their property, you haven't actually committed a crime. Now, the moment you hit somebody and you were going 70 miles an hour, okay, yeah, now you were driving recklessly. But a just a traffic violation in itself, that's for commercial purposes. If you are driving as a business, you are supposed to follow what that speed limit says. If you're just a man or woman traveling from point A to point B and you're doing 47 and a 45 or 52 and a 45, you have not broken a real law. Now, if you're a CDL truck driver or a bus driver or a taxi driver, or you deliver goods and you're doing 52 and a 45, yeah, you broke the law. You're engaged in commerce on the highway and you're speeding. So you've broken a commercial code. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm
So
hearing you.
I know I'm kind of rambling here, but I'm trying to
No,
cover
no,
every
no. It's good
quick
stuff.
amount of time. And I hear people talk about this stuff on here all the time about discharging debt, and maybe, I mean, good luck. I think the best thing to do is if you get pulled over and you get harassed or whatever, you go into some place and they tell you can't eat there without having a mask on, or you go to buy groceries and they tell you can't go in without a mask on, or you own property and your county tells you you owe them $7,000 this year because they looked on Zillow to see what the going rate for property is in your area, and they drove past your house and they decided that your property taxes are going up by another 15%, which is a completely fraudulent process. Then yeah, you sue them, and you sue them for millions of dollars for violating your rights, and they will settle with you out of court. Steve has never been to court because they always settle with him, and the guy's won close to $55 million.
This is what I'm interested in. I want like his property tax
Right?
is a real big old piece of shit.
Property tax is it is one of the tools that they're using. So taxation in general is one of the tools, but property tax specifically is one of the biggest tools they're using right now to impoverish people so they can't own anything. Because property taxes nowadays are almost as much as a mortgage. So it's like you have two mortgages, but one property. And they can always raise your property taxes, which is insane because people think, I've heard people in this chat say it too, like, you don't own your property, the government does. That's not true. That's what they want you to think. But the government can't own your property. The government's just a piece of paper. Only a man or a woman can actually own that property. And if you're the title holder to that property, they can't tell you that you owe them money. They can do that to businesses. So if like Taco Bell builds a business on the corner, yeah, the city can come to them or the county can come to them and say, hey, Taco Bell, we sold you a piece of land, and in exchange for that, you have to pay tax to us because this is our county, right? And the people of the county, through their charter, allow the county to conduct itself like a corporation with other corporations. The fraud that was committed was they started treating men and women like they were corporations and not men and women. And so now everybody thinks they owe the county money when it isn't them that owes the county money, it's businesses that owe the county money. That's how you keep a county going. That's how you fix the roads. That's how you have city water and stuff like that.
It just seems to me that it's just a pile of paperwork that they're just dumping on us. And then we have to sort things out. All this legal stuff is just piles and piles. Like right when we're born.
Yeah, it's all
You know?
ways. I mean, taxation is like one of the best ways to keep people impoverished. They tax you every chance they get. I mean, in Texas, we have sales tax, you have property tax, you have taxes on gasoline. I mean, there's one tax after another, and it's a great way to covertly just continue taking money out of people's pockets. And a lot of people nowadays, interest rates are super high, property value is super high, and property taxes are super high. So the odds that the average person nowadays can buy a property are way lower than any time. I'm 43. It's never been harder for someone to buy a house and maintain a property than right now in terms of cost, because they've tacked so many extra costs on. It's not just like you're buying a house anymore. You got to pay all this extra stuff too.
But does it have to be like that?
No, that's why if people can learn this stuff, and that's the other thing. You don't need very many people in your town or your city to be able to fight back on this. You really don't. So Steve Emerson lives in Florida. Florida was the first state to drop the mask mandates. Steve and his friends got sick of it, so they started going into businesses, and if the business told them to leave, they would basically give the business another chance. Are you sure you're going to kick me out because you're violating my rights by doing that? And if you violate my rights by kicking me out of here for not wearing a mask, because if a business has a public business license, they are obligated to provide fair and equal access no matter what your religion, what your race, what your sexuality, and they certainly can't tell you that you have to cover your face up to go in there and conduct business. When they do that, they're violating your rights, and you use it's what is it? I think it's U.S. Code. I think it's Section 18, 1942, or it's been a couple years since I've looked into this, but Steve went around and sued one business after another with a bunch of his friends, and they sued all of them for about 30 grand. And after they sued about 30 or 40 businesses, and these business attorneys and these insurance companies were looking at what Steve and his friends had written in terms of the lawsuits, and they knew we are totally screwed. We're going to have to pay this. And a lot of this, it's the insurance companies that say, they're the ones that tell the businesses, like, you better stop. You need to stop now, because we're going to have to pay these lawsuits, because people lean on their insurance when they get sued, and the insurance companies have to pay out. And they're one of the few businesses in the world that if you can get under their skin successfully, you're probably going to get your way. So relatively quickly, Florida decided, okay, no more mask mandates. And I talked to Steve about it, and he's saying, according to him, he was saying, I'm not saying it was us, but it was probably us. Like once it reached the top levels, that there was a group of people that knew how to write this paperwork and that we could successfully sue them for this, they dropped the mask mandates. And then there's a law expert, kind of a citizen law expert guy named Randy Kelton here in Texas. And he indicted Greg Abbott, our governor. He wrote a 150-page indictment and indicted Greg Abbott, and he was going to do a grand jury. He filed it all with the grand jury, and he was going to be indicted by the grand jury for the mask mandates because it's a violation of your rights. So he dropped the mask mandates. And then right after that, a bunch of other states started dropping them. And it's because at a high level, they start sharing this information like, hey, people are catching on. They understand the law. They understand their rights. We're going to lose.
Right.
We can't, so.
Because at the end of the day, wearing a mask, that's a policy. That's not a law, right?
Right. Like a store could say, hey, if you work for us, you have to wear a mask, right? But even then, there are religious exemptions for stuff like that. So they would still have to deal with the messiness of, can we actually enforce this policy or not? But you can enforce it on the public. If you're a public business, if anybody can walk in off the street and do business with you, you cannot do things that violate people's rights. That's illegal.
I actually was able to get a letter from lawyers from a company. It's a casino. And they rejected me and my friend because we weren't wearing masks. So we were trying to tell them, hey, we have a religious exemption and things like that. But, obviously we didn't get in. So then we wrote a letter to the casino saying that we're going to sue them. And we got a letter from their lawyers. And their lawyers were basically saying that they did not violate or break any laws against us.
Yeah, well, they lied. I mean, if
Right?
anybody can walk in off the street, I mean, lawyers lie all the time, so that's part of their job. Like, somebody on one side or the other is lying if you're an attorney, because that's your job, so you're going to find loopholes and all that. But that's also where learning how to do this stuff yourself is so important, because as soon as you hire an attorney, what you're communicating to the court is that you're not intelligent enough. You don't know enough about that process in order to successfully defend yourself. So you've got to hand your rights over to someone else, and they're going to take care of that for you. And then all of those people are members of the bar association. So they're never going to do anything that actually upsets the bar. And Alphonse teaches a lot of great stuff about, like, if you're being sued, like he's being sued by his municipality for some tax issues. So he has filed a bar grievance against every attorney for his municipality that has sent him a letter citing that they don't have firsthand knowledge of the incident, that they're basically getting involved. And these people were shocked because that's how the process works here in America. But if you understand that you have rights protecting you from that process, like he does, you can defend yourself. So he's bar grieved people. He's filed grievances against judges, and he's
Actually,
winning.
know him. Alphonse? Yeah, I actually know him because of my friend. My friend, I believe, he's part of the Telegram group or something like that. He
Yeah.
always mentioned a guy named Alphonse. Yeah.
Yeah. You should join that group. I mean, if you're interested in this stuff, if you get in that group, he will teach you everything you need to know how to do this.
You know how you were saying, like, people like Alphonse, they don't recommend you going down that certain route where you're trying to clear all your depth or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the route my friend is trying to take, and keeps telling me he's gonna blow. He's gonna be like a multi-millionaire when he gets access to his bonds and shit like that. And I didn't really understand what the fuck he was really saying. And I haven't spoken to him for a while, but I don't think he was successful.
Very few people are, and I mean, when I've talked to Cal, I mean, Cal's told me, like, he knows guys that have gotten the money, millions of dollars, and they ended up in prison. And you know, I don't know how they ended up in prison, but according to him, he's just said they're never actually ever going to let you get away with that money. They're going to come up with some reason to throw you in jail once you do that.
Right.
You know, but what they, you know, if just listen, you're not going to find a lot of recordings with Steve Emerson because they've made that guy sign so many non-disclosures. He's been in massive lawsuits against counties and against cities, and he's won every one of them. And there's always been a condition, because he represented himself and he's represented friends, and he didn't represent them. He was legal aid to them, or, you know, basically provided legal advice to them. But, you know, every time that guy wins $5 million, $10 million, the biggest suit he won was $35 million for one of his buddies who lost his property. And he's done this with a lot of people. So he signed a bunch of non-disclosures, and then at this point, like, he's not going to go on a podcast or talk about this, but he used to go. If you do Steve Emerson property taxes, type that in YouTube, you'll find hours of conversations of him before it got to a point where he couldn't do interviews anymore. But if you go through Alphonse and you're in there for a little while, you can get Steve Emerson's number and you can call him and have these conversations with him personally. Like, I've spoken to the guy on the phone, and it's crazy, man. He's the real deal. That would be my advice for people trying to do this. I know I just talked for a long time, but there's a lot to all that.
Look at all the pictures I posted of a plane going into a building. Just put the fire out, repaired it, good to go. And that last one, I don't know what that last one is, but that's cool, no? There's a tail of a plane sticking out of a building. Of course, it's not that big building, but just something I found. Like, these guys think there's a conversation to be had here. Look, guys, there's no conversation to be had here. It's a free country. You can believe in this. The rest of society thinks it's nonsense. Now, if you want to believe that, hey, it's a free country. You go right ahead. Just don't think for a second you're going to convince me of it. It ain't going to happen. So give it up. Just believe in your fantasy, eat the steak, and feel good and warm all over. Yes, brother. Ignorance is bliss. At this point, it's just no longer. It's like you gotta wonder the state of the future of the country if people actually believe this. It's like truly astonishing to me. It's like literally you will have to see a horse fly. This is a kind of thing, like a horse has to fly for this to happen. It's that bad of a thing.
At the end of the day, I just want to bring people together to help each other. That's it. For us to work together as a community. Bring that back.
That's a noble cause. I'm with you.
Kind of feel like
But
we've kind of
unfortunately, you
lost.
can't even convince people that buildings can't fall free fall unless explosive charges are put in them. And some of them even know, they say they know this, but still they accept it.
Or they,
It's
or
like
they're,
mind-boggling to me.
or they're on
It
fire.
just blows my mind.
The way I look at it is, I don't know if anyone's seen the video that I posted, that Rumble video, where it shows almost an hour of 9/11 references about the Twin Towers or the numbers 911 that's been perpetrated through media, comic books. It's everywhere, and it's in so many movies and shows. That's been going on since it. I would wager at least since the 60s. It's like this. I'm not sure what they were talking about. I was listening to someone yesterday about how our subconscious picks all this up, right? And that kind of, dang it, I'm at a loss of words.
It's got to be more.
But how it's
like I think we possibly have the dumbest, less intelligent population ever in human history. Like the things I see, I
that's
just
not
can't
it.
believe it.
That's not it. It's just I wish I knew the words to use, but
No, but how can you not believe your eyes? How can after an explanation of how a building falls, controlled demolition, how after that can you then think that that could happen by a plane? It's just astonishing to me. You either got to be trolling or there's really something wrong with you. It's got to be one of those two things.
There's nothing wrong with anybody. It's just we are a product of our environment. And well, I don't want to get all philosophical, but you know, the whole philosophy of everything, but like how, you know, I feel the television was the absolute worst invention that for mankind alone, because how we're all living in our own house, right? Like we live in a house or apartment or whatever, and then we're told the same events through television or media or whatever, the same story, you know, this narrative, and a lot of people think of a certain way, and then, you know what I mean? It's just, man. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I don't know. At this point, I'm speechless.
It's not that people are dumb. That's not it. It's just.
Then what is it?
It
Do
all
they
it all comes
trust
down
in the
to
government?
it
Like,
all
is
comes
it a
down to
Stockholm thing?
psychology. What's that?
Sorry?
What'd you say?
No, I'm saying, is it a belief in the government? Is it a
Here's
Stockholm
what it is, guys.
thing?
Here's
You
what
know,
it is.
where you
Listen,
like you
listen.
start to sympathize with your captor, kind of a thing.
Yeah, Stockholm syndrome. Listen, this is what's going on. People don't want to admit that if they've been lied to about something as large and as a grand scale as like space travel or 9/11, they don't want to admit how much else they'd have to admit they've been lied to. That's scary. You know how scary it is to start admitting that these motherfuckers have been lying to you since well before your great grandparents were born? That's a scary thought.
I do agree they've been lying.
Right, like how everything is a perversion. It's a complete opposite. Like the way I look at it is grade school. They filled our heads up with such nonsense. It's like a complete 180 degrees, completely upside down. So that when we do actually start to connect the dots and realize what is really going on, it's alienating. Because I feel that's how propaganda works. It's a complete opposite. So that the insane people look sane and the sane people look insane. It's a complete opposite. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, like a reversal. Yeah, it seems that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah,
right is
and they
wrong. What's
just
wrong is right. Yeah.
right. And they just keep beating they just keep beating on the same drum over and over and over. It may be linked to Al Qaeda, weapons of mass destruction. They just beat the same drum over and over and over and over, and then people eventually believe it.
So, pareidolia or apophenia, I guess, is your name now. So you're saying you do think that there's powers that be, they, whatever term you want to use, there's some kind of cabal or group that's lying. You just don't have a comprehension of like the full extent of the lie, or you just think the lies are different than what other people think they are?
Well, people usually say they are lying, right? And I just disagree with who they are as far as who they are is lying, right? Like I feel like people who make up connections to things that are unprovable are the liars.
Okay, so you're saying they lie. So what proof do you have of those lies to prove your own point that you're not a liar, that you think there's lies that you can't prove?
Well, when people like large names like are on platforms and they are paid money from their large audience followings, and they kind of just make things up on the fly, and then it's demonstrated that those things are not true. But that's their entire business model, right? Is to make up things that are sensational on the fly, like an Alex Jones type. They're who I would say are the liars, and I would say they always lie.
They're in with the same crowd. They're part of the same people, is my opinion. Don't you see that?
Listen, I'm Alex Jones and I get paid by the globalists as well. They pay my paychecks every single goddamn. They bail me out of everything. Damn it. Fuck. Gay frolics.
Well, what did he just get sued for? Like $1 billion or some shit? What was that about?
He was supposed to.
For spreading misinformation. Let's not talk about the actual thing for obvious
right.
reasons.
He's supposed to go back on what he said about the.
Yeah. But the point is,
Randy's
what's the message that he sends out, Sean? You know?
What's the message?
Yeah, the message is quite simple, isn't it? That if you
Don't
spread
question the narrative,
misinformation, so to speak, then you're going to get fucked. It's the same with Wake Up. Wake Up. What's the message?
I agree. Well, here's the thing. That Alex Jones was supposed to be a clown show truther from the beginning to make us all look pretty stupid.
Right.
So it worked.
Old opposition.
Yeah,
Great.
my brother was really well into him, and like I remember watching what was that guy's name? That producer, I think his name was sort of like Russo. I can't remember his name. Something Russo, maybe.
Aaron Russo, yeah,
Aaron Russo, yeah.
he did Trading Places with Eddie Murphy.
That was a good interview, and I remember my brother was, like I say, following Alex Jones religiously and bought some of his products, and I was like, I don't know, I just clicked on him one day, and he was doing this like fake crying or something, and I took the piss out of my brother from that moment on. I was like, this dude's at it. It's very obvious as well. So yeah, these mouthpieces, these controlled opposition, just like these people come into these discords. Ugh, it's gross. You need to ask for a raise, you guys, because I don't know what you're getting, but I hope it's more than just your jollies for jerking us around. Seriously.
Yeah, that's who I'd say is like who I believe they are as the people that always lie. Just people that make stuff up or perpetuate things that have been demonstrated to not be true, but they forget, like, or they just ignore what they're perpetuating is not true.
And how have you validated the truth or lack of truth of these claims that you're calling these other people all these things for? How have you validated those things? How do you know they're true or not true?
Well, like the claim earlier, one guy was saying that there's no pieces of aircraft at the Shanksville site, right? That's a good example. Well, there are examples of larger pieces of aircraft at that site.
Where?
But the claim was that there wasn't, right? Where there's.
I'd love to see those shots. Can you find them? I'll even entertain pictures for now.
Yeah, I posted them earlier.
Let's see what you got. Do you have any footage from that day, perhaps?
Yeah, I posted it earlier. It's
I don't care what you posted earlier. We're talking right now, aren't we?
Yeah, I know, but you have the ability to search what I posted.
So you had the ability to just repost it because you're the one making claims. Here we go. Ready?
Yeah, I'm sure they just. I've got you blocked, so I'm not going to be able to see them. But I'm sure it's just random pieces of an aircraft. I remember reports of the day. Many people, many different reports. Maybe they weren't part of the script, and they said that there wasn't a piece bigger than a cigarette box. That's what they said at the time. So it's pretty obvious that there was no plane. There was no plane there, clearly.
So this would be an example of.
If they want to chuck some bits of plane in after, or you know what I'm saying? There's a million ways there where they can manipulate it and say, "Look, there's a bit of a fuselage or whatever." Do you know what I'm saying? They could do that easy.
So this would be an example of when I say they always lie. This would be one of those examples.
At the end of the day, I see 9/11 is just another distraction, like all the other ones, to just be like, "Hey, look over here when we do this over here," right? Like the little jingly cat toy. Oh, you look over here, From what's really going on, like what we should really be focusing our attention on.
Yeah, from
Well, just look what happened after the buildings fell. Just look what happened. How many wars got started?
Yeah, I was going to say from a metaphysical point of view, I genuinely see this as like dark magicians, and the dark magicians destroy themselves ultimately. because inside each and every one of us is this like discernment, like a tuning fork for truth, and you can't hurt it. You can try, you can delude yourself, of course, but it's just going to make you unwell. These dark magicians, they're on another level. It's cleverness that I can't even imagine. There's no wonder that most folks think it's demonic of some kind. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't think so. I just think it's megalomaniacs. People who won the Monopoly game, refuse to turn the board over. They're like, no, who are all these fucking plebeians on my game? So, but there's white magicians too. And, yeah, you want to be careful when you start talking to people who've seen through all the stuff. Because that could fuck you up, I think, too. It could have some sort of karmic repercussions, for sure.
The white magician?
Yeah, for sure. Because we're in touch with that, whatever it is, that discernment. Because not all your bullshit, we can see straight through it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say like 9/11 was like a godsend, right? But I try to see like the positive in everything. So I look at 9/11 as the wake up call. That's what drew my attention to start connecting the dots, to look at how badly we're being screwed over. Like, I don't want to say I look at that as a good thing, but it is, 9/11 is where I started going down the rabbit hole of, looking at the other side of the story or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just,
You know what I think, with no disrespect to people, if you don't see that, right? I look at that like a litmus test, right? Like, if you don't see that, then there's nothing that they cannot fool you with. If they can fool you with that, they can fool you with anything, I think.
right. Like, I'm kind of glad 9/11 happened. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, that was a horrible thing, but to strictly look at the positive aspects of everything, I'm kind of glad 9/11 happened, just in the fact that it made me it maybe started to look into everything, right? Like that was like my wake up call. Like, hold up, like something's not right here, because I believe the official story right off the hop for a while, for like a year or two. I believed everything, the official story, the whole 9 yards. But then I think someone posted a meme like the beams could not jet fuel cannot melt steel beams. It was just a stupid meme on Facebook. And I was like, oh, that's funny, like obviously, the terrorists from Afghanistan or whatever, they flew planes into it, the whole thing. But like, that's what got me looking into all this. I was like, hold up. It's like, can jet fuel melt steel beams? And then started looking into buildings that have collapsed due to jet fuel fires or planes flying into them. I was like, hang on a second. I was like, hold up, something's not adding up here, right? And then the rest is history.
Well, yeah, you looked at something logically, right? It's a physical thing. It's a metal beam, and you deduced fuel. Metal needs this temperature. This fuel cannot reach this temperature. It's over. Game over right there. Then you can go into the free fall stuff and all the other stuff. Where's all this stuff? But just that alone, any logical person, it should be enough to say, wait a minute here, this doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Right. And from I have a kind of a technical background. Like, I'm a mechanic, I just like, I dabble in little things here and there, kind of like a jack of all trades. I try to, at least. And what I did know right out the hop is that a rich fuel mixture does not burn as hot as one that is what's called stoichiometric, or like, it's basically saying, what produces the least amount of emissions. And then a lean mixture is actually hotter. So rich is cooler, and a lean mixture is hotter. It's kind of like my dad has always had an oxyacetylene torch. Right, you got a bottle of acetylene and a bottle of oxygen. Mix them both together. It's a torch that can cut through steel and melt glass bottles. And you can even make chunks of concrete chip away. Like, this thing is no joke. And it's got a trigger on there where that's what's used for brazing, and well really it's really for cutting steel. You hit the trigger and it adds additional oxygen. So by adding additional oxygen, it increases the flame temperature, and it will just blow the metal away, right? So it's like you're looking at 9/11. The fire was very black. It was very black smoke. And if anybody who's seen like a car that's like running extremely rich, especially diesels, they blow black smoke out the exhaust. That is an extremely rich mixture, and it does not burn as hot. Right? So I'm sitting there thinking, hold up. So it made me question things even more.
Absolutely, bro. Think of, I don't know if a lot of people talked about this, but think of all the office equipment, right? Think of all the printers, those big heavy-duty printers, big metal desks, metal chairs, marble counters. Think of all the equipment. Just think of that massive hundreds and hundreds of offices of equipment, right? Where did it all go? Do you remember the president? He was standing on top of the rubble. It looked like a little pile. Like, how is that possible? Where did all that stuff go? But what perplexes me the most is because this is by far not fully resolved in my brain, right?
It was pulverized.
I know that the plane didn't do it, right? But I also know what it takes to demolish a building like that, right? So how did they do it? How did they put explosives? How did we not hear all those explosives? Like, what did they use? Did they use thermite? Did they use a silent thing? Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, it's not the plane, right? But how did they fall the buildings like that? It would have to be controlled demolition. So you need teams there, hundreds and hundreds of hours of work. And how did they fall the buildings without us hearing explosions? So this is deeper than most people think.
Yeah, and it was without a lot of noise, pulverized. Both buildings were pulverized without a lot of noise. It's crazy.
Yeah, this got to be some sort of new freaking thing that they used. Because it's definitely not explosives, because we'd hear them, right? So what did they use? And how? Okay, we were talking about it with Rakia before. Maybe they had elevator work. Maybe they could have sneaked in the work, right? But how did they make it silent? How did we not hear those explosives? When you hear a demolition, you hear bam, boom, bam. You can hear it for blocks away. So how did they do it?
Well, I've seen people mix thermite, which is iron oxide, and some other metal. I think it's aluminum, or I'm not exactly sure, but you mix them both together, and then you have to have an igniter. I don't know if it's magnesium or it's something that burns extremely hot, but it's a controlled
Relatively?
burn. It seems more silent. Like, it's not like, I don't think it's an explosion. Like, boom! It just like burns like super hot, like a sparkler, right? But it doesn't really burn that hot. It's just a constant burn, And it'll melt clean through an engine block, clean through the car, into the ground. It just keeps going. Thermite is no joke. That's like several thousand degrees of temperature, and metal, I think, melts at.
But doesn't thermite even take longer to burn something than it would to like immediately those buildings were pulverized and the top fell into its own footprint. How, you know what I'm saying? Like the thermite takes a second to burn through an engine block, and those steel beams are about as thick as an engine block, but you know, all over the goddamn place, right? So it has to be quicker than that.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Even if it was thermite, even if it was silent, how can you control the timing of it?
Right.
It's got to be precise, like to the millisecond. I can't see that with thermite.
Right, because if you don't cut all the beams at the same time, it's not going to fall within its own footprint and not lean over.
Right. Well, and
Right.
then and not to yes, and not to even mention the fact that so it'll need to increase in work as it goes down to pulverize through more and more of the debris that should be below it, right? So it should, you know, it falls faster. That means there's nothing below it making it do work to go downward. It's just dropping free fall. So it's pulverized in a way to where, I mean, the buildings, for all intents and purposes, disappeared into two big dust piles. The city was covered in dust, covered. But something, not, I don't know if it wasn't explosive or what. I couldn't tell you, man.
I thought
And
there
the
were
biggest
people.
insult. Oh, sorry.
I thought there were people that were close by the towers that said that they did hear explosions.
Yeah, some people did say that.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah, but there would have to be a lot of them, bro.
Well, those
A lot of
firefighters,
them.
there's
Loud.
that video. Remember that video of the firefighters, and then one of them says, "Yeah, and the windows are just popping out like one at there, like boom, 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 boom." That's what.
Yeah,
one
it
of the
would be a thing
firefighters
like
said.
that. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
That kind of
So,
thing.
and you know, it's hard to find that video too. By the way, I might have it.
Now imagine 9/11 happening 7 years later when smartphones were prevalent. Everybody has a camera that can produce a decent image, right? I feel like they had to they had to do it before that. I mean, because we obviously had cameras, but I mean, with smartphones, anybody can just whip it out of their pocket and just record.
Oh,
Boom.
we wouldn't be having this argument. They wouldn't have been able to do what they did if
Right.
smartphones were around.
Right.
I've never trusted the government, U.S. government. I grew up in the '60s and you know in the '50s too. You know, they started out with after the Second World War, they went into Korea, they went into Vietnam, you know, and then the CIA started to topple governments in Central America, South America, you know, and then you know, they invaded Cuba, they invaded Grenada. You know, I mean, all the other, you know, and they're always blaming it on you know, everything on the communists. Oh, the communists are going to come and get us. And I remember when I was a kid in school in the 5th grade, we had to do duck and cover underneath our desks. Had to drill every week for a while. That Cuban Missile Strike crisis was going on, and you know, and then 9/11 came along, and I was like, right from the beginning, I said, this can't be real. I mean, there's got to be some reason why the U.S. government did this. You know, and I knew about the oil. Everyone knew there was all this oil over there that they wanted. Uh, everyone, I used to talk to people about it. I used to say, this isn't real. This isn't really what happened. Somehow the U.S. government's pulling this off so they can take control of the Middle East. That's what I thought. And everyone laughed at me and thought I was crazy, you know, and I was like this totally unpatriotic person. Oh, we got to kill all those Arabs, and got to go in Vietnam, over into Afghanistan and get that Osama bin Laden and all this stuff. And then a lot of my friends, when the whole weapons of mass destruction thing happened, and there were no WMDs, a lot of them started to come, like out of the closet or whatever, and just started to question, 9/11, and it's just been nothing but the same story ever since. They've attacked what other countries? Libya, that whole thing in Sarajevo and all that, Bosnia. Remember that whole thing? Clinton, his whole
Syria.
war.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
Syria.
remember General Petraeus?
Yeah.
He was the leader of the Gulf War, right? I'm sure you heard his story. It's a quick one. 30 seconds it's going to take. He says it goes like this. He was walking down the Pentagon Hall one day. He says this word, well, not word for word. I'm trying to say what he said. He says, I'm walking down the hall. This guy pulls me over and he says, sir. I go, what? And he says, I just was in a meeting and they told me that we're going to attack 7 countries in the next 7 years in the Middle East. And he said, why? What did they do? And he goes, I don't know, sir. So that was the plan. General Petraeus himself, 5-star general, said that. So they had it planned all along.
There's an interview where he's explaining all that. I think it was on PBS.
Yes, I think that's where I saw it. Yep. And I'm like, what? A 5-star general heard from, like, okay, right? Well, we know they didn't find WMDs, right? We know that. We also know, those of us that remember the Iraq with the baby incubator story, that was a lie. It ended up being the ambassador's daughter that made that up to get the American people mad at the Iraqis. I don't know if you guys remember that one. They took a bunch of baby incubators, threw them on the floor, and said that, look at these animals, look what they're doing. Just, to get the public riled up. Same kind of stuff is going on right now in the Ukraine. $100 billion you've given them so far. How much was given to the Hawaii victims?
God. That's interesting. In Maui, like the police are like, "Hey, you can't record here. We're gonna give you a citation." I forget what they called it.
You think they allow Oprah to film there?
Maybe.
I think she's got 1,000 acres now. She started off with 3 or something. I think she has 1,000 acres now. I mean, if I was American, I'd be freaking pissed right now.
How many acres does old Billy Gates have?
Good question.
How do you think the whole Jabby McJabbington version 2.0 is going to go down?
Not too good for the other side. From what I've seen on my side here, people close to me that, shall we say, were all, waving the flags and the pom-poms, but there's been a complete change. So I think they bit off more than they can chew. That's all I'm gonna say for now. Let's see.
When's that actually supposed to happen, though?
Well, this fall, I imagine.
You think it's going to happen that soon?
Well, yeah, fall, winter at the latest.
Like this year?
Yep.
You're kidding.
Oh, they already said stuff. Well, I've heard talk up here, anyways.
Well,
They already named certain stuff. They're starting to give numbers.
My wife is a receptionist, or she works at the front desk at a urgent care clinic. And every day when she comes home, I ask her, what everybody have today, She has to deal with everybody that comes in, and in the last month, just went from almost no COVID cases.
Let's not try to use that word. Let's not
I'm
try
sorry,
to use that
yeah. Voldemort, I forgot. Yeah. Anyway, she says that there's more cases of that than anything else now. So it's here, it's increasing here.
As opposed to a month prior. Is that what you're saying?
Definitely.
Well, that's normal. That happens each year with the normal, what? Obviously, in the winter, you have more.
But is it though?
So that's why it would make sense that, it would happen at that time.
Right, because the general consensus is that our immune system is weaker during the winter because the colder we are, the more susceptible we are. Right, our body has to maintain a specific temperature. 86 or was it 98.6 degrees, and if we're just slightly cooler than that, then our immune system isn't as strong.
Yep. Plus, people tend to stay indoors more, closer together in the winter. Yeah, that's normal stuff, right? That happens every year. It's been happening from the beginning of time.
So you were saying people are closer together, as in like, are we talking about germ theory? How people can infect other people via bodily fluids?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because in the winter, right, these things go up higher, right? Like your regular cold. Don't people get that sniffles and that in the winter, right? Not in the summer. In the summer, not too many people have colds, right? Think about it. When you've had a cold, when was it? I mean, if you live in Florida, you have no clue what I'm talking about, right? But those of us that no cold, yeah.
Well, I question germ theory altogether, but that's a different story.
Well, whatever you want to call it, we've all had colds, right? Whatever that is, can't deny it, right? I've been in my back for like weeks, like years ago, like 9 years ago. I caught a cold and I was out for like 3 weeks. Like I couldn't walk straight. So whatever you want to call that, that is real. And yes, it was in the winter, of course. When I had that, I think it was like more like 15 years ago. Yeah, something like that. It was nasty.
So, what do you guys think about the health benefits though you can get from like having cold ice baths and exposing yourself to cold temperatures.
What? That sounds ludicrous. That sounds crazy.
Because I think
Ice
it's more
bath?
so like it's
Yeah,
more
it's
so
not-
like a shock to your routine.
Yeah, it's not crazy or ludicrous. It's very well known.
Yeah, very well known.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that shit sounds crazy. So the fuck is landing on the goddamn moon? So take that shit into account.
No, I actually, I try to keep an open mind and at all costs. So if you got any like references or some material you want to throw in the text chat, that'd be cool.
Well, you never been in those sauna things where you go into a
just normal.
sauna?
Oh yeah, saunas, yeah, where you can just sweat everything out, right? Because sweat is urine, so you're purging yourself of toxins. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, but after the sauna, you never went into a pool like of colder water right away?
I have not. I've
Yeah,
always
many hot
thought
springs
that
places many hot springs places have a cold plunge, next to
Yeah.
the hot one. Yeah, you go back and forth. They've been doing this in like Finland and Sweden and those Nordic countries, where they have saunas and they go roll around in the snow and then they go back in the sauna, like back and forth.
Yep.
I've always thought that like sudden temperature changes is not exactly good, but I could be wrong.
No, it is. It forges the immune system and strengthens the nervous system.
Kind of like taking a hot shower or well, let me see. Like you're outside working in your car or whatever and freezing temperatures, you're like your hands are cramping up because it's so cold, and then you take a hot shower like immediately, like the sudden temperature change. Like what I've noticed is sudden temperature changes makes me feel like crap. Or a better example is working out in the heat with high humidity, sweating your balls off, sweating 2 gallons a day without urinating once, and then come in and take a cold shower. Dude, I feel like crap. Like if I have to like warm the water up, I can't be taking like a cool shower like immediately after, coming in for the day. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I'm not like exactly a fan of that, but I've done it, and it's a thing. That's all we're saying. It's a thing. There's look what who just posted this last post there. They actually dig holes in ice and they jump inside, bro.
What?
There's entire companies that make cold soaked tubs, like sort of like
Yeah.
you can buy a hot tub. There's like cold soaked tubs you can buy. I think there was a whole company on Shark Tank, and they got a bunch of millions of dollars and stuff. It's like a cold plunge tub that you buy and you set it up at your house, so you can do one daily cold plunge kind of thing.
And they jump in the water and everything. Holy crap.
Well, you see, like that one in Yakutsk. Well, the water's a lot warmer than the air in that town, right? So, strangely enough, it's a lot warmer in that water.
Seriously?
Well, yeah, it's minus 50
What?
degrees Celsius.
Well, I mean, if you look at the density of air versus water, like cold water is going to cool something down way quicker than using the same temperature of air. Right?
Do you know what minus
Well, you
50
can,
is?
you can leave like a banana out. I don't know how long you have to leave it out, but not very long. And you can then use that banana like a hammer, and you can hammer a nail. That's how cold it is there.
Like how long are we talking here?
Hold on, let me find it.
Minus 40 is the same in Fahrenheit as it is in Celsius.
Interesting.
So add another 10. That's how cold that is. That's freaking. In other words, you pour your coffee, by the time it reaches the floor, it's frozen. That's how cold it is. It's insane.
Yeah, their breath instantly freezes. I can see it when they're breathing.
You ever see those videos where they'll be in like Alaska or something and they throw water in the air and it'll just freeze up like instantly as soon as it hits the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you take boiling water, yeah, because supposedly boiling water freezes faster than room temperature, like at 74 degrees Fahrenheit, which is kind of interesting. But I guess the molecules move faster when it's hotter so that it reacts quicker, I guess. That was actually a science experiment I did in grade school.
I've actually heard the reverse of that. I've never heard that one, that boiling water freezes faster. I have heard that cold water boils faster, which doesn't really make sense to me. What was the results of your experiment?
Was that boiling water freezes faster?
Boiling water freezes faster than just regular like room temperature water?
Right.
Really? By how much? How much faster?
Isn't hot water thinner than cold water?
I forget how much quicker.
Is it like
yeah.
minutes? Like
I forget.
minutes or
That was a long time ago, man. We're talking like what, third grade? It's a long time ago. Early 90s.
do you think cold water boils faster than hot water? That never made any sense to me. The thing you're saying also doesn't make sense. Why would hot water? You're trying to get the water intuitively. It doesn't like register. But I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible, but it just doesn't seem intuitive.
Right. Because there's more energy there, right? It's already, heat is energy. You would think that it wouldn't freeze faster. I don't know. Because I had another classmate do the same exact experiment, but they found out that cold water freezes faster than hot water. So I don't know. Thinking back, maybe I'm wrong.
You just told me the hot water freezes faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then she did the experiment that cold water freezes faster. So
Well, yeah, because you can also have that super cold water where it's already below freezing, and all you need is to flick the bottle, and then the whole bottle will freeze.
I don't understand. You're trying to get the water cold. So how's it not faster to start off with colder water?
Right. Yeah. I get what you're saying.
That's why the whole cold water boils faster also never made sense when I've heard people say that, because it's like, well, we're trying to get the water hot, so why would it be faster if you started off with colder water?
You know what I think it is? It's the difference that does it. It's like the difference between the hot and the cold.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
I just searched.
I feel like I'm Chris Tucker and you're Jackie Chan. Oh, go ahead.
I just searched, does cold or hot water freeze faster? And the very top result, it's not even a result, it's like the very top of Google. It says that 1969 paper of physics education presented evidence that hot water freezes faster than cold water.
And why? Does it say why?
Well, I think my idea is that the molecules move quicker so that they can respond faster, as opposed to molecules that move slower that are colder, right? Because you look at the Kelvin scale, 0 Kelvin is as cold as it can get, and all molecules stop moving. So it can't get any colder than that, right? That's my idea of it, anyway.
You know how they got the absolute... I read an article once, pop-sci article, so you could take this shit with a grain of salt. All these science places just publish this fantastical shit, but I heard they actually hit absolute zero. You know how they did it? By getting something super hot. I swear to God, bro. I went over this like 3 years ago.
It makes
3
no
years ago.
sense, dude, because you think, to get something hot, that is energy in and of itself. It's like
Look, water is weird to begin with, right? It's one of the few substances that, when frozen, expands instead of contracting. So water is a mystery of its own.
right, and we try to say that it's H2O, two atoms of hydrogen and one and molecule of oxygen. It's like, last I checked, oxygen is not flammable, but it's rather a oxidizer or an accelerant, right? It's like a proponent to something that ignites on fire, right? It's something that's required usually, unless it's magnesium. But hydrogen is a very flammable gas. It's like, why is it a liquid that we can't light on fire? But then again, I'm not a big, I don't have a chemistry major and see
Well,
how
when you separate them,
when you combine molecules together, it forms different substances. But I still question everything that I've been told in grade school at the same time. You know what I mean?
when you separate the water, whatever you do in electrolysis, the gas you get is highly flammable. Whatever that gas, they say it's hydrogen and oxygen. That's just crazy flammable. But then you combine them and it's not flammable at all. I don't know. Can you set water on fire? I don't think so. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure that's what puts fire out.
It doesn't. Yeah, right. It does the opposite. It's like, hold up. So what you're telling me is, when you take two different substances and put them together, that they're something completely different, even though they both support something catching on fire. Hydrogen being flammable and oxygen being oxidizer, meaning that it accelerates the flame front. It accelerates, a fire, right, or inferno or whatever. It's like you put them both together, and then now it puts out fire. Like, what?
Not to change topic, but I'm about to do that unless you had anything else with this.
Yeah, let's change topic.
You have any closing statements on this?
No, really.
All right. You look at a sun. It's an equinox. It's an equinox. The sun's rising. Everyone on Earth, save for the poles, is looking east at the sunrise. Now, if you were to make tangent lines out of the latitude lines, these guys are saying you only have to turn the theodolite a little bit to switch from the center of the sun to the tangent line, and they're saying you're still going to be on the sun. They're saying your crosshairs will still be on the sun when you're looking down your tangent line. They're saying you're still going to be hitting the sun, which I find hard to believe. But I figured out how to test it. I wasn't sure how to get the angle before. Here, let me post this thing. Hold on. I wasn't sure how to get this angle before on the brown line, but I figured it out. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. This is testable. All we need is the guy with a theodolite. Hold on, look at this. Save that. Hold on. I'm coming. I'm doing it. All right, check this picture
breathing
out.
hard.
That's why I know. I like that. That's a good one. Okay, check this picture out. The brown lines. Forget about the GP line. The brown lines are supposed to all be representing latitude lines that are parallel. They're not really, though, because we're not really following the latitude lines. I don't know what's going on here. But pretend those brown lines are latitude lines, and they're all parallel. See how the blue lines are the guys looking at the sun. And these brown lines are the guys looking down tangents, parallel tangents. I guess some Bacon offset. I think Bacon made this. I guess he offset it a little bit so you can still see the blue lines. Otherwise, it would have just covered up the middle blue line. I still would have done it. I don't know. But here's how you get that brown line angle, though. We all know the blue angle, right? That's easy because the sun's there. The question is, how do you get that brown angle, right? How do you get that angle? How do you know which direction to look? And I figured out how to do it. This is how you do it. You need a marker at the same latitude line that you're at. So you need something really high in the sky, or a guy with a laser beam, or some kind of marker out there. Just say you got a guy at, what are you at, like 80 degrees fucking north or some crazy shit, Essie?
I don't think I'm that far up.
Whatever. So say you're at 80 degrees, just for shits and giggles. You're at 80 degrees. What you need to do is get another guy that is also 80 degrees and just look in that direction with, like, you know, he's in front of you somewhere. So you get the sunset, and then there's a guy on the side of the sunrise, and there's a guy at the side of the sunrise. He's got a laser. So you want to point the theodolite at the laser and then see how many degrees you have to turn to get back to the center of the sun. That's testable right there. We should do that. Does anyone even follow what I just said, or?
I gotta say that was a little bit like Zanuck-ish.
I got this from Brian Leakey, so. Yeah, man.
You would think that the difference between a flat plane or whatever we want to call it and a globe, you would think there would be evidence that would just blow one or other out of the water like no one's business. Like, you know what I mean? It's just.
Well, I'd love to know what that angle is. How many degrees do you have to turn in reality? Like, they're claiming, they're claiming it's arc seconds or something, but I don't think so in my mind, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I feel like it's going to be multiple degrees you're going to have to turn. I don't know. It's something we could test now.
Because what I'm getting at is couldn't GPS just solve this once and for all? But then again, I'm thinking, well, how does GPS work? You know, the coordinates they use on GPS, what if they're skewed to favor the globe model? You know, they're like, you know what
GPS is subject to refraction. I don't know who knows this or not. It's an easy Google search. Just search, is GPS affected by refraction? They're going to say yes. Now, how much? Who fucking knows? They just make it fit a globe. Yeah, exactly. They're skewing it towards the globe. I know.
Right. Because it would have to be, because that would just blow everything out of the water. Be like, look, you know, if I'm in the northern hemisphere, people in Australia, if their asses aren't up in the air, then we're not in a, you know, we're not living on a sphere, you know, because they're all upside down. That's just. I mean,
that's too easy. You can't say that. That's just too easy.
Yeah, everybody on the other side of the world, their asses are in the air. Think about that. Oh, it's just like, how could that not be proven by GPS data? Because the GPS has no problem telling me where I am on Google Maps, you know, on the road, and knows pretty damn close where I am. You know what I mean?
Well, let me just say this, dude. If we did this thing I'm saying, and you look down if you look down the latitude line, if you get somebody in front of you, so you're looking at the sunrise on an equinox, then you turn and you look at the person in front of you that's on the same latitude. If you turn to that person and you can't see the sun in your crosshairs anymore, that absolutely debunks the whole globe model. The globe is shot if that happens. Like that could be huge right there. This is easy to do too.
I'm not following you.
Bro, they say the light rays are parallel. Right? So if you're on if you have a whole bunch of people lined up on a longitude line on a sunrise at an equinox.
Like the white lines on that picture you uploaded. The blue lines and the black lines.
Yeah, the blue lines is everyone's looking at the sunrise. But then the other lines, there's a different direction that a latitude line follows. Those are the parallel line. Those are the real parallel lines on the globe. The blue lines are obviously not parallel, they're intersecting at some point.
Right.
Right. If you have 3 people lined up and there's a point in front of them, geometrically, if they all made a line to that point, they're intersecting. So that's not parallel. The real lines are the latitude lines. Those are the parallel lines.
The white lines.
The white lines on the globe, the latitude. Well, they're brown in that picture I posted, but they're offset a little bit. I don't know why, but it's not important.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
If you look at somebody on the same latitude line, if you have a marker of something on the same latitude line, any kind of marker, some demarcation point where you could tell, all right, this thing's on the same latitude as me. If you look at that thing, up or down or something, and the sun's not there, and your crosshairs aren't on some part of the sun, it debunks the globe. It debunks the whole globe. Their whole model shot off of that. That one observation would destroy the whole globe model.
Like the weed
'Cause
thing.
if your crosshairs aren't on the sun, they have to. In the globe model, your crosshairs would have to be on the sun still. If it's not, that debunks their whole model of the sun being 90, whatever. Something's wrong with the distance or the size of the sun, or something's wrong.
Well, it's better than the mild. Was it 2 mile beach trench that you wanted to dig? This one is better. I'll give you that. And don't take it serious. I'm busting your chops. I think you're gonna need a simpler explanation though, on the serious side, because it is kind of Zanuck, Brian-ish, if you know what I mean. With all due respect to them.
Yeah, it gets complicated pretty quick. It's like, you think of like a basketball or the floor that a basketball is bouncing on. Like you would think it would be a lot easier to discern between the two. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we got GPS. We have, everybody streaming from different parts of the world. Like you would think that it would just be so much easier to be like, oh, it's this or it's that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I see curved lines there and I see straight lines. What's going on there?
What's that?
You have two blue lines that are curved.
Yep,
Well,
those are the
three
lines you
actually.
gotta. The blue lines are the ones where you gotta. That's the direction you have to be looking at to look at the sunrise on an equinox. But then there's other lines where you would make a tangent off of latitudes on the globe, right? Like pretend you have the globe with no tilt, and the sun's just off in the distance on the equinox. The latitude lines would make these parallel tangent lines going all down up and down the globe. I'm telling you, that would debunk the globe right there. If you look at one of these latitude lines and don't see the sun in your crosshairs on an equinox, their whole shit's fucked.
That's easier to. Okay, now I get what you're saying. Okay, explain it like that. Yeah, that is, now I can understand what you're saying. Start off with the blue lines, even though you're starting off with his globe right away, right? You're showing a globe.
Yeah, this is all in their motto. All in their motto.
Yeah.
Right, showing that the blue line's curved because it has to account for the curve of the Earth. Because they're all
the
looking at
blue
the same
lines are all
location.
straight. The blue lines should be all straight. They're all making straight. The blue lines are also making tangent lines to the sun in their motto.
Right. But it's forced to curve because of the curve of the Earth.
No, it doesn't matter. This doesn't. No. Those lines are straight. The blue lines
The curved
are all
lines
straight.
are straight.
No, the blue lines.
straight.
Hold on, man. Let me look at. I don't even know what the picture looks like anymore. Hold on.
Think carefully before answering next question.
They're supposed to be straight. All right, they are curving in the picture, but they should be straight.
Okay.
I don't know why they're curving. Maybe I did the wrong picture. I don't know. But on the globe, if everyone's looking at the sun, if you're on the globe and you look at a sunrise on an equinox, you're making a straight line to the sun. But that's not the same straight line that a latitude tangent line would make.
Hold on, Jeremy. Before we go, can you give talking permission to face one, please?
All right, just so you know, this is where the fun stops.
How come?
You don't remember this guy? What's his name? Is it PH? It begins with a P?
Think. No, it begins with an F. Face one. I don't think it's who you think it is.
You don't remember this guy? His name's Aaron, I think. From Brandon's. What's up, Aaron? Is that his name? I think it was Aaron, yeah. I'm not sure though. Face.
Oh, I remember. I remember. He changed his name. As soon as I hear his voice, I will know if it's him. Say something, brother.
Should be good now. Try it now, Face. Face. In your face. Bro, trust me. If it's an equinox and you have a theodolite and you look down and you're looking at a
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
We hear you. What's up,
Sorry,
brother?
Jimmy. Yeah,
How you been? Where you been?
off. Sorry.
What you been doing?
Okay, cool. All right. Carry on. Yeah.
Where you been? I ain't seen you in like 3 years.
Oh, I've been hiding out, you know? Just listening,
Bro,
you know what I mean? So,
you been just listening? You've been listening to us this whole time?
goddamn right. Fuck yeah. Is there a problem with that, Jeremy? Or
No, it's fine. It's fine. Seeing if you're up
you
to
think it's
date
weird that
on this
people
whole
listen
thing.
to you when you're speaking on a public platform or something? Like,
No, I was just making sure you're all up to speed.
yeah, I'm up to speed.
Nice.
No, we're good. Even I even have more ideas and shit, but me and Travis, the Plain Truth, good friends, right? We chat back and forth, but we don't come on here, because it's kind of like this, like it's kind of this endless debate of bullshit, right? But me and him chat back and forth about light and refraction and mirages and all that shit that he does. And, so
I met Travis.
yeah, how'd that go?
He be eating pancakes weird.
Say again.
He eats pancakes weird.
You
We had
ate
breakfast.
pancakes together? Sorry,
No,
my
he
speaker's not working. Goddamn.
I had a bacon, egg, and cheese. He had cakes, and he be eating pancakes. Crazy.
Did he claim any sort of refraction on the plate with the table? I mean, could we just be clear with that?
Dude, he just be eating crazy pancakes. I don't know what to say.
It's
He
the
told me.
ether zone, man. It's the ether zone. Come on.
No. Travis told me that he met you, Jeremy. And I didn't even ask him who you are or how you are or whatever. I don't even care. He was like, I met Jeremy. And I was like, well, cool. That's good. Fucking A. Meet
Shout
some
out
people.
Travis.
Yeah, it's fun. Good times.
Yeah. So what were you
What do you
talking
got,
about,
break?
Jeremy, when I
Guess off one of these.
interrupted? Sorry.
We were
Oh, dude, I
talking
got an
9/11,
observation.
bro. 9/11.
Totally debunked the whole globe model.
Oh no, but no,
Dude,
sorry.
that is no that 9/11 thing. That was a good fucking argument, bro. The amount of precision that has to go into these controlled demos. They got to place the charges on the right exact spot at the right angle. Not only that, when they set the charges off, they got to make them go. Yeah, they got to make them be down to the millisecond. They got to make the charge explode to the millisecond to get buildings to collapse in their own footprint like that.
Yep.
And you're telling me this plane just fucking willy nilly hit the corner of the
1,000
building and
foot
did that?
tall building, right? Not just a building, like 10 stories tall. 1,000 feet tall, right? In their own footprint, right? Like holy shit. Who does that?
Precise. It's called an implosion.
I
Precise.
guarantee an
Precise.
airplane didn't do that, But of course, who are we gonna hold accountable, right? Where's our our authority as people to hold the government accountable? What are we gonna do, right? Are we gonna investigate? Well, they shipped everything to China. They shipped all that building shit that fell down. They shipped out in what 3 months, Jeremy? Something just shipped everything to China. Gee whiz. No investigation whatsoever.
I heard Travis was seen driving by with his truck moments before the buildings fell.
Yeah. I mean, and then we have the Patriot Act, all the stuff you guys were just talking about when I was trying to get on. Thank you, SC, for giving me the link to get on. I haven't talked for a while on here, and I don't plan on talking too much, but It's like, what are you gonna do?
No worries. Good to hear you again. Good to see that you're doing good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I got a 1.5-year-old boy. That's why I was gone for a while.
Oh, congrats, bro.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Oh
Nice.
man, dude, this guy, no, not congrats. He is a watcher and a learner. Everything I do, right? He's just like, if I pick up a screwdriver or a ratchet, he's picking it up. He's doing it. Like, oh my God. It's like 100% gotta pay attention, to the young mind, So that's why I can't be on here all day, because I got a little guy running around just copying me,
Yeah, that little
Nice.
guy's
You a
gonna be
man now.
hypnotized.
Mhm. Exactly. I know.
That little guy's gonna be hypnotized by you, bro, for the next like 7. You said
And
he's a year and a half.
a
So
1.5 year old right now. Yep.
so that
18,
for
18
like the
months
first
old.
8 years of a kid's life, right? They're in apparently constant theta, right?
Mm.
Yep. Which is like the same like state of mind that you're in when you're being hypnotized. So that's why kids
Exactly.
are legitimately like sponges.
Yep. Exactly.
And why so many like
And
adults have
that's why we're told to give them over to the state, at 3 years old, 4 years old, something like that, because then the state can hypnotize them, right? I'm like, no, no, we're not doing that. We're homeschooling. We're gonna do all that stuff, I don't want the
Nice, dude.
state, to be, the arbiter of my little boy's mind.
Yeah, that's why they want to have freaking what was it tranny story time in fucking public libraries and shit to kids.
Yeah.
Get them to absorb that when they're young, and then by the time they grow up, there's some messed up adults because they have like these deep, like rooted problems that are in their psyche that you can't get to because they're like locked away in some hypnosis state somewhere in their head,
Exactly. I don't remember mine, when I was, indoctrinated. Like, you don't remember when you were indoctrinated, right? But you do remember when you came out of it. And but it took years, 30 years before, right? And plus information with, especially with you guys coming out talking and just being able to listen to something, right? Then you break out, right? You break out of that indoctrination. But if I didn't do that, right, I'd still be that fucking scumbag. Fucking oh yeah, vote for Biden, vote for Trump, vote, everybody vote for somebody, right? I'd still be that dude,
Yeah,
But,
you ever heard that when it comes to politics, you ever heard that saying that either whether you're right wing or left wing is still part of the same bird?
same bird, dude, same wing, same wings.
And everybody
No.
thinks it's a fucking eagle, but it's a phoenix.
It is, and it's a rising. It's also a symbolic thing.
Two sides of the same coin. Yeah.
Whose coin?
Exactly.
Two-Face from Batman is what it feels like.
I don't watch movies, so
That's actually a comic book, but close.
yeah, I think it's Thank you, Jeremy, by the way, for letting me speak a little bit, and SE for pushing the button to get me in. I think that we are the problem, right? Okay, we are the problem, right? There's all these people holding this certain office called government, right? They're sitting in seats, right? Just sitting in seats. The government is written correctly. They're occupying these seats, right? And fucking us, right? And laughing about it. And we're just over here just trying to live our daily life, right? As they're getting more taxes, more gas tax, more property tax, more this, more that, right? And we're just sitting here going, what do, right? Well, we have to vote for a president? No. This is not what America was. America was not a dictatorship called a presidential seat, okay? Congress, right, and the Senate is supposed to be our representatives, right? Supposed to be, right? And we lost track of that. And they just sit there and just make more and more money for themselves and run the stock market, run the big cities. Good for them, right? And we just farm. We just try to hang out, try to live our life, basically, right? And they're just over there just racking up fucking what they call the dollar millions, oh yeah, oh fuck yeah, stock market's out of control right now, it's badass, fuck yeah. FOMO, for fear of missing out, right? You gotta get into it, and then they'll crash it, right? They'll crash it.
So you've been following the markets?
I've been following their markets. I see.
How about the BRICS? You've been following the BRICS?
Not probably not as much as you, so I don't want to say, right? But I definitely know
Whoever's
what
into money
Brazil,
should be.
India, China, South Africa, and the BRIC is, right? And Australia. So, but I know
Yeah, well,
that, but I
now we
don't know
got-
what that is,
Well, that is a whole lot of trouble that for anybody that's in the money market, anybody that's investing. And the big problem now is that there's word that Saudi Arabia is going to get into that. And once that happens, it's big trouble for the dollar.
I have this what do you say, belief, or trust, I'll call it trust, not belief, that the dollar is gonna last for a long ass time, only because it is backed up by so much, even of the BRICS countries, right? It is like it's back. I don't know how to explain this. Let's say, right? It's everybody's invested in the dollar. Not me and you. Countries, right? The world is invested in the dollar, and so for them to get out of the dollar, there's going to have to be a very new revelation of currency on their part, right? On India's part, on China's part, right? They're just gonna have to say, well, we're gonna replace it with this, and people are gonna go. I think people are gonna go, no, we're not gonna replace the American dollar with the Chinese yuan. No, we're not gonna do that. We'd rather hold the dollar than the Chinese yuan. You know what I mean? Kind of like that, or the India ruble or whatever.
Yeah, well,
they'd be using
that
rupees out
is
Zelda.
correct.
Yo, hold on, real quick. If you want to buy stock, like say you want to buy General Electric or IBM, or so, you have to do that in American dollars, right?
Yeah,
Like
that's
GE sounds.
Stock market, yes, yeah.
Yeah, but don't lose the big picture now. It's not what it is now, right? It's what's going to happen in the future, because the American dollar is not backed by anything. The only thing that keeps the American dollar going is that people have trust in it. It's stable, right? They know if you buy
And
American.
they hold it, Essie.
Yeah, but
They
let me
hold
finish,
it.
bro. Let me finish. That is the case now, right? But a lot of countries have resentment because the Americans hold that power. They're able to put sanctions on countries, right, that don't obey the American system,
Sure.
right? And these countries are fed up with that now, so they're actively banding together to make another currency. Now, whether that's the petro yen or whatever that currency is going to be, it's going to be backed by gold. If that happens, and Saudi Arabia joins the club, and then they depeg from the dollar, because the dollar is based on it's a petrodollar. Let's face it. That's really the only thing that.
It's just faith.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's just faith. So yeah, if that happens, and it's happening now. Saudi Arabia just announced a few days ago that they want to join the BRICS, so just giving everybody a heads up.
So let me ask you, Essie, right? Do you think Saudi Arabia is going to put up all their gold, whatever vault they have, right? They're going to put up all their gold and start distributing that gold to Brazil, India, China, right? In trade, do you think they're going to give up their gold for trade? Nah, I don't think so, Essie.
No, that's not how it works, bro. You're not
Well,
giving
then,
up your
what do you
gold.
mean that the dollar is not based in gold? I get that, but you're saying that maybe the BRICS are going to have a gold or hard money based currency, right?
Yeah,
Is that what
a
you're saying?
gold-based currency. That's what they're saying.
Okay, well, definitely. If I was a country, right? If I was a leader of a country, I would never give my gold to China, right? Especially because they're the biggest, importer. So I'm gonna be spending all my gold, just getting all these ships coming to my ports, right? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'd rather give them fiat currency. I'd rather give them paper, right?
Doesn't matter what you want, bro. That's the whole thing.
Okay.
They don't care. They don't care what you want anymore. It's not about you. They want you not to matter. And they're actively
No, I
saying that they
understand
want to ruin the American dollar. They're actively saying that.
the one that actually doesn't control the world. I want to say runs the world to this day, right? The American dollar does run the world to this day. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And it's just paper, right?
Fiat, like you said, fiat
Yeah,
paper.
it's just fiat. It's nothing, right? It's actually you can, you know what I mean, right? It's just paper. However, countries trade in this paper, right? And so if the dollar fails, let's just say the dollar fails, right? And says, okay, all right, the dollar's worth nothing anymore, right? So here in America and Canada and Mexico, we'll be sitting here in a distress situation, right?
Not gonna fail, bro. The dollar's
I
not gonna
don't think
fail.
it'll fail. Exactly, it can't fail because it's
Yeah, but it's
already
gonna get
established.
devalued. It's gonna get devalued.
Oh, devaluation for sure. Yep. But it'll never be traded for gold. That's what I'm saying. It'll
Oh, I don't
never
know.
be
That's
traded
above my
for
pay
gold.
grade. I don't know what you'll have to do. Will you have to restructure, like, base the dollar on gold? I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen there. But if everybody bases their money on gold, I don't know what's gonna happen with the U.S. dollar.
What do you
Honestly.
mean everybody? What do you
The BRICS.
Germany and
This is the majority of the peoples
America?
of the world. I'm talking China,
But
India. Just
they
those two
can't do it
countries should
though.
put chills
They
down the
can't
spine.
base their money off anything because have anything, right?
What are you talking? What?
They can't base their money off gold like Spain or France or Germany or Ukraine can't base their money off anything because they don't have anything, right? The world
Oh,
has
but the
been
BRICS
plundered
have.
by the
BRICS
U.S.
have.
Right? Yeah.
Bro, you're not listening.
Okay.
The BRICS want to base their money on gold.
Which reserve are they banking on?
I think they're going to pool their reserves. I don't know how exactly they're going to do it, but
Have you ever heard the reason why they took the money off? I mean, this is I have my own reasons why, but the mainstream reason why we took our money off gold in America was so that other countries couldn't influence their money. Like, say someone has a huge stockpile
And
of gold,
couldn't
say
take
like
our
there's a
gold.
Rothschild.
Exactly, and couldn't take our gold. Exactly.
Say there's
That's
a
why we went to a paper currency. Exactly.
No, it's not so they couldn't take our gold. It's so nobody could fuck with our how much our money was worth. Because if you introduce a whole bunch of gold, or you start buying all the gold up,
If
or
your
some weird
money is
shit, like
based on gold,
you could influence.
if your money's based on gold and you have exports, right? You have exports, right? What currency are you going to take in on an export? So let's just say you're the BRICS, right? Brazil, India, China, and they. What are they going to give you? Are they going to give you gold? I don't think so, right? And if you get an import, right? Are you as a country, are you gonna give them all your gold? Are you kidding me? No, nobody would ever do that. At least I wouldn't.
Well, I'm just saying, if there's like if the BRICS does this or whatever, this BRICS thing, I don't know what that is, but if they make this currency that's backed by gold, and there's some Rothschild motherfucker with caves full of gold, and they want to absolutely fuck these people over, they could just start selling all their gold. The price of gold would drop, and it would absolutely crush that currency's worth.
Nobody would
'Cause now
sell
there's this
gold,
giant
Jeremy, right? Nobody would sell gold, Jeremy. Trust me, right? That is the hard currency, the most precious metal on this earth, right? That we conceive of, right, as humans. And you think the Rothschilds are gonna fucking give up their vault of gold to buy something? Hell no. They're gonna make paper currency and make you use it, and they'll just take the paper currency back. No big deal, right? You know? That's it. Super simple. They're not gonna give up their fucking precious metals at all. And I do believe, like you
guys,
said, that there is
the
a
whole
cabal of people that hold all this shit, right?
listen, guys, the whole world knows the jig is up, right? Everybody knows that the states just prints money out of thin air. Well, not the states. They
Every
get conned
country
in by a
does.
certain entity.
China does.
Bro, you're interrupting a lot. Try to
Sorry.
let us finish our sentences. So everybody knows that the Americans just print money out of thin air and just spread it out and just get stuff like that. The rest of the world is tired of that, right? They don't have that power. They can't just do that. So yeah, the jig is up.
The rest of the country also doesn't have the power of what we would say, in America, right? Technology. We're going to give you services, right? There's a trade off there, right? If I was in a North African country, Libya, Morocco, right now, of course, like there's a trade off where you're like, take these dollars are good, or actually buy these dollars, get a debt, and then use these dollars and we'll sell you all this stuff. Okay, right, to make your life better, basically, right? It's a game, SE, you know that, right? It's a monopoly game.
I just told you They literally print money.
Yes, sir.
I mean, how more
100%.
plain can you
Yeah.
get? Everybody knows that, right? They
Yes,
literally
sir.
print. Well, they don't print it. Well, they do print, but usually they just punch a number now. Imagine having the power. Imagine having a machine where you can go and hit 1 million, press enter, and you can lend that to somebody at 5%, let's say, to a country.
Mhm.
That's what
Or
they do.
even, you know, let's say it's like this. Go on TV as a president and say, I'm going to sign this bill for $4 trillion. Like whoever it is, whatever president. I'm not, I'm not political. $4 trillion going to be printed right now. Right? And they go on TV and tell you this shit. Right? And we sit there and watch it and we're like, yay? I don't know. Yes, if you like the guy that's printing it, that's okay. If you don't like the guy that's printing it, then it's bad. It's like, right? But they tell you that shit right on TV. I'm printing this $4 trillion COVID rescue bill. $4 trillion. Okay, where's it going? Well, it's going into my pocket first, I'll tell you that. Right? And it might trickle down to you or Jeremy or everybody listening. It might trickle down a little bit. But they don't even care because the rest of the world is still how to say this, stuck on the dollar. They have to be on the dollar. If they don't want to use the dollar, they probably won't get services that they need. Okay? That's all I want to say.
Is that you walking, Face?
Yeah. I'm walking. Get my charger. Dun, dun, dun. Can you hear me walking? I turned my
Yeah,
mic
like
down.
very loudly. Well, what are you walking on?
Oh, man.
Pebbles or gravel
Rocks.
or what?
Rocks.
Yeah.
Fucking rocks. But what do you think, Essie, right? I know the bricks. I get it. I understand that there's a competition to the dollar. But there has been always, for the past 100 years, competition to the dollar. That's why we had 2 world wars, right? And I'm just not sure that the new competition is going to survive. And I don't love the dollar. I do not love the dollar. I'm with you, Essie. I understand it's a scam. It's a fucking it's just we're slaves to the dollar, right? I get it, okay? But if there is something else, we're going to be slaves to that,
Well, if that's the only thing, see, what scares me is every time there's been a challenge to this entity, right? That can just hit enter and create money. Imagine that power, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Every time there's been a challenge to this entity, that entity has destroyed that country.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, this is different now because there's a whole freaking bunch of countries that are giving the finger to this entity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's going to happen? Is this entity going to declare war? Or is it just going to say, oh, screw it, I'm just going to join? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
What's going to happen here?
I would say this. As much investment in dollars that has been into these countries, right? For them to raise up enough to be, defiant, right? It was always a dollar investment, right? Coming in, right? To bring up China, bring up India, bring up Brazil, bring up, you know, uh, South Africa, right? Everything was a dollar investment from investors of fake money. I get it. To these countries, right? So now when that dollar gets pulled out under the rug, right? Just pull the rug. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? They're gonna have homeless, no jobs, no factories, no power, no water, no nothing, right? In China and in South Africa and Brazil, right? These investments that came through the dollar, right? With the dollar. If that dollar pulls out, the whole thing goes out. Everything goes out. Do you feel me?
Not if they, well, they feel that what you're saying, but that's the whole thing. They want to take that power away from you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Once they
Right.
depeg, once they form their dollar, right? Who knows what it's going to call, the petro yuan or whatever they call it, right? Once they have their trading currency, like the EU, for example, picture an Asia U, right?
Yeah.
Picture an AU.
Mm-hmm.
Now think of the power that's going to have China,
The
India,
EU
Russia.
is not backed by gold, by the way, just so you know.
Doesn't matter. This new one will be.
Okay.
So all these countries then are no longer going to use the American dollar to trade. They're waiting for this. They're crunching their fingers. They have like a hate.
But they don't have the setup. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't
Not
have
yet.
all the stuff to support what's called a money, right? A currency. They don't have it because they'll end up fighting with each other, right? So India will end up fighting with China, and South Africa will fight with India, right? That's how it goes.
Well, it remains to be seen. But they're
I
they're
think
doing it
I
now.
think it's a
They've
great
already
idea.
made. Let me finish, bro. They've already made trade amongst each others in their own currencies. So it's happened already.
In dollars, yeah.
No. In their own currencies.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And guess what? Japan has done that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Even a Western country. So trust me, nobody has the love for the States or the American dollar because it's held over their head, right? Because you have the power of sanctions. You can sanction every country at will. And
It's not held over their head.
yes, it is.
They agreed to it a long time ago. Right? There's an agreement there.
Wrong.
Whoa. Okay.
There's
So
no agreement.
Japan did not agree to use the US dollar after World War II?
After you bombed the shit out of them and defeated them in war, yeah, they they agreed on a lot.
Allegedly bombed. Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly, yeah.
Yeah.
Which country agrees to be subjugated by another country?
When it's business, right? When we're talking about business, I think there are no borders, right? Business has no borders, okay? And so if business is being done in a very quote unquote good way over here with the dollar, they're going to use the fucking dollar over there, right? Just how it works. You know what I mean? And they're happy. They're going to hold the dollars. They hope that America does good, and they'll trade in their dollars someday for another currency. But it's not going to be gold or silver or nothing, right? You can't trade your dollars in. You know what I mean?
No, it's going to be paper. Wait, you think that we mean you're going to be handing gold nuggets to people? Is that what you're thinking?
No, I think that would never happen. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. We're talking about a currency, a paper currency, like the dollar or the European dollar, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this one's going to be an Asian dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's going to have a lot of value if they get their stuff
And
together, right? This is an if.
well, if they get their stuff together, and if they do, I'm pretty sure that China is probably going to be like, no, we need to use the Chinese yuan, right? We're going to use the renminbi, right? The yuan, right? So there's going to be a fight between Russia, China, Australia, right? Like whose currency we're going to use, right? And in the meantime, they're going to still use the dollar. You know? Just the way it is. I don't know why that is. I'm just saying that that's how it is. You know. What currency do you think that the BRICS are going to come up with? It's going to call it a brick, right? We'll call it a brick or something.
Yeah, sounds like a good name.
Okay,
The brick.
that sounds good. And so for every brick you have, somebody's going to print it. Apparently, I guess it should be which country?
It doesn't matter, bro. Do you know what the European Union uses? How many countries are in the European Union? Does it matter which country prints the dollar? No. Does it matter if China prints it or India? It doesn't matter. They're all gonna probably have printing presses printing the same dollar.
So
It's gonna have
what's
the
the
same
benefit?
value in all the
What's the
countries.
benefit? So
The
what's the
benefit
benefit?
is
I
they
see.
give the finger to the American homogeny. Are you not listening, bro?
But they're
What's going on with
creating
you?
their own homogeny, right? Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So what's the benefit, right? If you get rid of one homogeny and then you create another one, what's the benefit for people, right?
Because
For
it's
me and
yours,
you. For
not
me and you,
it's
right?
because it's theirs, not yours. They want to give a
For
finger to
me and
you, to
you, I
your
said.
dollar.
Me
They
and
want to
you.
give us a
What are you
finger.
gonna use? What currency are you gonna use? Right?
Bro, have you been hitting the bottle or something?
Oh, every night, but that's regardless. Regardless, what currency are you gonna use? The American dollar or the BRICS? The BRICS yuan.
I'm gonna use the devalued Canadian dollar. That's what I'm gonna be using. And you're gonna be using the devalued American dollar. Or I don't know, are you in China now? If you're in China, you're gonna be
No. I'm in
using the
America.
new powerful brick.
I'm in America. Yeah.
Well, you're gonna get hit, buddy. You're gonna get hit big time. It's not gonna happen right away. It's gonna take 5-10 years till everybody gets comfortable with the brick and it gets stable and people start making transactions and realizing we don't need the American dollar anymore.
Do you really think that the right now the what we'll call global, quote unquote global institution of money, which is going around the world right now, called the US dollar, and digits on screens, right? It's most of it's like 90% of it's all on computers. You know what I mean? Do you think those people that are making money, even countries that are making money, governments that are making money with this dollar, right, with investment, with growth here and there, right? Do you think they're gonna start to make their own currency and say, you know what, fuck the dollar, this sucks. We're gonna go back to the Stone Age and create our own currency and right and try to divvy it to the people, right, to the people, and they're going to be happy about it. right? Come on, let's see. Just won't happen. There would have to be a big catastrophe. I don't want to say war, but something really big to stop the hegemony of the U.S. dollar. Right? It'd have to be huge. They already had 2 world wars over it. You know what I mean?
You ever hear the saying, what we have here is a problem to communicate?
Mm-hmm.
But that's okay.
I've heard
Maybe
that.
we can change topics or whatever.
We can. Of course we can. I was thinking the other day, and I sent this to Travis, the plain truth, right? And I was like, you know, when the sun goes down, my house is faced east and west, right? East west. So sun goes down to the west, and I see this shadow on my gutter, right? And then the moon comes up, right? Sun goes down, moon comes up. It's not the same, right? Well, the moon's supposed to be like 5 degrees off a tilt or some fucking bullshit. I don't know. But I was like, man, couldn't we use shadows to see like something? I don't know. I don't know what it is, right? I was just thinking about it and I was like, fuck. There has to be something because that sun that went down is 93 million miles away and the moon that came over is only let's just say what 240,000 miles away. And it just something like that. I don't know.
Dude, I still can't believe people believe the official story of 9/11, dude. Fucking insane.
right, so where's everybody at? It's too quiet around here. What time is it? 21:11. West of the Rockies, 277 miles south of the Judgment Scar. What's going out there, chat? Blood always finds its level. This is Mr. Mazda speaking, number 8035, and you have reached the end of the internet. It all turned out to be a lie. Sorry about that. So grab yourself a little kitty cat. If you can't get enough of the cats on the internet, get a real one in life and realize that every side you talk to is a deception. So that scary, terrible, ugly book, that Bible, that was the ticket the whole time. Man, what a wake-up call. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. Let's go check the chat. By the way, for station identification, this is Earth Awakenings on YouTube. Thanks. All right, that delay seemed like it was an hour, but it was only 1 minute. Isn't it amazing how time has greatly sped up? But we'll try this again tomorrow. I don't think there's enough viewers right now. But I got bad news for a lot of people. The flat Earth is the same lie. Isn't that nice that Geo is not a flat earther? There's a lot of misconceptions about people, and I realize that everybody's different, guys. So it's too bad for Pete Shea. He's going to have to learn a different phrase. But yeah, once you realize that, just like any truth movement, I mean, every truth movement tells a lie. It starts off with, the truth, like rat poison, right? Where's Larry? It's mostly, it's 100% bad. It doesn't matter how many. If I can, I'm not a cook. I don't know how do I even say this. If somebody bakes you a cake, it doesn't matter how good of a baker you have. If somebody poisons your cake, and that's how deceptions work. They're covered in seemingly truths that may or may not be relevant, but there's always a big lie behind it. When you objectify reality, this idea that there's I don't even know what the sentence means. Wow, this should be like a late night recap. What's your after action report for the brain damage that is acquired on the internet for arguments that go nowhere, right, for 8 years? Dear Lord. It's an objectification of reality. So when somebody says the shape of the earth, what does that mean? Look at a map, right? That's Hawaii. There's a shape to Hawaii. There are separate shapes, if I can speak, right? But that's not a shape of the earth, right? Then we look at okay, there's Australia. Okay, there's a shape. Okay, to the right of there, going east, there's New Zealand. Okay, is that a shape? No, these aren't shapes. These are the outer edges of the islands, right, that are coming out of the waters. So even the terms are fictitious, right? It's kind of like, when people wake up out of that deception of being into politics, right? They wake up that the Democrats were lying to them, instead of leaving the entire discussion and realizing that it's all a lie, they first stop by the Republican Party and say, hey, guys, some of the stuff you were saying actually starts to make sense, and I really don't want to throw away my whole political life, so can I join? Sure. And you join those Republicans now. You've graduated from the that's now you're part of the same deception from a different angle. You're telling now the same lie that the government is going to save you. And that's how these deceptions work. So when somebody came across a while back, whenever that was, who knows, and said, oh, actually, we live on an object. You see, that was the thing, actually. Now we live on an object, and it's supposedly a certain thing. And here it is, right? That happened a while ago. And then people said, oh, I don't know if I agree with that. Actually, the earth might be flat. I don't know if it's that ball thing, or you're showing me right? So I'm going to replace it with a different object. I think we live on a flat object because nothing that, well, the problem is that it's still an object. And that's why that term already has a meaning. So when you see even big flat earth channels, when they're showing, there's my lagging. Okay. When they, the big flat earth channels, they show this picture in the background. I see this everywhere, even from like Jeranism, which you think would know better by now. And he'll have a flat disc behind him with ice falling off the edges. And of course, when I confront people about this, they will say, oh, that's just a joke. Well, this isn't a joke. So I don't know why that's okay. But these terms already have definitions. And that term flat earth means an object in space that's flat or a disk. I mean, just look it up. So that term is the same lie. It's objectifying creation. Just look, when somebody says geocentric, see, Geo is lucky because Earth Awakenings is a good title. And I don't want to get into this. The title of this Discord is perfect. Past that, you are standing at the edge of consciousness. If you go past that, you're already wrong. As soon as you say, what's the shape of the earth? Or earth is 70% water. Oh my gosh, that's my favorite. Once you start saying earth is, and you add almost anything, be careful, right? Unless you say, oh, this earth is hard. Okay, good, I like that. Or this earth is soft, or this is what. But as soon as you say earth is a shape, you're wrong. You got a problem. And when you point to water, when you point to water and say, see, the water over there is level, that proves the earth is flat, you're doing it again. I have to tell you, stop relapsing. You're calling earth water again. So the water is the water, the earth is the earth, right? If you're saying, look, the earth, excuse me, if you look out to that large body of water, you say, look, the water is level, or whatever you say, and then you redirect it towards that proves the earth, you're still teaching the same lie that water conforms to a shape of something. So you're actually telling the same lie. Isn't that amazing? It's quite fascinating how good Satan is at his job, but the one thing that he's not good at, is hiding. The guy can't hide. So it's very obvious what's going on here. I'm not going to take up too much more time tonight. Anybody else want to speak right now?
Seems to me that the Earth is physical, and physical objects have shapes.
Is that something you imagine?
Well, that's a good question. It's more like the definition of physical and shapes. I mean, shape is not a controversial word. Is it?
Is that something that you imagine, that there's the shape of the earth?
No. I'm just saying that objects have shapes. That's all.
Okay. Is that something you imagine?
Yes, it's something I imagine.
Right,
shapes
there
have
you go.
objects.
Yep, it only took 3 tries. So you are saying that you imagine that there's a shape of Earth? That's what you're saying?
Right, because all physical objects have shapes, like a basketball, a spoon, a tree.
Right. It doesn't mean you know what the shape is, though. So, but you're imagining a shape. It doesn't mean you know what the shape is. So you're admitting that you're imagining a shape that's just from your imagination, right?
Yeah, it's a separate question. Question 1: does the Earth have shape? So the question 2, what shape is it? It sounds like you're questioning shape. Question 1, even whether it even has a shape.
No, there's absolutely no such thing as the shape of the Earth. When we go to the edge of Earth, it's called the beach, and then the water starts. There's no shape. There's a beach there. There's a continent that I live on, a giant island. You know, parts of actually, it's not really an island technically, right? It's attached to South America. These are land masses, and they have an outer edge surrounded by water. But if anybody thinks there's a general shape to all of that, they are lacking life experience, because there isn't. It's just earth. It's dry land coming out of water. There's no such thing as measuring that, as Jeremiah 31 tells us, and Ecclesiastes 3 and Exodus 20 and several other Bible passages. Earth is just dry land coming out of the water. Not only can we not measure the entirety of the earth or the water, there's many other things that we can't know. So this is just creation, and it's not measurable. There's no such thing as a shape to creation. I can look at a light in the sky and I can say, look, that light is circular. I can say that it has a certain idiosyncrasy about that light. But as far as the general construct of Earth and its surrounding environment, that would be the last thing any man, woman, or child will ever be able to claim.
Yeah, so when you're talking about Earth, you're talking about dry land, it sounds like. That's fair.
That is exactly what Earth is. So if there was another viewpoint that Earth is a shape, that would be the problem in the first place. So the problem is that flat Earth already has a definition. Matthew, do you know what flat Earth means?
I probably won't be able to guess the definition that you have in mind.
Well, that is going to be a problem with the other people in this room, because they've been telling you for 3 years, which just proves that they've been wasting 3 years on you, because you can't even tell them what they've said. And I feel sorry for them. That's pretty amazing, to be honest.
I'd be surprised if they could come up with the same definition.
Ooh, holy moly. That's some fighting words, Matthew. Yeah, and you're calling them they. That's okay.
Yeah, let's see. Anybody else have an idea what EXO is talking
Holy
about?
moly. Okay, I'll be quiet. Let's go for a second. Let's see what they want to say. My point, though, is I'm not going to blame them. I'm just going to claim, Matthew, that, well, I'm not going to blame anybody. My point is that you don't know what their claim is. Would you be able to admit that?
I would have
Or
said
not.
that their claim is that the Earth is flat.
Okay, there you go. So what does that mean, Matthew? I need to know what that means.
Generally, the
opinion.
best way to think about it is that the direction of down is parallel everywhere on Earth.
Okay, what about the water?
Yeah, so that's the other way of saying it. So the surface of water is generally perpendicular to down. So all surfaces of water are also parallel to each other.
Okay, but all right. So what does that have to do with flat Earth? I'm trying to figure out what is this flat Earth thing that you talk about, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a definition of what people would say as being of saying when you're saying the Earth is flat. That's a more specific way of saying what you're saying.
Right. It's almost like it's not really even a definition. Once you start unraveling this term, it really doesn't hold water for, I guess, pun reasons. But that's the thing, is that term has an idea already behind it. We all knew it when we were younger, and it's even shown on most of these, again, not this channel, these other, I don't even know what they are anymore, but they have these pictures that are of an object still in outer space, right, with water coming off of it, implying that an object is holding water, and that's the same lie. Not
Yeah,
to you, Matthew.
nobody's ever believed that picture. I mean, yeah, that's not true for anybody.
Nobody's ever believed it, but everybody in the entire normie world, actually, and Flat Earth is becoming very normie. That's actually what everybody believes, and that's why I heard. I'll have to wait for Wits. I don't want to give too much away, but I'll when he comes in here tomorrow or something, maybe we'll talk about that. But I heard somebody talk to a I think this was on 24/7 Discord. It was a recording of somebody talking to a nice lady. You know, it's very rare you get a real person to come on to one of these Discord channels who's not already biased and that's trolling. And this lovely person came on. They started to initiate the conversation. It was going quite well for about an hour or so. And, you know, two of the most prominent, you know, and I would say thorough and intelligent flat earthers that you would ever know, we're talking to the nice young lady, and then about 45 minutes goes by, and the lady goes, "So where's the edge?" And I just about died. I just about died laughing because that proves that she has no idea. Not that she has no idea what these people are trying to say. It's this objective idea that Earth is an object in outer space. We're just changing the general shape. We're going from a ball to now a disc. And I've seen these people get talked to for an hour and a half by the smartest of these flat earthers, and the new person has no idea what they're saying. It's like you just talked to a wall for an hour. And that's another great sign of what this flat Earth deception is. It is a deception.
All right. Yeah, I would say another way to put it is that many people in this server and other ones say, well, we're not claiming a shape, we're claiming that we know that it's not a globe. So they're sort of denying the, a specific description of the Earth, at a minimum.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is. Hey, it's Neil. What's Neil doing up there? That is one of the, I think that would be the more common approach to this, right? And people are going to say, because I'm going to say, and you'll hear many other people say that, listen, there's just no such thing as flat Earth, that the entire, the concept is completely wrong. First of all, you're claiming an entirety. Could you at least admit that? Can somebody, this is an entirety claim. This isn't, we're part of the Earth is, you know, this is an entirety claim. And that's ultimately why it's completely wrong, no matter what. Right off the bat, you're claiming that you know, right off the bat, I don't know if I'm lagging, you're claiming that you know about the entirety of the Earth. That's crazy. That's why it's already a fallacy right off the bat. That's just, you know, starters. Now, you kind of get, now obviously the advantage is going to go to the secular system, but if the secular system knew better, you would want to tell them that, wait a minute, you're doing the same thing though. So you guys don't realize it's just like Republicans and Democrats using all the same things, wearing the same suits, using the same terminology. It's the same system. Go ahead. Anyway, it's just like that. So when somebody leaves the Democratic Party and becomes a Republican, it's the same world, right? When we have secular beliefs, right, and we go from, okay, we're no longer believing this outer space object Earth idea. Now I'm going to a new object Earth, maybe not outer space, not sure about anything else, but it's still the same lie because all the same terms are being used. So if somebody goes from one belief system to another, but carries over all the words, you got a problem. So if everybody just continues to say heliocentric, universe, and geos, all these terms are still fictitious. There's no such thing as any of that. So when somebody leaves the Democratic Party, now they're a Republican, still talking about the GOP and the balance and the budget and the percentages and all these things. You're still doing the exact same deception. Sorry.
Not to digress, I know that voice anywhere. Is that Quantum Racer's brother?
No, you can ask QE about me. He knows me very well.
No, that's a joke. I just have this. I have a conspiracy theory that you were his brother because the way you guys talk are so similar. So it's like an ongoing joke or whatever.
We have a lot of similarities, yes, but we actually butt heads. He wouldn't be able to. He doesn't want to hear about this either right now, just for the record. But no, he's okay. I'll talk to him later. Okay.
It was just a joke. I just
no problem. Yeah. No problem. Sure. No, not even a problem. It's okay to make fun of me. Listen. I deserve to be made fun of. I'll take it. I'll just shut up. Go ahead.
So 9/11.
Oh yeah, September 11th.
Can we hear you guys' exegesis on that?
Well, it's a distraction, just like it's distracting right now. Here, I'm done.
Was it the government?
What? The government? There's the United States American people kills 3,000 of its own babies every day. It's really not the government's fault. So this world is greatly deceived. This is Satan's world right now, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, it is. It actually is. The
Bible says that.
no. In the Bible, the Elo was, I don't know if it's Elohim or whatever, but it's like Satan rules over this plane or whatever. So we're actually ruled by that, and I know he knows much more. Quantum Race's brother, he knows much more about the Bible than me, but he is correct, and Satan does rule over this realm, and it tells you in the Bible.
Okay, listen, I just have to make one request. My only demand is that you have to call me by my real name or the XO or something that obviously identifies me. Because you got to really, I've actually been here longer than any of those names anyway. QE is going to have to face this truth also eventually. But yeah, this goes back almost 25 years. I've been involved in looking at these things attached to this topic. And that's how I know that both sides are telling the same lie. And there's a whole different level that's probably going to get maybe a little bit of traction in the next couple of years. I'm thinking maybe 10 years, Christians and, real people that want this level of truth are going to start finding out. But it's not even about the earth. The earth was never taken away from us as, victims of this fallen world. They took away heaven above and they gave us outer space. And everything else is secondary. You see, there's only four here. This will sound like QE. There's four constituent parts to creation. What are they? Who can name the four constituent? Yeah, isn't that hilarious? Who can name the four parts of creation in this room right now? Can somebody tell me the four parts of creation in this room? I'll forgive them. We'll pick up on this tomorrow. There's a lot more to be said, and I appreciate you guys letting me talk about it, but I'm going to get going soon. But let's see. Can we think of the four parts of creation? Let's just start naming things. What are they?
Why does creation matter?
Exactly. That's different. Now I'll answer that question in a second. Does anybody know the four parts of creation?
The four parts of creation.
Yes.
Heaven, earth, sea. There's three of them.
The four parts of creation.
Christianity?
No.
What's Christianity? Wait, who is that? What's Christianity?
Fire, water, air.
Christianity was
I like
created.
that guy. Who said that? Who said water, air? I like
I
that guy. Who's
did.
that?
Yeah. Don't get him started. Earth,
Ryan.
air, fire, water.
Oh gosh, that's what I wanted somebody to say that, but no. Matthew's very close. He just forgot, and all that in them is. Yes, he created the heavens and the earth and the seas, and all that in them is. That's the parts of creation. But I'm just pointing out that in these circles of the most, let's just call people woke, right? Let's just say that these are the most rebellious people, right? That we'd have to agree, Matthew, that these people in this room do not trust their government as much as you, right?
Right.
Does that make sense? Right. So of all the people, you would think that they would be the ones that would be the most open to new knowledge, right?
But to new ideas, yes.
Oh, well, we're going to find out that is not the case. We're going to find out that just like people are sifted through the normies, they go down through another filtration system, and that's how we find the truth. We keep just sifting out the lies, right? When you get filtered out, you're not really adding too many things. You're actually, the most important thing to get the truth is you're just removing the evil, right? The lie. You're just removing that, and that's what this is about. So what my claim is that when people talk about flat earth, they're promoting almost all of the exact same secular lies, and that's going to be revealed very soon.
Yeah. No lies detected.
Well, the Bible gives us a different story, right? So obviously I'm biased towards that. This server is open to the different, it seems to be open to those different opinions of, points of whatever they are. Where's Isa? I need that opinion here. He would be a good person for me to talk to when it comes to this. However, Satan is the god of this world, and knowing that helps you understand that if you are still using the system, it's not truth. So if we're still in, and I'm not talking about the government system, I'm talking about the world. When God says the world, love not the world, neither the things of the world. We're talking about a world system. We're talking about that consensus, right? So like there is a consensus of where we get information from, or the consensus, the most dangerous consensus would be what? Does anybody, what's the most dangerous consensus in the world?
What are you talking about?
I need you just to relax. People are different. It's okay for you to just let different people talk once in a while, even though you might not like it. It's okay. People are different, right? The number one consensus in the world is language. And that's why everything is so screwed up, because people like, in this room say the word universe all the time. They're like, oh, I believe the flat earth is the floor of the universe. Well, you just literally set a spell and chanted something evil. None of that's real. There's no such thing. So the flat earthers are telling the same lies because you're still part of the world.
Yeah. Your brush that you
All right.
paint with is extremely large.
Well, it's the reality, yeah. It's
Yeah.
you're using the world's terms, it is of the world. So if you go around saying I'm a flat earther, stop believing in the heliocentric model, you're preaching
I
a
do that?
deception. I'm not talking about you.
Yeah,
I'm talking about if. I said if. I didn't say you do that. I say if you do this, that's a deception. I'm saying that's what a lot of people do. They go around saying the earth is flat, which is okay. I'll give them, even though that's not true at all. I'll
For what?
understand that they're using that term the way they're using their term, but then
Yep.
their next line is insert lie.
So what's your point?
It's a lie.
That's
You're
one of the
telling-
first.
Yeah,
That's
you're
one of
lying.
the first. That's one of the first deceptions they started with was language, because if we can't talk and communicate and have, the misunderstanding, that was like the foundation of the deception. Was first it starts in language.
Yeah, so the point is that the flat earth, that's not really a real thing. These groups are using the same deceptive.
Right. The language, deceptive language.
Right, so when you're saying heliocentric, you're actually enforcing a lie, number one. Two, it's not heliocentric. Number three, if you explain it's not heliocentric, you gain thousands of more, brownie points. You're actually going to gain ground. There's just thousands of things that flat earthers do that are literally not only wrong, you're doing the exact same thing as this outer space religion. It's the exact same lie. So it's objectification, whatever.
Saying it's not heliocentric is
Yeah, the
doing the
fact that you-
exact same thing as saying it is heliocentric. Seems to me
Yeah,
like
the
those
fact
two are opposites. So if you're
Yeah, the
saying
fact-
it's not,
Yep.
how are you doing the same thing?
Yes, the fact is, if all you have to do is say yes, it hasn't been heliocentric. So the fact is that word just gets removed, and then the conversation's over. The secular system admits that it hasn't been heliocentric since the 70s, since your parents were wearing bell bottoms.
Pointing that out doing the same thing as promoting it?
Because you're bringing it up. You guys bring it up all the time. It's
Oh,
ridiculous.
so like you
It's
came in this
insanity.
room talking about flat Earth, which you say is a deception, and that word is a deception. So you bringing it up would be the same exact thing as you're trying to be condescending towards others for doing.
Well, I'm actually exposing it, and that's the difference. I'm exposing the truth, and that's why this hurts people's feelings, because this is reality.
So
All it is
calling out the heliocentric model for not being
You just
correct.
did it again. There's no such thing. You can't. You can't
There
help
is a
yourself.
conception called the heliocentric model.
No,
which
it's
is not a
not.
reality.
It's
and when
not.
you point
It's
that
not.
out to people,
It's not a
it's the
consensus.
same
It's not
as
a
calling. Dude,
consensus.
I've sit
It's
here
not a
and listened to you
consensus.
talk nonstop.
I know it's only
Did
okay
talk
for you
over
to
me?
interrupt. I know you interrupted me several times, Napon. It's okay.
How did I interrupt you?
Here we go.
Well, he's just going to leave because he knows he was interrupting a mod, and he knew somebody was probably going to mute him or do something. So, whatever.
I think he was trying to make a point in the deception of language, and then you were proving his point by asking questions with the same language, when his point was the deception is the foundation of language that we have to work with, and that was his point. And it's hard to make a point or a counterpoint against that, because you're going to use the same language to point out the deception, which was the deception that he was pointing out in the first place. So,
By
like,
using the same language that he says is a deception to begin with. It's a complete contradiction.
Exactly.
He does this all the time where he tries to do the things that he claims others are doing that are incorrect. And then tries to point out that you are doing it incorrectly, but he's just pointing it out. But when you, just like I was saying with heliocentrism, right?
Yeah. And that was his point. That
He's
was
very
his
good at
point.
saying a lot of things, but saying nothing at all.
Well, it's a contradiction. So, like, when you bring it up, you're gonna be the contradiction that is the contradiction. So when you point out his contradiction, that's the point he's trying to make. By him using the same contradictory method, because we only have English language, and we've all been,
We don't have just the English language.
Yeah, and that's the contradiction. That's the deception from the beginning. The foundation that we have to work with is language and understandings of language, and maybe some of us know about etymology and the origins of words and different meanings or whatever. But yeah, like by him, he's like using. Yeah, you
He's a
can call
deceiver.
him. You can call him out, but by calling him out, you're proving his point. And so we just
I
go
came here
round and
for the
round and round.
9/11 holiday special, and nobody's discussing 9/11.
Because it's
Well,
no longer 9/11.
It's
You're a
September
little late.
12th in most of the world.
It's 9:40 where I live, so it is 9/11.
Where did
Okay.
9/11 happen?
42 minutes past 9/11 where I am.
Yeah, so
Well,
Ryan,
some
it
of us
happened.
had a long day, so if you guys could quickly cover 9/11, that would be great.
Ryan, it happened in New York City. In New York City, it's December 12th right now.
Well,
I don't
we're in
know.
California, so.
Yeah, you're 4 hours behind.
You mean 3? 3 hours behind. Sir.
Okay, 3 hours. My bad. But
Just
yeah,
like give us like me and several other people came here for that. So can you just give us like the bullet points if you guys don't want to talk about it?
What do you mean you and several other people came here for what?
To hear about 9/11.
We're not talking about 9/11.
I know that's the issue.
There's no issue.
Or
It's
are we
not
just here
9/11.
purely for your entertainment or something?
Come
I
back
think
in
most
3.
people here don't want to talk about 9/11 because that was so like 2012. Like that was so like we're so much far past that and established. Like to go back and re-talk about that. That's why we don't want to talk about it. That we don't want to talk about that because it's just rehashing
And
and
we're
go.
asking for the bullet points. Can you guys give us the bullet points?
Well, how about we talk about D-Day
Were there planes?
or December 7th?
Let's talk about Pearl Harbor. Let's talk about like.
You want to
At the
talk
very
about the
least, we're just answering to it,
1940s?
man. That's all I
The
need to know.
1930s?
Yeah, let's talk about the Philadelphia experiment. Let's talk about World War One. Let's talk about
Let's talk about the Gulf of Tonkin.
yeah, that's
So
what I'm
let's
saying.
talk about the Civil War. What the fuck are you talking about? 9/11 happened like 20 years ago.
Right, that's what we're saying. That like there's so many things we could talk about that happened in the past. I mean, yeah, it was 9/11 yesterday where I am, but and there's so many other things we could talk about. But I just most people
Okay, Ryan,
it's
let's
like
talk about it. So what do you think happened on 9/11, Ryan?
oh man.
I'm not. This is not about me. I'm a dumb lemming that believes the government. You guys are the smart ones.
So what do you think? What is your account of 9/11?
I think probably something very close to the official account happened with some like I think they're classifying some stuff. I don't know. There's probably like different
What would they
ways
be
that they
classifying
screwed
and
up
why?
that they don't want us to know about because it makes them look stupid.
So why would they try to cover something up?
Because they look stupid.
So you think the government is covering something up because they might look stupid?
Oh yeah. It's probably like they probably received like several tips like, hey, these Arab guys are like trying to know how to fly into a building but not how to land. Like this is very suspicious. Like things like that.
Yeah, see, a lot of us don't want to talk about it because we're like even like so far past that. Like, what if there were no planes that hit the towers? Like, I'm
Yeah, that's
like
what I
so
want
far.
to hear. That's what we came here to hear.
No, you
Tell
want to hear
us.
about the no planes theory, where it was just a CGI thing that was created, and then we've seen footage of or whatever. But it's like, what if no planes even hit the towers? They were just 9 months before they did renovation on the elevators, planted the bombs or whatever, and just blew up the buildings, and then showed the CGI footage, and there were no planes that ever hit the towers at all. Like that's like next level. Like the meme where it has like four brains, and each one is like 9/11 was an inside job, and then the next one is like something else, and the next one is there were no planes, and then the next one is whatever. And so I'm at like the last one or whatever. So, and it's like, to someone who's new and just believes the like mainstream narrative about 9/11, like I can't even bring up no planes to you if you even think that the mainstream narrative was true about even just the government being involved and or being negligent or whatever. Like, if you're not even open to that possibility, there's no way we could even have a conversation about the no planes theory or this and that.
Yeah,
And that's
because hundreds of people saw it with their
I'm
own
all
eyes.
ears.
So
Yeah,
that's
why
I'm
why
all
even
ears.
a
go
crazy
there?
theory.
Why even give them the edification of some sort of claim that you can't substantiate? Why even go there? If they're 22 years in and still believe the official narrative,
right.
why would
Yeah,
you
you
even
won't
give them
even
any
begin.
story
Like,
at all?
it's kind of like with flat Earth. If I want to talk to somebody or think about talking about flat Earth with somebody, I'll bring up the moon landings, and if they believe the moon landings, then that's the, what do they call it, the litmus test or
Litmus
whatever.
test.
Like, yeah, the litmus test. So if I want to talk about flat Earth, I say, "Do you believe we've landed on the moon?" If they say yes, then I just move on. And it's the same thing with like 9/11. If you believe the mainstream narrative, then I can't even talk about no planes or whatever, because
But
that's the
you're
litmus
doing
test.
that, though. You're even suggesting that it's a possibility, which is just going to give them edification
You
because
can talk about
they're
it.
gonna
Well,
leave
I'm
here
listening. I
and
didn't
they're gonna
argue
be
with
like,
you.
"Oh, we went into the server and people think that there weren't even planes." Why even give them the edification?
Yeah,
You know?
it's the 9/11 litmus test. So if you believe the mainstream narrative about 9/11, then I can't even go into where I'm at with it right now. Same thing with flat Earth. If you believe the moon landing was real, then I'm not even gonna attempt to talk about flat Earth with you. If you believe the mainstream narrative about 9/11, I'm not even gonna attempt to talk about the the other theories of no planes and things like that with you. That's the litmus test for both of those, 9/11 and flat Earth.
So you want me to I have to presuppose to believe. Gotcha.
You just got to be open minded. You just got to be
Well,
open
no, you're
to.
telling me I have to believe something in order to
No, you
consider
don't
it.
have to
But
believe anything.
I'm sitting here considering your idea. I haven't argued with you. I didn't ask you questions. I'm just listening. I'm just learning your idea.
Okay, you don't have to believe anything that I say. I always say go do your own research, and I'm not trying to convince you of everything. I'll just bring up concepts, and you could be open to it or not. But I'm just saying the litmus test is, if you've already said that you believe the mainstream narrative about 9/11, then I can't even talk about where I'm at.
But you
Same thing
didn't
with.
ask me like the level of like I don't know that much about 9/11. You asked me what I believe, sure. But you should ask like how strongly do I believe it, right? Somebody says I strongly believe the official
No,
narrative
if
or
you believe
whatever.
it at all, like even 1%, then I'm not going to talk to you about it. Like, you
Well,
have
there
to
you go.
be.
You're a presuppositionalist. You want me to presuppose it?
No, I just want you to be open. I want you to not have
No,
any
because
like.
open is listening and considering. Opening is not believing,
Okay.
pre-believing, and then I
Okay.
have to believe
All
step
right.
one and step two.
No, you're right. No, you're right. You're like, I believe this until more information is given, and you're waiting for more information to be given, and then hopefully, if more information is
Yeah.
given, it might change your mind. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think what I think until more information is given, and then I might think something different. And that to me is open minded. You're just saying right now, I don't have enough
Right,
information
right.
about that. If you give me more information, then maybe I could. And so it's just on
Yeah.
Discord. We hardly run into people that are actually open minded in the way that I think you might be.
Yeah, no worries.
So it's nothing personal against you. It's just maybe I'm jaded because of the average person that we run into or have conversations with on Discord. Like most of
Yeah.
them are not like you. So we're kind of jaded against that. So we're kind of like have our defensives built up. And so I apologize for that if we
No
prejudged
worries.
you on your status. So if anybody else wants to. So what is it that you want to know about? We'll just
Well,
stick to
just
nine.
like what's the best like explanation of like what occurred or didn't occur? But I to be honest, I'm listening, but I can't really like participate. I'm so tired, but I am listening.
Okay, so just to make it real short and simple, because I don't have a lot of time either, and I'm tired too, is just that I think it's more probable and more logical that there were, explosives installed 9 months before when they were working on the elevators, and that they had the CGI or whatever all put together ahead of time. And then when it all went down and they blew up the buildings and the stuff went down, and then the footage that they showed on the news was something that they had already prefabricated. And so I think that is more probable than the mainstream narrative of what actually happened.
How
in
do
my
you explain the hundreds of eyewitnesses who saw a plane with their own eyes?
Well, I've only heard a few. Like normally, like the footage or whatever, the clips that we hear of people saying, "Oh, I saw the plane. On here comes a plane." It's like it was only like one or two people. So those could be like plants. You know what I'm saying? Like you could have that also that testimony or people testifying could be pre-established. It wasn't like hundreds of thousands. Like most people didn't see it live or whatever. So I think it would be easy to have a few people saying, because like a lot of the true testimony I think is like people like hearing like in the World Trade Center the first one, like bombs are going off, or we heard explosions, or they went in and we heard explosions of bombs going off and this and that. As far as actually seeing the plane go into the building, there if you look up the clips on YouTube or whatever, there's only like a few. There's really only a few, not hundreds, not thousands. There's just a few. So those could easily be, plants, prefabricated testimony. And then we just go, and then because those are like the clips, and like if you try and like trust me, I went on a deep dive for this for like years and years and years. That's why I don't even like to go into this. Like I look for years and years, and the same testimony and clips about seeing planes live going into the buildings were only like three or four clips, not hundreds, not thousands. Most people just seeing the buildings come down and then saw the clips of the person saying, "Oh shit, here's another plane coming into the thing." Like that'd be super easy to just keep playing around. So I don't believe the narrative that hundreds or thousands of people actually saw live a plane flying into the building.
I do.
All right, that's cool. I mean, and here's the thing: is I'm so open minded to even humor the no planes theory that I'm actually open to that the no planes theory is false and that there could have been planes. But I've just seen a lot of footage and breakdowns of the planes going into it and looking at the footage and the graphics, and then the what do you call it, the actual physics of it, of the plane going into it, and then the whole the physics of the towers were designed to take multiple plane hits and not collapse, and jet fuel, melting steel, and for it to fall at collapse. So there's just so many issues that come along with that. Yeah, maybe a plane flew into it, but a plane flying into it isn't why it came down. So I'm willing to humor the theory that planes flew into it and disregard the no plane theory, but I don't think the planes is what brought it down. I would think it would have to be bomb set in and have to be exploded for it to collapse at free fall speed, and all the other aspects and all the other issues of 9/11. So I'm open to that there were planes, but I'm also open to there being no planes and that all being fabricated ahead of time and just broadcast to us in one, story or whatever. So I'm open either way. But either way, I don't think it's the mainstream narrative of the planes crashed into it and then that's what brought them down. I don't think it's that. It could be planes. Planes could hit it or planes could have not hit it. But the planes isn't what made it come down, is what I'm saying. I know that for sure. Like, as sure as I can be. So I don't believe the mainstream narrative. We can take it a step further and say no planes. But even if there were planes, even if I go with that, it still wasn't the thing that brought them down.
I think it's probably easier for them to just use planes, even if it's not the thing that brought it down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, even if planes hit it, okay, planes hit it. We'll go with that. But that's not what brought the towers down at free fall speed. There had to be, bombs built in that would make it collapse in on itself like a controlled demolition. The way that happened. So whether planes hit it or planes didn't hit it, it still had to come down in a controlled demolition way where bombs were built into it. And like I said, they did renovations on the elevators 9 months before. That's probably when they put them all in or whatever. And so that's probably more likely. Doesn't matter, planes hit it, didn't hit it. It wasn't the story that we were told. That's all I'm saying. Because we can debate about all those stuff forever, but it's definitely not the mainstream narrative that we were told about just planes crashing into a building and it collapsing in on itself and whatever that we were told. It's not that. I know that. But we can debate about whether, no planes or whatever. That's the next level. So. So what do you have to think about that?
It's pretty extraordinary that you claim to know exactly how something didn't happen, not being a structural engineer and all that.
Well, no, I'm not a structural engineer, but I just know what structural engineers have said. So I'm going off their testimony of professional structural engineers. No, I'm not one, but I've heard what structural engineers have said. And I know that a plane just crashing into a building isn't going to make a building collapse in on itself straight down at free fall speed like a controlled demolition. That won't do that. So I'm not.
What if structural engineers disagree about something? How do you decide which of them are right if you have disagreements among the experts?
I just use common sense on what makes what sense. I've seen controlled demolitions, and so I know it happened. It looked like exactly what a controlled demolition is. So I just use common sense, I guess. Yeah.
Just because something looks like something doesn't necessarily mean it is that same thing, right? Could be that free fall buildings fall the same way as controlled demolition buildings do.
Okay, do you have an example of a non-controlled demolition looking the same way as a controlled demolition? If you could provide that, then maybe I would humor that. If you can show
Yes.
that.
When there are earthquakes, buildings typically fall straight down into their footprint, like the recent earthquake in Morocco. Lots of examples with earthquakes.
Or the
Okay.
Brazil building.
Okay, I'm willing to entertain that. I've just never seen that. So, all right. I'm open-minded. So the same way that, my opinion is the way it is now based on the information that I have, if new information is presented, then I'm always open to change my mind. Like, I wouldn't be at where I'm at now if I hadn't had certain information presented to me that changed my mind from what I thought before. And if more information is provided that makes sense, that is plausible, then I'm open to that too. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh yes, it's this, it's that, or whatever. It's just
Yeah, that's good. That's good for you.
Yeah, thank you. Like, I'm not just a blind, I just don't, the whole reason I entertain these other things is because I'm open minded. So as more information comes in, then I will allow it to change my mind. And if other information comes in that makes sense, that contradicts that, then I will humor that and look into that and be like, oh, maybe it was exactly how they said. Maybe it was exactly. Maybe some terrorists flew some planes into the Twin Towers, and that's what happened. Maybe. But right now, I'm leaning towards definitely not. But
why?
Based on the information that I have.
What information?
As he explained before, I'll summarize. The information would be that there are two different sets of structural engineers that disagree about what happened, but he prefers to go with the ones that he judges matches his own experience and common sense.
Yeah, I would agree. That seems more logical. Like, as men, we're logical people, and we weigh things. Even if it's two logical things, we'll weigh the logic and be like, this is more probable than this one. So I'm going to, for right now, lean on this. Seems more logical, probable to me. But if more information is given, then I could go back, I could sway back the other way. I'm not stuck in any one way of thinking. Like, I have no invested interest in this. I just want to know the truth. So whatever the truth is what I'm what they call, quote unquote, truth seeker, right? So whatever the truth is what I'm trying to find. I just want to know the truth. I don't have like an invested interest in it being the mainstream narrative or all these conspiracy theories, no planes or government, or whoever, decided. But there's like so many things to weigh. But the way I weigh it right now, this is how I'm leaning. But if you were to give me something else, which I have yet to see, not to say it doesn't exist, but if you were to show it to me, send a link to my DM or something, show me some other information, I'll be fully okay with saying, damn, it really happened exactly the way it was portrayed to be. Like, I'm okay with that. I just want to know the truth. And right now, the truth seems more probable to be what I'm saying than the mainstream narrative.
Diana Bull, did you finish your trigonometry homework?
Fuck yes, I did, dude. Of course I did. It's the next day.
Yeah, it's a new day.
Who said that? It's a good memory.
What? Me? Illegal? Illegal 42? Yeah, it's a new day.
Or somebody asked me if I had finished my homework.
Oh.
I was working on it yesterday. And I got distracted. I just come in
Hmm.
here sometimes. I got banned off the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, what keeps bringing you back?
I don't know. It's just crazy that people believe the Earth is flat.
Like, yeah, it might be crazy, but is your main priority to know the truth?
No.
Okay, then.
Hey, at least he's honest. At least he's honest.
Hey, yeah,
Not your definition of the truth. I know what the
No,
truth is.
it's not my definition of the truth. I just whatever the truth is what I'm seeking. I am a true truth seeker. So I don't care if we're on a spinning if we're on a water ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, or if the towers came down at free fall speed because some planes hit it or whatever. I don't care what the reason was or what it is. I just want to know the truth. And that's what I'm seeking. I just want to know the truth. That's it.
Yeah.
And whatever that is fine. Like, I'm not emotionally attached to it being flat. It seems that way to me. You know, I think
I
we're on
am. I'd be embarrassed if it's not.
a stationary plane. I think the towers would have had to have bombs planted in it for it to collapse at free fall speed, like a controlled demolition. That's just what makes sense to me. So I'm gonna go with that until you know, until proven otherwise or convincing evidence. And so far, I have not had convincing evidence of either. Of it being other than a stationary plane or it being something other than a controlled demolition. Controlled demolition makes the most sense, and stationary plane, I'm not claiming to know what it is. I just am very strong in what it isn't.
Why do you reject that an airplane could have done it?
Just because because it was designed to take multiple 747 impacts, and even if it did, it wouldn't collapse in on itself straight down at free fall speed like a controlled demolition. Even if there were planes that ran into it, I'm open to planes running into it. It's just that it was designed to take 747 impacts, and even if it did take impacts, it wouldn't have collapsed in on itself the way it would. That wouldn't have done that. Just things running into it wouldn't make it collapse on itself. You would have to have explosions and have to blow up the support systems to make it collapse down like a controlled demolition. Like, if you watch a controlled demolition and see how they do it, and watch that, and then watch the Twin Towers and watch what they did, they match up. So, right, that makes
Well,
logical sense to me.
Can I ask you? You said it was designed to take multiple hits.
Yeah.
Therefore, it couldn't have dropped. I would say, there's been some instances. Well, would you agree? Like the Titanic was designed to be unsinkable, and so it had multiple hulls. But even being designed to be unsinkable, it still sank. Or like
I think you're moving the goalpost, and I think anything you put floating in the water cannot be designed to be 100% unsinkable. I don't know who said that or whatever, but if you have a huge object floating in the water, there's always a possibility that could sink. That's completely different than
You're just
something.
spewing words, dog.
No, I think that's just completely different than something collapsing in itself in the air.
It just goes so much deeper than that, dude. The engineering, it goes so much deeper than just a big object in the water.
Well, I mean, I think the concept is the same, right? So the designer, I forget who said it, but I believe it was the architect, said that the World Trade Center was designed to, get hit by a 747 or something like that, right? How ironic. But I would say just because someone might say we designed it or made an offhand comment in such a way, I don't think we can then say, well, he said this at one point, therefore it couldn't have taken it out.
I'm not basing it solely on the architect saying that it could withstand multiple hits from a 747. I'm just saying using physics and logic. If you build this thing out of steel with all these core, like the most strongest thing structure you can build, and then something just hitting the top of it, the whole thing would collapse down free fall speed. Like, it's not me just basing it off the architect saying, oh, it can withstand multiple hits from blah. It's not just based on that. It's just, again, the logic of physics of even if he never said that, having a building built out of steel that tall and something running into the top of it and jet fuel or whatever else, melting steel beams, isn't going to make the whole thing collapse in on itself at free fall speed.
Yeah, but when you say that, like, your opinion of it is built upon multiple reasons.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
just the architect.
Exactly. So I would argue that we'd have to look at, each one of those individual reasons that are constructing that conclusion.
Okay, yeah, bro. Okay, think about it like this. I could build a structure out of 2x4s in my backyard and then run something into the top of it, or whatever. And then the whole 2x4 structure isn't going to, like, and then we're talking about wood, not even steel or steel beams or anything like that. We're just talking about 2x4s. I build a 2x4 structure. I run something into the top of it. The whole thing isn't going to collapse in on itself, even made of wood, let alone steel. So that's where I bring in the whole common sense, physics type of thing. Like, you just run something into the top of the thing, it's not going to collapse in on itself.
But I mean, like,
Unless
the wooden structure in your backyard isn't made of like millions of pounds of like steel and metal and concrete, though, right? Like, if you knock out like a piece of the wood structure in your backyard, there might be like 30 pounds above it at most, or whatever, right? There's not going to be millions of pounds being supported by those support beams that are taken out underneath it.
I get what you're saying about the weight or whatever, but the way the whole tower was engineered and designed to begin with was that it was a sound structure that you could have multiple floors and build a tower that high as it was, and it being able to, hold the structure, hold the, be safe, pass all the codes or whatever, and hold the weight bearing load of whatever's above it or whatever. So we already know, like, designed that it was designed to hold that. But if you just hit something at the top, then yeah, you could destroy the top of it, but it's not just gonna collapse at free fall speed in on itself. I mean, like,
Except that many
maybe if you hit
structural
it like a
engineers and
plane hit.
physics people say it does.
Say it again.
So when you say it's not going to collapse in on itself, you should preface that with some structural engineers say it's not going to collapse on itself. Others do.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, it's where the logic part comes into it of just structural engineering. Like, even if I take something made of wood and just hit something on the top, it's not going to collapse. Like, maybe if a plane hit like the bottom of the tower, then maybe like the whole tower could like tip over and fall over because you hit the bottom of the structure, like the foundation of it, like, that gives it its balance, and then the whole thing tips over. Like, that would make sense. but hitting something at the top for the whole thing to just collapse in on itself, that's not
Well,
going to happen.
It wasn't quite at the top, right? It was about 3/4 of the way up.
Okay.
And the whole structure weighed about 1 billion pounds. So if you take like the top quarter, of something that weighed 1 billion pounds, that's 250 million pounds that impact area. And we got to remember it didn't just hit the side of the building. It went through the building and engulfed multiple floors on fire. So I think I got to take that into consideration. I'd say, if you envelop all the structural supports in fire for an hour and there's 250 million pounds above you that those supports are supporting, let's say a couple of them give way and the weight that they were supporting falls to the next floor below, does that stop it? You know what I mean? Or does it continue to fall?
Yeah, there's a
If I may
gradient.
just, if I may just interject there, right where you are there, that it was said of the Twin Towers that each floor was only supporting within 30% of its maximum load. They don't build them like that anymore, except for Larry Silverstein's replacement building for building number 7 and that. He's got his new building. He employed the same building methods, except for the, what do you call it? The asbestos, okay? So I'm sorry, what you're saying is totally ridiculous. And last point, the horizontal beams were fireproofed to withstand fires, office fires, for 2 hours, and the supporting columns 3 hours respectively. So there is no way that the fuel could begin to buckle. And like I said, each floor was only supporting within 30% of its maximum load. That's all I've got to say.
And then he made a very good point, but what I would like to ask is, what is it that makes you like, do you have a personal, do you want the mainstream narrative? Like, would you prefer that planes ran into it and it collapsed and like some terrorists did this to us and that's what happened? And
No.
that's like the story that you would prefer that happened? Is that why you?
It's not about preference. It's about trying to find what the truth of the matter is.
Exactly.
Okay. And I was the same as you, and then it makes more sense for this, but it just seems like you're grasping at straws. Like the man said, like they were designed to hold whatever. Like they were only at like 30%, so they would have to have like 70% more weight put on them for them to collapse, and then maybe a few floors would collapse, but then it would stop. It wouldn't collapse like a controlled demolition. But then also it just seemed like yeah, I'm looking for the truth, and I was all on board for the mainstream narrative. But it seems like I'm just looking into the psychology of, like, it seems like maybe you, like, what would be the worst? Like, why do you? It seems like you want it to be that. Like, you say you're looking for the truth. Okay, I'm looking for the truth too. And this is what makes most logical sense. And then you seem like a logical person, so but why would you keep going to, like, it's just like you can't accept there could be something other than that? Or
because my desire for something to be true should not have an impact on my research about whether something is true. That would just be literally like built-in bias.
okay, and that's what I'm saying is I feel like I don't have a bias, and I feel like you do have a bias. Because I don't care either way. I don't care if there were planes, no planes, it collapsed on itself, the government was involved, they weren't involved. I'm just going with what makes me. I have no bias. I have no preference whatsoever. But it just seems like you do at this point. Like, what is it? 2001. 22 years later, with all the evidence and all the stuff later that you could look into. Go ahead.
If I can interject there, sorry. Another little nugget. The buildings, came down at almost free fall speeds, okay? But no plane parts from the Boeing 757-200 or the Boeing 767, respectively, were found. No parts from that were found. And according to the manufacturers, that would be Rolls-Royce and Pratt & Whitney, they stated that the engines are virtually indestructible. They would have survived that crash if it did happen, and they may have suffered some cosmetic damages, but they would have been intact, the engines. You would have them. No parts were found. I shall stop there for now.
Oh, they were missing. Oh, they couldn't find any of those planes. Maybe because there weren't any planes. Maybe, possibly. But you would think that if there were planes, that we would have some evidence of the planes at the very bottom after it collapsed.
We do have evidence, but people just deny it exists.
Oh, okay.
I shall interject. Hang on a second. I shall interject again. Now, the federal agents, CIA, FBI, offered up some parts from what they called from the Boeing. But Boeing themselves and Pratt & Whitney, they said they are not parts that we manufacture. We don't recognize them. So they were offered up, but they were not from the planes that supposedly hit the Pentagon, the Twin Towers, and crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. There you go.
Yeah.
And
this is all a mountain of evidence that we have looked at to find the truth, and that's why we lean this way. And if you knew those things, we don't understand why you would still be, seeking the truth, leaning the other way. That's why it doesn't make sense to us, because we've all been through this for like 20 years.
Well, Rolls-Royce and Pratt & Whitney are engine manufacturing companies. They're not airplane manufacturing companies. The key ingredient that was excluded. Also, the capacity of the floors in the World Trade Center may have been at 30% capacity. That may be true, but that does not mean that they would have been strong enough to withstand the falling weight upon them, because they have a rating for X quantity of pounds. Hold on, they have a rating for X quantity of pounds, just like your house. And your house operates well below the rating. So that could be a true statement, but that has no bearing on.
It has a lot of bearing if you allow me to get in there, actually, because you are rambling on. Now listen up. If the building's within its 30% only of its maximum loads, and the building was designed to receive multiple planes crashing and never collapse. And remember this statement from the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth themselves. Never in the history of skyscraper, fireproof skyscraper, have they ever collapsed by fire. It's never happened. And those ones that have been on fire have been rebuilt, and people are using them, living in them today. So no, sir, what you say is not really feasible at all. And this is the capping stone now. Please allow me 30 more seconds to give you the capping stone. His name is Major General Albert Stubblebine III. Okay, Major General Albert Stubblebine III. He is the top man in the military who analyzes all the aircraft crashes involving the Navy, the Air Force, the military. He's the top man that analyzes everything. He went over to the Pentagon. He categorically stated that hole is too small for Boeing 757-200 to get into. There are the wing marks and the upright marks. That hole is too small. That hole looks like it was a missile. I can't prove it. I can see a turbine there. What's going on? He said. That was Albert Stubblebine III, Major General, the top man when it comes to analyzing all these images. He's the man they go to. He's since passed away, 2017. But that's what he said when he was interviewed. And I will step out now. Carry on.
Yeah, but what about the floor?
Bro, we should just tap out at this point. This is why we don't like to talk about 9/11, because I feel like you say you're a truth seeker, but there's no information that we could give you that's going to sway you one way or the other. So we're all just wasting our time, which is why we didn't want to talk about it in the first place, because we've been looking in this shit for like 20 years. and it is what it is. There's different theories, planes, no planes, inside job, terrorists, whatever. It is what it is. It was sad that it happened. I wish that it didn't. Rest in peace to all the people that died and lost their lives. I'm sorry to all the people that didn't get the phone call that were connected to insiders that knew to not go to work that day. I'm sorry for y'all. It is what it is, and
Here. Well said. Well said. Here. I agree with that totally. And remember that it wasn't the Muslims, because head of security for the World Trade Center sites was Securicom. That is the Bush family Securicom company. They were head of security. Bush's cousin and Bush's brother. Okay, Securicom. And then you'd have to remember, how did the Muslim fundamentalist terrorists get into the under infrastructure of the building to place those bombs perfectly? Because we did have residue of thermate, and nanothermite. Nanothermite, by the way, reaches 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit in 2 seconds. Okay.
Yeah.
How did they get under there to get in there?
But how did the Muslims not do it again? Something about Bush's security?
Well, I'm saying that the Bush family were in charge of the security for the Twin Towers, building number 7, and other buildings in the World Trade Center site, that particular area. How could the Muslims get into the under infrastructure of the buildings and place bombs? How?
Well, it's simple. Bush was in charge of it.
Okay, so it's an inside job by Bush then, not the Muslims.
No. Yeah, well, kind of. Bush was so incompetent.
No, incompetence.
It had nothing to do with any Muslim. No Muslim was involved in that at all. Muslims don't do demolition. We don't do that. Sorry. No.
So they don't have
that was controlled demolition
on people?
Muslims don't do that. Okay.
They don't travel to other countries to kill comedians?
No, they don't do that. They definitely do not travel to other countries.
Definitely don't have
it. In teams, yeah. People would have seen the Muslims coming in and going. They would have been on camera. It's impossible. Sorry.
They would have reported them for training in an airplane trainer, but nothing.
Now you're wishing. You're wishing for wishing's sake, sir. That's all you're doing, sir. That's not rational. We're talking rationally here.
Yeah. And Jin, you know quite well. I mean, we're not. We don't believe in coincidences. What were the children chanting while Bush was at some preschool or junior school? What were they chanting while all of this was going down? Crashes and planes.
Exactly.
Oh.
My Pet Goat. They were supposed to be reading. Upside down book called My Pet Goat.
That's a coincidence. Coincidence, bro. It's not synchronicity. It's not coincidence.
Look, usually when a building is hit, the Secret Service come in. Okay, we've had an accident. Okay, when there's a second one, we're under attack. He should have just been. Usually they whisk away the president. They usually do that, but he was relaxed because he knew.
Yeah, because he was hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, what he had planned was actually underway, basically. Okay.
Do you know they used to allow presidents to ride in open air cars?
Yeah. And everybody knew where President Bush was that day. It was well televised and well reported. So if there were terrorists around, they could have taken him out if they really wanted to. Not the terrorists. And better still, let me give you something even better than that. According to the experts who scrutinize it properly, they said if these were real terrorists, okay, they would have gone to 3 Mile Island and just hit that and set off some serious radiation that would have totally destroyed a lot of people. They wouldn't have gone for the Twin Towers. You see what I mean? With the planes, let's say. So let's get real here. Sorry, you're wishing for wishing's sake, I'm afraid.
So the experts say they were able to mind read dead people and say, nope, they wouldn't have done what they did. These people from
there's only one way.
Lead huts.
There's only one way that this could have happened. It came down in controlled demolition style. So in order to control something, Then you would have to put the bombs in place, like you said. The thermite that was detected at the ground zero or whatever, like jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. That whole meme or whatever. Fire doesn't melt steel beams or whatever. You hit planes into the top of a building, it's not going to collapse in on itself. The only way that it can collapse in on itself is if you put bombs and blow out the structural integrity of the building, the same way that we do for any other old building, the same way that Building 7 was done the same way. No plane hit Building 7, but it came down the same way. So you're arguing that a plane brought down the thing, but no plane hit Building 7, but yet it came down the same way. So explain that.
It burned for
And the
7
thing is-
hours in an uncontrolled fire. We have examples of fire bringing down buildings.
Oh, no, you don't.
Before that building
Sure,
came down, the
Brazil
fires
building.
were already out. Yes, the fires were already out before the building came down. The fires were extinguished, and they were in the upper floors and the very lower floors on the western side of that building. So the fires were out. And in order for the building to come down in a global collapse, which is what we witnessed, a symmetrical, perfectly global collapse in 6.25 seconds, you would have to remove 400 supporting columns simultaneously. Bang, 400, bang, 400, bang, 400, bang, 400, bang, 400, bang, 400, bang. And then you got the building coming down. Okay. Now remember this.
Well, that's not
Yeah.
true because we have the Sao
That is true.
Paulo, Brazil example that demonstrate the exact opposite.
Like we said,
Oh my
fireproofed
God.
buildings do not collapse with fire. It's never happened. And
Except
those that
for
caught
the
fire,
Brazil building.
No, it's not. It wasn't fireproofed. It could not have been fireproof because the statement is never has a fireproofed building
There's no
ever collapsed
fireproof
due to fire.
building.
Now listen up. Listen up. We have a British company back in 1995, British Steel Company, erected 8-story steel building of different grades of steel, and they subjected it to 8 hours of fire. Okay, the building did not collapse at all. Slight weeping on certain beams, but they were the low-grade ones. The building stood. There was no chance of a sudden collapse. The company is called Cardington. That's the name of the company. And they proved that was in 1995. Testing for building structural integrity. So no, it doesn't
I would
happen.
also agree. I would totally agree with you. There's been many fires where buildings haven't collapsed. Many fires. And then there's been fires where buildings did collapse. So to say that you have an example of a fire not collapsing a building, I believe you.
Yeah, the buildings that have collapsed would be substandard. If it's in Brazil, it's questionable whether they can build a building to the standards of the British, the Americans, the New Zealanders, the Australians, maybe even bits of Europe. Okay, because there are building standards that have to adhere. Now, Brazil would be called into question. Let's have a look at the building and how it was constructed in comparison to the Twin Towers.
What is a fireproof building?
A fireproof building is this. According to the NIST report, a skyscraper today and office furniture, the fires never lasted no more to 20 to 30 minutes because the furniture in there has to be fire resistant. Okay, so, and they've got it in their report that the fire did not persist in any office for more than 20 to 30 minutes as it moves on, looking for something else to burn. And as it moves on, it means the office prior, that's now cooling down. The steel is not getting hot enough. Remember, steel, 2 hours, columns, 3 hours, horizontal 2 hours, columns 3 hours. The office building fires were not around long enough to begin to even scratch the steel. Okay.
Now, how do they rate such things?
Well, obviously they have their building codes. That's where NIST comes in. I gave you the organization.
Yeah, no, but how do they determine the rating for like X quantity of time on a steel beam?
Well, they do that obviously through tests like Cardington that I gave you back in Britain.
Okay.
So now you're going around in circles.
No, I'm trying to get to the root of what you're saying. I'm listening very closely
It's
to what you're
clearly
saying.
obvious what I'm saying. It's clearly
I know.
obvious.
I know.
Right. So please do not run around and asking silly little questions that are really wasting time. Either you accept what we say or don't
wasting
accept.
time?
Yes, you are wasting time asking those kind of questions, actually.
So was the scope of this fire rating analogous to a 747 impacting said fire rating beams and then burning at excessive temperature? Was that within the scope of the?
That's a great question, but you missed my statement earlier. I said to you that the Twin Towers were built to withstand multiple plane hits, not just one. Multiple. You know what they said? They likened it to the mosquito screen net on your windows. If you're living in the tropical areas where you get lots of mosquitoes, you can open your window, but you have that mosquito screen that's still there. Now, when you puncture that screen with a pencil, it doesn't render the rest of the screen useless, does it? That's what they were saying. That was the structural integrity of those Twin Towers. So they could take multiple and not collapse. Multiple.
That's great that they said that. But how does that impact the rating of the fire-resistant material covering the steel beams? Does that sound magically protect them?
Like I said, they were fireproof to withstand the horizontal beam. Again, you're just wasting time here. 2 hours. 2 hours for the horizontal beams.
I heard you.
And 3 hours for the columns. So it means that the office fires that only lasted 20 to 30 minutes, according to the NIST, the organization that is charged with documenting the facts, apparently, that's them, has stated that. Okay, that's the standard. And the fighters, the fire industry, let's say, firefighting industry, also agree with that. They're the experts. They're the ones that have to put the fire out. That the office fires would not have lasted no more than 20 to 30 minutes. So the steel and the horizontal beams were well within the safety standards that is acquired in the US, set by NIST and others.
Not to mention the concrete. Do you understand how much concrete was? It's like steel and concrete. For the concrete and steel to collapse in on itself, just based on 2 planes and some fire and some jet fuel, for it to collapse in on itself at free fall speed. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on.
Do you feel like the ratings that the agencies assigned these building materials was pretty analogous or pretty similar to that of what was experienced on 9/11? Did these agencies slam a 747 going 500 miles an hour, weighing 350,000 pounds?
There were no planes. That's the thing you're not getting into your head. There were no planes that hit the buildings. No plane parts were found from, like I said, the Boeing 767 and the Boeing 757.
I was trying to avoid that part of the argument and just try and say, okay, let's assume there were planes and go with that, because you take it to that, that's like a whole another level. Like we're never gonna get anywhere, bro. He's just gonna keep asking questions on what if.
Yeah, that's right. But you can see this is a man in denial, denying the facts from the organizations. It's not my personal feeling. You see, I'm not bringing my personal feeling into this. What I'm speaking are facts. That's what, because I have to respect those who died. And by the way, my registration number plate for my car is 911 in memory of those people. That's why I am Mr. 911. I'm not here to desecrate the graves of those who died. So everything I'm going to say is facts only. That's all I'm going to speak.
So what about the people on the airplanes that died?
There were no planes. Remember, there were no planes, so I don't need to consider that.
So the people on the airplanes didn't die?
I think they were murdered.
And their body parts were strewn about a multi-block radius?
If there were any passengers, they would have been murdered. That's a question mark.
The same way that we have planes that disappear in the ocean, and the missing Malaysian plane or whatever,
yeah,
like you can, like if they were okay with collapsing 2 buildings, you don't think they're okay with killing a couple hundred people on planes or whatever to make everything line up. You know what I'm saying?
Do they scatter their passports, like the dead passengers' passports, around the crash site, or?
Yeah, that was bullshit. You think a passport is gonna just magically float down and we're gonna find that or whatever?
Yeah,
I
withstanding
mean,
the
not
fire and the
magically.
explosion. No
It was like
residue of smoke, fuel, singeing, burning, nothing. Clean
And it was
as a
like within
whistle.
the hour.
obviously like they'll find it, and then you'll say that it wasn't it, though, right?
There were no planes, sir. That's what you don't seem to realize. You haven't done enough research at all. At all.
Dude,
You
I don't
can
think it's worth trying to help this guy.
you can watch the footage of the planes hitting the building and see
That's CGI,
like
sir. That's
the
CGI, sir.
CGI.
That's CGI.
But how do they do
CGI, bro.
how do they do live real time
It wasn't live.
Well,
CGI?
it wasn't
They
real
did it
time.
ahead of
Actually,
time.
it wasn't. Yeah.
They had the footage ahead of time, and then when
Yeah.
the thing happened, then they gave the footage to the news outlets that are going to play that, and then they'll have a few people on the ground or whatever that's saying they seen a plane.
Yep.
It's simple.
Yep.
It's
So what about
simple.
people's personal
Crisis
videos?
accident management people. Yeah. You know, we know who they
Look,
are.
look, we're not going
Crisis
to convince
actors.
you,
That's it. Crisis actors.
Like, how do
Crisis
you
dude. Yeah.
actors.
how do you CGI like the
Uh,
weather of that day, or like
here we go.
No
or the
one's
people that were
CGIing any
present?
weather. We're just no one's talking about the weather. We're just talking about the planes. Don't add things that we don't need to add. Okay, I don't know why you're overreaching. You're
Well, how do they know the
desperate, sir.
weather of the day? You said they made it in
There's no
advance.
need to know anything about the weather. You're desperate, sir. You're
They
desperate.
wouldn't need to know the
Okay,
weather of
let
the
me give,
day if
let me
they're
give,
going
let
to
me give you
CGI
another
the video.
tidbit. Let me give you
What
another
if they
tidbit.
CGI
Let
the
me bury
video
you.
and it was completely
Yeah.
overcast?
Let me bury you further. There's a BBC reporter. Her name was Jane Stanley. She was reporting on the Solomon building. That's the building number 7. She's reporting that that building had collapsed. Okay, that's what she was saying. But right behind her head is building number 7, standing bold as brass, not collapsed at all. She's since
So
left the BBC
you
because she was
burying
harangued.
me
That.
is a reporter having made a mistake. That's you burying me?
No. That's a
No,
fact that
no,
she
that's not.
stated something that was
How could
wrong.
she report? How could she report on something that hasn't happened yet, unless she was given a script and that the
There you go.
footage behind her didn't match up with what she was saying? She was just doing her job and given a script, and so she was saying it, not knowing that the footage behind her contradicted the script that she was saying. Like,
Are you
bro,
telling me that a news reporter contradicted what was actually taking place?
yes, yes,
Wow, that's never happened
yes,
before.
yes.
It must be connected.
It must be. Must be connected. So you connect the dots because we can't help you. No matter how many dots we give you, or logic we give you, or my man knows, like he can call it out, like the names and the facts and stuff. And no matter how much
He
we
doesn't know
tell you,
anything.
there's nothing that we can say that's gonna change your mind, bro. We've been at this for 20 fucking years.
Well, actually, I think it's the opposite. Nothing that I can say to change your mind.
No, you could definitely change. I think my mind is more changeable than your mind.
Then why are you defending their position if you're so open-minded?
Because I've been at this longer than you, bro.
But you're open-minded, remember?
If I've been given information that would contradict all the other things, like all the things my man just said, and all the things that I know, and you were to give more than that, then I would change my mind. Just like
Think about it.
my mind.
Think about it real quick. He said that a reporter got the facts incorrect, and that was his main piece of evidence.
No, that was one
reported on
of
it
the
before it
many.
happened.
That was one of the many things of our argument.
So how many reporters reported on that day, and how many did get it correct? Or how many got it incorrect in a way that wasn't supporting this theory?
You're jumping around the whole point that she predicted it, essentially.
You're disregarding what is called disconfirming evidence, and you're moving it aside, and you're selecting confirming evidence. It's part of confirmation bias. It's a known human phenomenon. We all do it.
Dude, you're literally not even listening to the argument. It's not that she just reported something wrong. It's that she predicted something correct that had not happened yet.
Can you acknowledge the fact that she reported something that hadn't happened yet, and that's kind of like
Yeah,
suspicious.
you keep dodging that point and just saying that she said something wrong. That's not what we're saying.
That's totally possible. She could have said something that didn't happen yet. It collapsed where it was still standing. What does that mean? Okay, let's play this
I think
out.
you can try and figure that one out. We don't need to spell that out for you.
Let me agree with you hypothetically for a moment, just for argument's sake. Let's walk along the path that you're laying out. She was handed a script. This lowly reporter was in on it. They deemed her necessary.
No, not
to be
in on it. Just given a script and doing her job. Not in on it. Just doing her job.
So they
at least try to
give her a
steel man us,
script.
Epiphany.
They needed to give her a script to tell her that the building fell down. They wouldn't have known any other way.
Yeah, if the building hadn't fallen down yet, then how could they tell her to say the building fell down?
Okay, let me ask you this.
Someone's like, "Yo, just
the building in question that didn't fall down yet, right? Was that the second building to fall or the first?
Was this building 7?
Okay, so buildings had fallen prior to that. Is that correct? So clearly she could have mixed it up.
So she was talking about building 1 and not building 7.
Yeah, no, just before she talked about building 7, she'd already just finished talking about the other 2 buildings. And then she said, now, the third building, building number 7, has also come down. What the fuck don't you get, man? She's predicting the future ahead of time.
So making a mistake is predicting the future.
All right, can we switch conversations?
How can you report on something that hasn't
why are
happened
we
yet?
egging this guy on? Let's just.
I know. It's fucking crazy. How can you say something that's happened until after it happens? You can't report on something that hasn't happened yet.
Oh no, she made a mistake, dude. You're reading into it too much.
You know, all right. Anytime there's a tragedy, like a national tragedy, or a crisis, do you know how many false reports are given?
Right. How many of them are correct before it happens?
Right. I wonder why that is.
Like when the shooter in Vegas took place. Do you have any idea of how many false reports there were and how many false reports were on the news streaming live?
Maybe because that was playing the head as well. Maybe have you considered that?
What's the psychological phenomenon? Whenever you say a psychological phenomenon that you are currently using, what's that called?
So to use that as a piece of evidence that a news reporter made an error and then say that she's predicting it, was handed some sort of script from some
Stop just
higher up
saying made an error, dude. It's not that simple.
I mean,
oh yeah,
not?
it's an error. Oh, it's an error. Oh, I know it's going to happen ahead of time. It's not an error. You can't accidentally predict the future. You can't accidentally say, "Oh, a bunch of people got shot. 17 people got shot, and
Sure,
whatever." Or this building came down. You can't accidentally report the wrong thing. Your job is to report what has already happened. That is your job, to report what has already happened. That's not
that's
an
exactly how
accident.
predictions work. People make a whole bunch of predictions. The ones that stick, they remember
No,
them
they
more
don't.
and say that they're prophets.
The news's job is not to make predictions, is to report on what already happened.
I agree.
That's not their job. Their job is to report on what has happened already. So if they say what hasn't even happened yet isn't their job. Their job is to say, this just happened. Their job is to not be fucking psychics and say,
is it a possibility that they received incorrect information?
how could they get information about something that didn't happen yet?
It wasn't incorrect as the issue. She didn't make
I'm just
a mistake.
wondering, is it possible for a news agency to receive incorrect information?
Yes, of course, it's a possibility to receive incorrect information, but You don't receive incorrect information about something that hasn't happened yet, and then you report on it, and then it happens after that. It just means that
Wait. So that's the only information that you are not allowed to receive that's incorrect? How does that work? Like, you can only receive like incorrect information that will never happen? Like, I don't understand.
No, you could receive wrong information that could happen, but then the fact that it happens exactly of the false information that you were given, and then it happens exactly the way that like you report the wrong thing, and the wrong thing that you reported happens right after that. Are you kidding me?
But we agree that you can receive wrong information.
You can receive wrong information, yes.
Okay, and the wrong information that you receive could actually happen.
It could, but the likelihood that it does after you receive the wrong information is highly unlikely.
So now, is that evidence for something?
It's circumstantial evidence.
Some people are just so scared to use their brain, except like I don't get it. They just want to.
I don't get it either. Like, yeah, you can get wrong information, but if someone tells me a lie, and then I talk about it to a bunch of other people, if it's a lie, the likelihood that that lie actually happens after I told somebody about that lie, and then the lie happens, is very unlikely. The probability, percentages, numbers, logic, that I was given wrong information, I report that wrong information, but then it actually happens so that my wrong information actually becomes right information, is the likelihood of that happening is very unlikely. Not impossible, but very unlikely from a logical standpoint. And most of us are logical people and look
Here's
at
some
things a
logic
lot.
for you. Here's some logic
Go
for
ahead.
you. What do you
Okay.
think? What do you think the goal was in getting the information to the newscasters before the event actually happened? So you're saying that you're thinking, and you're kind of implying that they knew they were going to detonate Building 7 and make it fall, and
Bro,
then their plan was to hold on, let me finish. And then their plan was to get this information to the newscasters so they could announce it. You don't think if the building fell that they would notice it and announce it on their own? Do you think there was some connection between whoever?
I've been listening to flat Earth debates for hundreds of hours, and I know your voice, and I refuse to talk to you. You can kick rocks.
So that's a logical question, right? Like, what would be the point of someone?
Bro, I know your voice. I can't remember your name, but I know who you are, and I refuse to talk to you because this is going to go nowhere, and I refuse to talk to you. I know who you are, and I refuse to talk to you.
Well, I'm flattered that you have some knowledge of me.
Yeah, you got clout. You got clout on Discord. Yeah, you're Discord famous, bro. Yes, you can jack off tonight knowing that someone from Discord knows who you are, so you can jack off your ego, bro. I refuse to talk to you. Kick fucking rocks.
It's interesting that you've already spoken to me for over 2 minutes, but
Kick
I still have the
fucking
question.
rocks, you imbecile. I know who you are.
You're calling me names.
Get the fuck.
His name is Zanuck. Zanuck.
Yeah,
His name
Zanuck.
is.
That's there you go. Zanuck, kick fucking rocks. I'm not talking to you ever in life.
He's a disingenuous head of an ass. Yeah.
Kick
He's got the
fucking rocks,
worst living existence that I know. Yeah.
Zanuck,
kick fucking
I
rocks.
don't know what he has no life.
You get on Discord and then sign off and then jack off. That's what you do.
It's interesting.
You're like, these motherfuckers know who I am. Yes, I've been here so long in Discord. These motherfuckers know who I am. I'm gonna jack off as soon as I'm not fucking gonna even talk to you, Zanuck. No, Zanuck.
Dude, how are you predicting the future?
Zanuck, suck my fucking dick, bitch. I'm not fucking talking to you, bro, ever in life.
You sound like you're actually slightly retarded, but not just my personal.
Yeah, I know who you are, bro. Zanuck, kick rocks. We're not talking to you. Goodbye.
Jen,
If I was a moderator, you would be muted right now, but I'm not. So
but I haven't
unfortunately,
done anything. I just asked you a simple question because I'm
it
curious.
doesn't matter. You're
the
fucking
significance.
Zanuck. That's all you got to
And
be
you're
is
talking over me
Zanuck.
as well.
Okay, goodbye.
So I'm just curious, what would the point be? The information.
Goodbye, Zanuck.
I'm not
Goodbye.
talking to you. I'm talking to somebody else.
Goodbye.
Jen,
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Jen,
Suck my dick.
who are you? Who do you think
Zanuck.
you are?
Suck my dick, Zanuck.
Yeah,
You're the
you
person.
seem to be obsessed with
Shut
other
the
people.
fuck up, bitch.
You
Shut
seem
up,
to be obsessed
Zanuck.
by oral sex by
Shut
other
up.
people, other
Nobody
men.
gives a
It's
fuck
kind of
about you,
worrisome to
Zanuck.
me. You
Nobody
might want to
cares
seek some help.
about you, bro. Get a girlfriend or something so you ain't got to be on.
You saw my girlfriend. You wouldn't be asking me to get a girlfriend.
Bro.
You see, right now you just realize, oh yeah, maybe he's got a really hot girlfriend, which I do. So,
Mm-hmm.
You want to see a picture of her?
Yep.
What's the phenomenon where enough information is gathered together where patterns will eventually emerge? Isn't it a theory?
Wait, repeat that.
So I missed it. I want to find it. I found it the past couple days, but basically, like, if you put enough words together, some pattern will emerge. Like if you put Moby Dick together, if you arrange the sentences in Moby Dick together in such a way, it will predict like, some sort of event that's already happened. Now, did the author have some sort of understanding of that event that was going to happen in the future? No,
It's
but there's
probably just synchronicity.
But it's called something else. It's called something theory. I thought it started with an R.
If you put a hurricane through a junkyard, how often is it going to create a clock?
Yeah, you're talking about like 1,000 monkeys given enough time will write Shakespeare or something like that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he's arguing. Any sort of yeah.
Okay. Can I draw your attention to the image of the Boeing 757/200 as it's crashing into the Pentagon? Do you believe? Oh, I shan't use the word believe. Do you think that is physically and technologically possible? Have a look at that image, please.
Yeah.
To scale, and that is to scale, ladies and gentlemen. That is to scale. By the way, to think the aeroplane could have done that. No pilot on Earth could do it. No pilot. And I have a list of pilots stating that fact. Okay?
Plenty of pilots bring airplanes towards the ground on a daily basis.
No, this happened all in one smooth movement, traveling at 500 miles per hour, sir. Could never be done. It would have crashed well before it got to the Pentagon. Sorry.
Wait, how much money was lost in that building before they blew it up? What was the number? 2 trillion?
Billion, yeah.
2.3 trillion. $2.3 trillion they could not account for. Do you remember?
Really good time for
yeah.
a plane hit it. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, he reported Rumsfeld September 10th reported that like 2.3 or 3 trillion, whatever he said, what came up missing right before 9/11. And then after that, we didn't really talk about it.
Yeah, just a few days before the event. And it's funny how Larry Silverstein took the insurance policy for the Twin Towers 6 weeks before the event. 6 weeks, it happens.
That's not.
And he got 2 payouts because it was 2 terrorist attacks.
It's not a irregular or odd. That's what you do when you purchase.
It's very, very odd. If I was an insurance company, I wouldn't pay out. But of course, the insurance company they used was I'm talking about Larry Silverstein taking out an insurance policy on his Twin Towers for the event of if an aeroplane were to crash, right?
He has a loan on the building. You're required to have insurance.
So I cannot finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Okay, listen clearly, so you get exactly what I mean. So 6 weeks, we're taking down a policy for two planes that may hit my building. Okay, nice. Goes and gets the policy 6 weeks before the event. 6 weeks later, the event happens. As an insurance company, I'll not be paying out a single penny. until I've investigated fully. Okay? But of course, the insurance company was well in on it. Of course they were. Come on. Who's not? You don't have to be that silly to know that. Yeah, that's why you got the money. Because I would never have paid.
So if I
Right.
bought a house on a bank loan and I
Yeah.
had fire insurance on my house and then my house burns down 6 weeks later, do you think the fire insurance isn't going to pay out?
They're gonna look into it.
dude.
They're gonna look
You
into
see,
it
if
a
you,
whole lot.
we're going to check. I'm going to investigate how that fire started. Of course. Yeah. Yeah.
And then if they pay out, was the
I would
insurance
invest.
company in on it?
It was definitely. It would have been in on it. With regarding Larry Silverstein, yeah, they were in on it.
So
Definitely.
if my insurance
Because I
company
would,
pays me for my fire ruined building, then they were in on it?
Yeah, because if your house burned down 6 weeks after you got a insurance policy, most likely you set the fire, and they're gonna find evidence that it wasn't accident or
Yeah.
whatever. They're looking for every reason not to pay. So the odds are they're not gonna pay.
Right.
So if they do pay, they're either in on it or it's a 1% chance that you didn't have something to do with it and it was actually legit.
Yeah.
But in this case, it was
and
not
by
legit.
rights, sorry, and by rights, legally, if I was an insurance company, the case hasn't been solved. This case is still open as to what actually happened. So to pay out any monies would be a big mistake because I wouldn't pay a penny. The case is still open. You've got 9/11, engineers and architects for 9/11 still pursuing the government today with the loved ones who lost their dear beloved. Okay, so I wouldn't be paying a penny. Believe you me. Obviously, the company's in on it. Why would I pay? Hasn't even been solved yet. Not solved.
They think it's solved though.
That's correct, and that's a mistake. That's why they're in on it. Any company worth its weight in gold would never have paid that.
You should. They should hire you, and they could have saved a lot of money. You could have just walked in the boardroom and say,
they indeed
"This
they
case
indeed
isn't
would have.
solved," and they would have paid you a fat fee.
Exactly. Of course they would.
Yeah.
But we're dealing with monsters of human beings that are totally inhumane. So although I may have helped save them a few bob, I would have been assassinated and thrown off the highest cliff.
Yeah.
That's what would have happened to me afterwards. There'd be no more Gin CBR1.
We know better, don't we, Jin?
We know better, don't we? We certainly do. We know. I don't put 911 on my number plate and not be able to back that up. You better believe it. I'm a walking internet with this stuff.
We've got their number.
Yes. If the internet goes down, you just got to plug it into my head and you get it all downloaded for you. Everything. That's what I like. Yes, we flat earthers, we're just resilient. We're a resilient breed. Integrity oozes out of us. We sweat integrity. What are you talking about?
Is this some of that convincing information, illegal 42?
Yeah. I have loads of that kind of information. Loads. I could deluge you lot. You'd need a flat earth life jacket.
Yeah, we're not just.
I'd like to hear, Jen, the source of the $2.3 trillion that was missing.
Zenek.
Because that was actually a false.
Zenek. Nobody
That
wants
was
to
a
hear your
lie as
fucking
well.
voice. Shut up, Zenek.
So Jen, I'm talking to Jen.
Shut up.
And
I don't
there is no
care. Nobody's talking to you. Go away,
$2.3
Zenek.
trillion missing.
We're not going to listen to you.
Zanik, you're a toxic maggot. Do the research yourself, Zanik. Zanik, do the research yourself. I did my research.
I did. I have a list over 2 pages long of that being a complete and utter lie. Where is your source? Why don't you post your source?
I'm sorry, Zanik. You're a complete and utter lie. Zanik, you are a complete and utter lie, Zanik. You're lying now. You lied yesterday.
No, I'm not.
You're going to lie tomorrow. You're going to lie when you go for a shit. You're going to lie when you're having a shower. You probably lie when you're doing your hot girlfriend, as you mentioned earlier. You're just a liar, Zanik.
You want to see a picture of her? What do you want?
I'm not interested in your woman. I have no interest.
I'll take a picture.
I have no interest in your woman. None of my business, Zanik. Just tell the truth. That's all, Zanik, and you can't do that.
All we're doing is telling the truth here.
No, you're not. You're lying.
Articles, all telling you.
You're a liar, Zanik. All I got to say to you is thermite, nanothermite, and thermate. Nanothermite, 4,500 degrees in 2 seconds. Okay, and they usually use them in shaped charges. They wrap them around the I-beams in order to make the building walk. That's quoting the controlled demolition. Unfortunately, I can't find a video of this guy, and he explains it, and he has his arms upwards, and he says, we make the building walk. And then there's an echo after he says, walk, walk, walk. And you think, yes, that's what they did. So shut up, Zanuck, you're a loser. Sorry, mate. You're a loser,
You
man.
can't attack the actual question. You have to attack me. Shows your weakness there, Jen.
I'm
You're really
attacking your
slipping.
question. I'm
You're slipping.
attacking your question, and I'm capping it with you're a loser. Actually, get it right.
Well,
You're lying
I
about
had
that now.
you started
You're
talking
still
about
lying now,
thermite
Zanuck.
and
You're lying now.
architects, and I was talking about $2.3 trillion that were never reported to be missing, ever.
It was
So-
missing. I can
Show
give
me
you the
Of
video
course,
of
Rumsfeld,
Rumsfeld
Use
trying
was
to
on,
explain.
article, please.
Rumsfeld was on C-SPAN and definitely said that we don't know where these $3 trillion are. It was definitely on C-SPAN, and we could definitely bring up the clip and show it to you.
I have it. Number 10.
The way that you know Zanuck is lying is because his lips are moving.
Yeah,
That's how you know.
right. And then you
I
can
have
tell
the
that
clip
little
that
tone,
Rumsfeld
the little
spoke
lie
the day
tone he's
before
got.
of
He's got
September
that
11th.
special
I have the clip. You want to see it? He
revealing
doesn't talk
tone.
about anything missing.
Get out of here. You're a liar.
Robert Lieberman, Assistant Inspector General for Auditing, doesn't testify that it's missing. Department of Defense Officer Inspector General doesn't depend. All these articles, no one talks about $2.3 million missing. That's
There's
made up.
there's a video of on C-SPAN of Donald Rumsfeld saying this.
Yeah, you know the context of that article or that particular presentation.
I'm not the context.
I'll play it right now. Here it is. Here it is. Can you hear it?
No. Just post it in the chat.
25 minutes. Let me find the actual point where they hint of something that could be misconstrued. But you're not really reading these things or watching these things all the way through, Jen. There's nothing in this. So you're going to talk over me again.
Please,
So I can't
Zanuck,
finish
please,
the sentence.
Zanuck.
Okay,
You have
I'll go
nothing
because
that
obviously you
I'm
don't want to hear me
interested
talk.
in,
So you're just
Zanuck.
going to talk over me.
Sorry, you carry on, but I have nothing.
No,
You have
you're not
nothing
sorry.
that
You do it every time.
you have nothing. You have nothing that I'll be interested in, Zanuck.
Well,
Nothing.
you said no. You said I am open. You have more open minds than anybody. You listen to facts.
Who said that? Who said that? I didn't say that. Those are not my
The
words.
other knucklehead that's calling me
I
names.
did not. Don't call him a knucklehead.
You don't like facts?
I
You don't
didn't.
like
My word. Those words never came out of my mouth. Zanuck,
you
you're
don't
lying.
listen to facts. So you don't listen to facts.
Danik, what you're trying to say is the other guy
you just
doesn't like to look at this thing that he said in context. So legal, you said that Rumsfeld said something. Zanuck saying, look at the context of what he said. Is that right?
It's correct.
So if you're open-minded and legal, then you'd be open to what Zanuck's saying is the context of the statement.
But it's really, ironically, he's being a liar. He's not open to any kind of.
I'm trying to find the actual clip, but it's probably going to be hard. It's probably going to be hard to find.
I got it. I'll post it in the chat for you. There you go.
Okay.
There you go. I mean, this is stuff that most people have already seen, so you might be enlightened a little bit if you like to see information.
What's the timestamp on it, Zanuck?
It's the last thing posted in text.
No, but like,
and that's not the clip I'm looking for because the clip I saw is not this clip. It's a different clip. That's why I'm trying to find
This is the actual. This is the actual thing that he said. Now,
no, there's another. There's another
find it,
C-SPAN.
you know what? You don't want to hear anything new, obviously.
There is another C-SPAN clip, not this one. This is not the one that I'm talking about.
Go find it.
I'm trying.
Try harder.
I'm trying.
As my girlfriend always says to me.
It's probably deleted. It's probably deleted from YouTube. You probably can't find it.
No, you can always find these presentations. They're public, and they're stored everywhere. If you want to find it, you'll find it.
I'm trying to find it.
If you heard it from somebody else that maybe misinterpreted what was said, because the $2.3 trillion was said in the clip, it just was said it was misinterpreted. It was taken out of context. Oh, in fact, even this title, I just noticed this. It says, full speech, can't keep track of the $2.3 trillion. Rumsfeld's quote that was conspiracy theorists often cite. He was referring to the Pentagon's outdated technology. There's a hint for you. But if you're in the business of listening to facts and you're open-minded, then maybe you might want to see some things that are contrary to the things that you might have been told by others. Just maybe. Or maybe you're not telling the truth. Test.
Test.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm listening to everything you said, Zanik, and it's contradictory to what was in the C-SPAN that I'm also looking for. Because I watched it the other day, and sometimes they remove it from your history now. That's what they're doing. So
Yeah,
they're
right.
doing that a lot.
Is
Yeah,
it
they
chance?
are. They are.
Is
Yeah,
it
right,
possible?
Zanik. Yeah,
Is it
right.
possible?
Right, Zanik.
Is it
Right.
possible? Is it possible you've taken what was said by Rumsfeld out of context? Is it possible?
No,
Or do you,
not at all,
not
because he
possible.
was questioned.
You're the
He
arbiter of
was
truth.
questioned. He was questioned as to what happened to the money. And then they said, don't you have any way of accounting? And then he gave several excuses as to why it wasn't possible to keep track of the money. Okay? That's
Okay,
what
bring
he
it up.
did.
Find it. You know what? You made the claim. Back it up.
Don't
You won't
worry
go
about
find
it, Zanik. Don't worry about it,
I'm not
Zanik.
worried about it because I know it didn't happen.
I am Mr. 911. Mr. 911, don't worry. I aim to ram it down your throat so it comes out of every orifice of your disingenuous prickhead body, boy. Don't worry. You worry. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm trying to find this clip too, man. YouTube will not.
Yeah, don't worry. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. I'm the man for that. I'm the keeper.
All right,
I'm gonna
I'll
get
let
this
you
one.
try.
Yeah.
I'll let you try and
Thank
find
you,
it,
bro.
bro.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Yeah, just let me get on with that. I'm gonna get it because I want to ram it down his throat. You know what I mean? Literally. If I could, like in the cartoons, you can come through the wire and ram it in there.
Yeah,
I'd love
yeah.
to
I was
do
trying
that.
to find it, but couldn't find it.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Man. We got this.
You're not going to
We
find
got
it because it doesn't exist. So just get over yourselves, all right?
No, okay.
Just see how you have to be quiet now
No,
because
that's your
you
globe.
realize that your logic and your
That's the globe
honesty
you
and your
believe in that doesn't do that.
I don't know why you bother talking to you.
No, it's just hard to
Everybody
find
knows me as a
old
man of
video.
honor.
It's just hard to find old
Everybody
videos
who
on
knows me
YouTube.
All
knows
these
me
things
as a
you
man
think
of
you
honor.
know, but you don't know.
When YouTube is trying to censor you and will even like take videos out of your history that you watched and know you just watched it the other day and then try and find it, like
Yeah.
you go back and try and find it and it won't be there. And you'll
Well,
be like, what
it's
the
so
fuck?
important. If you thought it was real, you would have recorded it or stored it, but you didn't. So, and someone might have.
No, we don't do things like
that. Doesn't
that.
exist. So, have fun with that. I'll
Yeah,
wait
no.
until you
It
find
does
it.
exist. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Go ahead, ram it down my
You're
throat.
panicking.
Literally.
You're panicking, boy. Yeah, you're panicking. Don't worry. You're panicking. You're panicking because you know it's going to happen. You're panicking.
Jen, if
I
you
can
knew
tell.
me, you know me who I am,
There's a
like the other
man
guy
who's
thinks he knows
in
me.
trouble.
You know I don't panic. I don't panic. Zanuck doesn't panic,
You're panicking, boy.
and I rarely speak in
You put the
You do
panic in
panic,
Xanax.
Zanuck. You do. You do. I've met you panicking so many times. Yeah. Panic,
I've heard you.
Zanuck, panic. Stop
I've heard
panicking.
you.
Don't worry.
I've
I
heard
will
you
ram it
double
down
talk.
your throat.
If I had
Don't
a
happen.
dollar for every time I heard you double talk and lie, you know,
Name
I'd be.
one. Name one. Go ahead. I'll get another chance to back yourself up. So now you make another statement. You couldn't find the results and the evidence for your first. Now you just made another statement. So where have I lied? Doublespeak. You have so many times you've heard me. So now bring up one. Go ahead. I'll wait. You can't, can you? See, everything you say out of your mouth is all a lie. Is you're projecting on me.
Yes, when you talk about the Coriolis and that, when you double speak there, for example, Zanuck. What you peg? Do you want me to download everything you've said? Because I can do that. You know, when you talk about the Coriolis, yeah. When you talk about the spin of the Earth and the helicopter, and it wouldn't be moving underneath, and then the fool's Colt's pendulum, yeah, yeah, the fuck off pendulum, yeah. When you talk about that double speak, you actually quadruple speak in that one. No,
I've listened.
Zanuck, we've got
I've
you
listened.
project.
I've listened to over 5,000 hours of flat Earth debate, a lot of which you were a part of, and for you to ask me to just bring up I can't just pull it out of my ass and be like, oh, this part of this uh what's his name? whatever flat earth debate and then bring up this 5 minutes where he actually allowed you to talk on there and prove to where you lied. Like, I can't just bring that shit up out of my ass or whatever, but trust me, I've listened to over 5,000 hours of flat earth debate, and I've heard enough of you to be strong in my opinion about you, and no, you are not on here for any good reason. Like, you're not on here for, like, you're not like a true seeker. You're just on here to like argue and cause problems or jack off your ego, or I don't know why you're on here or whatever, but I've heard enough of you to know that you don't have any positive you don't have a positive purpose for being here. Like, if you disagree with
He's not in here anymore.
yeah, okay. All right, so I'm talking to myself. All right. That's cool. I'm glad he's gone because I've heard so much of Xanax in my life. I'd be okay dying without hearing another word from him. I don't know.
Well, harsh.
That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of these people, like, it's like, don't even try and waste your time with people who aren't like genuine, like real true seekers or whatever. Like,
Wait,
if
how do you know he's not?
trust me, you spend enough time with somebody, you get to know what their intentions are, or like their true intentions. Like, I don't know who you are, I don't even know who I'm talking to, and you don't know me and I don't know you, but I've been on Discord and listened to the flat earth debate enough to know who Xanax is and to know that there's nothing positive going to ever come out of a conversation with him. I'm interested in talking to people. Like, I'm open-minded. Like, you can change my mind, you can give me some more information, like we can have an intelligent debate or argument or whatever, or talk about something. But if you have good intentions as a human being, then I'll talk to you. But if you don't, I'll cuss you the fuck out. Or not cuss you out at all. I'll just leave. Or
So
not.
basically, someone that debates in good faith or listens in good faith would be someone.
Yeah, I like people like those. Like, I like good people who are just trying to learn things and seeking the truth and are open-minded, and like, I like a good debate or whatever, don't get me wrong, but if your intentions aren't in a good, like a positive foundation, then I'm not going to talk to you. Like, I'll talk to people that, are open-minded, and where, they're people like me. Like, if more information comes in, you'll change my mind. Because trust me, my mind has changed several times as more info came. I was this way, then I was like, nah, that's bullshit. And then I was like, well, wait a minute, maybe they got something to it. I was willing to hear more. And as I heard more, I was like, okay, that makes sense. And then I was like, well, maybe not. And then as more information comes in, then I adjust accordingly. And it's just, I can detect, like, I've spent enough time on Discord where I got like a, like they call it gaydar or whatever, where you can detect, like, I got truth dar or whatever, where like somebody, or genuine dar or whatever. If, like, I can detect whether somebody is here for good reasons, good positive spiritual reasons, like want to have good, conversation, or if they're not, if they're just here to argue, if they're just here to.
An example would be like when you brought up the information about the newscaster reported Building 7 collapsing before it did. That should ring some bells in your head that something's weird, and you can either ask, are they lying to me? Or it can ring bells. Those are the only two options. Just saying, trying to cope out by calling it a mistake implies that you're not taking it
Well,
seriously intellectually.
That's I would disagree that those are the only two options, because we know of a number of human cognitive phenomenon that cause us to seek patterns. That's why there is such a thing as what we call coincidence. And so we say things like, it's not a coincidence, but we were trained to find things that connect, right? And so to say that it couldn't be a coincidence,
Yeah, but when
I
there's
believe.
a series of coincidences, what do you call that?
Well, that's also another phenomenon of the brain, which is confirmation bias. If you have a theory that you believe to be true, you try and find out and seek out confirming evidence to support your theory and discard the other 500 reporters that reported on that day who reported something else, where we disregard that disconfirming evidence.
You
And we
see,
select this
the
one
problem
thing.
is, when you compare, hang on, when you compare both stories, the truth is self-evident. It's irrefutable evidence. That's what we go by, not bias. That's not genuine. And anyway,
Yeah,
I
but how do
posted
you
the
know it's
video
the
in
truth?
question, and hang on, I'm nearly there. And the reason Zanuck left, because he knew I was going to get that video, and he knew that I was able to record his doublespeak. I gave him 2 episodes, and then he left. So don't be messing with me, boy. And I posted the video. Yeah, hope you enjoy your teeth crunching on the truth. Good luck.
Xanac never sent me a picture of his girlfriend. I was kind of bummed out about
that. Aw, I guarantee you he
Yeah.
doesn't. I guarantee you he doesn't. But yeah,
There's the
see,
video for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's there. There you go.
and I also don't believe in
Man,
coincidence, only
that's the one.
synchronicity. There's only synchronicity, no such thing as coincidence, in my opinion.
Aren't they synonymous?
No. I mean, Carl Jung coined synchronicity as meaningful coincidence, so I suppose you could make an argument for that, but I think everything's connected, and then, like what we call coincidence is really synchronicity. So I just think we mislabel synchronicity as coincidence.
Well,
So that's why I say.
I just looked at the definition. It's a simultaneous occurrence of events which appear significantly related but have no discernible causal connection. So that would be my definition of coincidence.
that. You don't like pattern recognition?
I don't have I don't like it nor dislike it. I just observe it.
You don't use it as a heuristic tool to navigate reality?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Do you think that everything is connected or no?
I mean, it's a bit vague.
No, yeah, not maybe directly, but everything is connected. Would you agree with that?
I mean, it's a bit vague. Like, what do you mean?
Like everything in this whole realm that we're experiencing is connected in one way or another.
Yeah, I guess.
Like the butterfly effect or something like that. Yeah, so I would call that synchronicity, not coincidence. I would say everything is.
But that's
like,
not the definition of synchronicity.
No, I know, because Carl Jung coined it as meaningful coincidence. So coincidence is in the definition of synchronicity, but I would say that everything is just synchronicity and not coincidence. Like it's like everything is connected, and there's meaning in all things. It's like connecting the dots. Like it's meaningful if you can connect the dots. Like it's like can you see the forest through the trees or whatever? Like if you're like if you're close up, it seems like chaos, but if you zoom out, it's organized. So it seems chaotic until you zoom out, and when you zoom out, then it's like what's the thing? What's the thing called where damn, I can't think of it. Like what's the pattern called where it's a pattern, and then the more you zoom out, you see the pattern. What's that called?
I don't know.
Fractal.
Fractal. Yeah, fractals. Like fractals. Like everything is a fractal. Like it seems chaotic, and then you zoom out and you see the pattern, and the more you zoom out, so it seems like chaos, when you're in the trenches, but the more you zoom out and see the big picture, then you see the pattern, you see that it's actually organized. So it's like, it seems chaotic close up, but you zoom out and it's actually organized. It's like organized chaos. Like that's the way I see synchronicity, where everything's in sync with each other, but you might not be able to see how things are connected until you zoom out. And so that's what I try to do, is zoom out and see the pattern and see how things are connected and synchronized. But you might not be able to see it close up, but when you zoom out, you can see how the connection between random things. Like, they could seem random and chaotic, but when you zoom out, they're not random and chaotic. They're connected. They're synchronized. The synchronicity. You just got to zoom out and see the bigger picture. You got to see the whole thing like a fractal. It seems like not a pattern, and then the more
Yeah, you
you
got to
zoom
piece
out,
the
it's like,
puzzle together.
It's a different kind of synchronization than the one that you've seen on a video. I'm sure everyone's seen all the news anchors reporting exactly the same story, exactly the
right.
same word for word, right? But
Yeah.
it's a different synchronicity than that, yeah?
ODD TV, that was. ODD TV. Yeah,
Oh
ODD
yeah,
TV did that. That was brilliant,
I
that
know
was, yeah.
exactly what you're saying, but yeah, there is a different synchronicity than that. A bigger synchronicity where you, like, you see certain numbers over and over again that are maybe synchronistic to you. That, like, I see the same numbers over and over again, license plates, numbers here, numbers there. I see the same number over and over again here and there. And so I'm like, I wish I could know what, like, to make use of that synchronicity and apply it to my life, and like in order to make like decisions in my life. I wish I knew how to do that, but that's one of the things about synchronicity that we're trying to figure out, is how can you take synchronicity and apply it in a positive way that you can use to help your life or whatever. So I try to zoom out, try to see the bigger picture, understand that everything is connected, try to use that in a way that benefits me.
Yeah, and you
I have
zoom out and you find out that Avant-Garde and fucking BlackRock own everything.
right. You see the bigger picture. You got to zoom all the way out, and then you see how it's all tied together, and then you're like, oh, okay. Now it makes more sense. But when you're close up, it seems like chaos. Like everything is random. Like life just happens, this and that happens. But when you zoom out and see the bigger picture and see how this ties to that and connect the dots, the conspiracy theory meme of the guy with the board with the red string tied to all the things or whatever, and they ha 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 make fun of that or whatever, but there is some truth in that, and they're trying to like make fun of it, but there is something to that, and there is something to connecting the dots, and it's like they say, follow the money. You know what I'm saying? Like, follow the money, you'll get to the truth.
You live with just you and your girlfriend. You have a box of
How about
condoms.
all the what's the chance of all the astronauts being Masons?
Right. Or all the presidents being blood related. Like, oh, all our presidents had the same bloodline. Oh,
All the famous people, their houses didn't burn down in Hawaii.
Yeah, because Oprah and Obama wanted to buy up the land. Same thing in California. They're burning up all that shit, and then they can go in and buy the property that they couldn't buy before. So they just burn it up, and then now they can buy it.
Yeah,
Obama, Oprah.
what's the chances of all the billionaires becoming evil dictators, like telling you what to eat and what you can't eat, and what we're going to do for the next 30 years? What's the chance of that?
Well, they just got our best interests at heart. That's all. They just want what's best for us. We should just do what they say.
Bill Gates is a good person.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why his wife left him, because he's such a good person. Took all his money. All the richest women in the world are just get it from divorcing their husbands.
What's the
Congratulations.
chance of Bezos' rocket going up into space and the camera just happens to shake up and down so it looked like a phallic, like bursting through the atmosphere, vibrating? Like, what's the chance of that?
Well, what's the chance of someone losing a handkerchief that is pizza related?
Pizza party! Whoop whoop! Yo, what's up with that shit with I seen a TikTok video of The Rock telling all these little children that he eats children and shit. Like like what the fuck? What's up with that? This motherfucker's like, yeah, I eat children. He's just like putting it out there. Like, what the fuck? Like, I seen some TikTok video. They were like, Oprah and The Rock got canceled by cancel culture on the same day. And I was like, what is this about? And I didn't really understand. And then I seen the TikTok video of fucking The Rock telling all these little kids about how he eats little children and shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Anyone want to link that? I don't have TikTok.
No, I don't either. I just seen I see TikTok videos on Facebook. I don't have TikTok on my phone, so I'm not on TikTok. I just see TikTok videos, and I seen a TikTok video. They were talking about The Rock, talking about eating little children and shit, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
What's
But
the chances of all the conspiracy theorists and the flat earthers saying that they're using wires to fake the space station, and then you see them like hanging on wires and pulling wires and touching buttons? What's the chances of that?
What's the chances of America always being the good guy?
There's 100% of flat earthers doing that.
yo, we all seem crazy in 2023, but then wait about a couple years, and then everything comes out to confirm everything we were talking about. Then we don't seem so crazy anymore.
Isn't it interesting how it's like always slightly distant into the future, how all the things are going to come together?
Yeah, I don't know where this is going, but
Yeah, they've been pushing off the moon landings. Like, we're going to land on the moon again, and they keep saying it all the time, but they never do. They just keep pushing it out. Never going to happen.
Just like fusion.
Kicking the can down the road, bro. Did you see that footage of who was it? Who was it? The last person that just like they landed on the south pole of the moon or something like that. Oh man, that shit was hilarious. If you saw the footage, like obviously it's a cartoon. It's like not actual video footage of them landing on the south pole of the moon. But who was it? South Korea or Japan?
India.
No, Japan did it, and then someone else just recently did it.
India.
India. Yeah.
India.
That shit is hilarious.
Yeah, this is a country. Hang on. This is a country that since 1977 to the present day have had over 2,500 bridges collapse in India. Over 2,500 bridges have collapsed in India. They're still running First World War, Second World War railway systems. They're still delivering their lunches in these silver tins. Their traffic light system is always broken. And this is them going to landing on the moon. Really? Stick to making cars. You're good at that. You can't even build bridges.
I wonder if that like speaks to the complexity required to go to the moon. Doesn't seem like it'd be that difficult.
Actually, if you can't build a bridge, you're not going to the moon, man.
It's easy, bro. Just shoot a rocket. 237,000 miles into space and land on that shit, and then just come back and easy peasy, no problem.
If you cannot build a bridge so a car and a train can use it, right? And you're collapsing 2,500 of these things, not to mention the footbridge, that's a separate number entirely. You got no business going to space. You're not there. You can't go there anyway. That's an insult.
I mean, if my bridges were collapsing, I'd need a source of pride.
Fucking hell, 2,500 of them. What? That's an appalling number. Come on, 2,500 since 1977. And no, I don't know any other country that's had 100 bridges collapse, yet alone 2,500. Come on, let's join these dots, ladies and gentlemen. Are they on the moon? South side, dark side? Yeah.
Yo, this shit is fucking hilarious.
It's a bloody insult to our intelligence. Come on.
It's very,
I their courage.
very insulting. Very insulting to. How dare they? How dare they even? But it's crazy. People will be, yay! Like they think they did it. Like, oh man, I can't. I don't know what kind of world I'm living in right now. I don't know who. What the fuck kind of world am I living in right now? This is fucking crazy. These people believe this shit.
I mean,
I'm the crazy one though, right? I'm crazy. I'm the conspiracy flat tard, right?
well, I mean, like, have they had the technology to send rockets to high altitudes?
Sure, to a certain point. Not to the moon.
Would you agree that, like, theoretically the technology exists?
Oh yeah, you can shoot a rocket up there really far. They're not going to the moon though. I'm not sure.
But I
we
mean,
can
like,
get to the moon. Like,
does the technology exist though?
no, not to go to the moon.
Why do you say it doesn't exist specifically to go to the moon?
Because there's thing called the firmament that you can't get past, or if you don't believe in that, you could do Van Allen radiation belts. So whether it be the radiation or the firmament, we can only go so far.
Yeah, no, but has it ever been demonstrated that we cannot go past those?
Yeah, cosmic ray particles. Cosmic ray particles traveling at the speed of light. Cosmic ray particles.
I think we can shoot rockets up and get to a certain point, but there's a point that we can't go past. That's what I think. I can't prove it, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, but it's quite obvious that a rocket is a giant firework. That's all it is, and rockets and missiles are exactly 98%, 99% the same. There you go. The only difference is the name. There you go. And they don't go to space, do they, missiles?
Okay, so to summarize, it is your belief that these technology objects cannot go past that area.
Yes.
Okay. But they might have the technology to go there.
No.
Nah.
But
they don't have any technology. We don't have it. It's technologically impossible.
But that that claim is reliant upon you believing that they can't go past a zone.
No, we have things like what's it called? Project Fishbowl.
Project Paperclip, was it? You're talking about?
Yeah, Paperclip or Fishbowl or whatever. Like they shot a whole bunch of missiles up in the air.
Oh, Operation. Sorry, you're talking about Operation Starfish Prime. Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, and Operation Dominic. A 4-year event. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, that's right.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So what? Your name used to be Pareidolia. Now it's something else. Apophenia. Okay. I don't know what to refer to you as. Is that is that your name now?
Yeah, I changed it.
All right. So, in your entire life, with your physical eyes, what has every object that's gone up in the sky done? Everything you've seen with your actual tangible eyeballs. Everything that's gone up in the sky has done what?
Like, are you saying that I've been physically present to see the object travel upwards?
Yes.
Okay.
What happens after that?
I would say they've came down. I'm trying to think of a scenario where they have not came down.
Correct. I would agree. Well, when I say correct, I would just say I agree. Yeah. I mean, it is, I think, the correct answer, obviously, though, because I would imagine,
Well, I
know
actually take that
you've
back.
never seen anything else.
I take that back. Planes go up, and I do not see them come back down.
Yeah, but has anyone ever seen an airplane not come back down? Just
Well,
because it goes out of your sight. That's kind of a because my point was going to be that my point is that you have never seen anything other than a craft that goes up and comes back down. So the idea that something goes up and goes out into another medium in the sky where there's tangible vacuums or rocks in the sky, that would be the belief. Because what we've all seen, everyone in this room, things go up and come back down. That's the thing we all see. So for you to believe that it did something different would be a complete, virtually blind faith, entirely blind faith, actually.
Well,
because you've never actually validated it, especially when it's coming from government agencies as well.
Like, we know all planes take off and land. Pretty much, they go to 30, 50,000 feet. They travel, come back down. We know those come up and down. He's saying, have you ever seen anything personally to go up and, like, not come back down?
Yeah, an airplane.
No, we know planes come back down because we know all planes have a destination and they go up and they go down. We know the planes come back down.
Yeah,
even if
we know that the rockets that go to outer space have a destination and they come back down.
But did they ever go up to where they said they were going before they came back down? Is the question.
And you've
I
never
like how
witnessed
the
it. You've
kinda
never
like how
witnessed
the plane. Do we know that where they say the plane went? Did we know that it went there?
We know it went up about 30,000, 50,000 feet and then went to LA and
But
then
we
came.
don't
Yeah, but
because with our own physical eyeballs.
we know that you've been on a plane before. We know that you may have been on a plane before, and you can confirm it for yourself. But have you been on a rocket?
Okay, well, let's extend that logic. I know people that have been on the Concorde. I've never been on the Concorde. It was too expensive, like $10K per ticket. But does that mean that they were not on the Concorde because I've never been on the Concorde?
No, this is like an appeal to it's a couple things. It is actually.
Could you go on the
It's
Concorde
like
if you had the money? If you had the amount of money, could you go on the Concorde?
Yes.
Okay, so you could confirm it for yourself. Just you haven't yet, but you could.
Yeah. Similarly, if I had the money or if I had the credentials, I could go to outer space.
No,
you can't though. Yeah, you can't.
But why are those two scenarios different?
Because your government won't allow you. It's really that straightforward. They're the ones telling you that they're going to outer space, and you also can't just go to outer space without their permission. And they have outer space treaties as well. That the
Then why doesn't the
United
government
Nations
prevent me from going on the Concorde?
Because the Concorde is something they lead. Well, that's not even flying anymore, by the way. That was. Remember they stopped.
Yeah, I know, but the analogy is.
Okay.
Why does the government stop me to go to outer space, but they don't stop me to go on the Concorde?
Because one exists and one doesn't.
I know, but you can't use circular logic to prove
It's
your point.
not circular. That's what my original point was. What do you know to exist? And everyone in this room knows to exist. Airplanes go up, fly, and come back down. The thing you're making the leap on, the blind faith of leap, is that these very few government type agencies that claim to have these equipments that pop out into the sky for the first time, as far as we know in human history, they're claiming they're physically going up in the sky and just popping out into the vacuum because the Copernican revolution, they discovered Earth's a globe, and now it's a vacuum out there. So you have to just blindly trust that totally different physical phenomenon that no one has ever seen other than these government agencies that claim it and give us, imagery, let's say, at best. All of this, that's the only thing you have to go on. So my original point was that One of them is in reality physical that everyone in this room can validate. The other is a faith belief.
Well, government and private industry.
Yeah.
No, I would not say private industry whatsoever. SpaceX is literally almost entirely funded by NASA. They actually were about to go like completely bankrupt, and NASA had this like special award that they give or whatever, and they just started giving it that year, which was like, I forget the exact number, it was millions and millions of dollars, which basically was what allowed SpaceX to even continue. And right at that time, Elon Musk was live interviewing saying that he gave all of the mission control and all of their computer systems
Bro.
over to NASA. So that is
Yeah,
not
but Virgin
Bro, he's
Galactic
just saying,
and Jeff Bezos aren't part of the government.
bro, he's just saying that there's some things that you can confirm yourself, and there's some things that you can't. And we established what you can confirm yourself, and things that you can't.
No, we haven't. You're saying we can't. Just because I can't, just because I cannot financially afford to take an airplane trip on a Concorde doesn't mean I can't go there. Doesn't mean I need to disbelieve all the people that went there. If I could afford it, that's like saying that no, you can't afford it because the government would tell you no, you can't.
This has nothing to do with affording, dude. Okay, let's just go right to it. How can you validate outer space, NASA's outer space exists?
The existence of space satellites.
No, how can you validate it?
Satellites.
Okay, your answer is you're told that there's a thing called satellites in space. However, the only thing you can validate. Hold on, let me finish. The only thing you can the only thing you can validate is that there's signals that are coming from some region of the sky. So you haven't validated satellites. It sounds like you're just believing them and then using the signals. Is that where you're going with
No,
that?
I use deductive reasoning to determine that there must be satellites.
But that's not validating. What's your definition of validating? Because my definition of it would be something that you can tangibly validate as true.
Yeah, I would agree. But you use deductive reasoning to get there.
But that's not tangibly. Okay, let's just I'll restate it. Tangibly validating it as true. Can you tangibly validate that there's a medium up in the sky where that's a vacuum that you free fall in and essentially float around weightless, etc., and that there's rocks and lands out there? How have you tangibly validated that?
Through the existence of satellites.
Okay, go ahead and tell us how.
You can receive signals from GPS. You can time those signals to determine the distance.
You cannot time them. The time is given to you in a timestamp in GPS.
No, you can time them.
The timestamp is given in the signal.
Yeah, it does.
You can time what you receive. Hold on. You can time what you receive, but you cannot time whatever was on the other end beyond where you received it.
Yeah, we can look at the timing, but you can't validate where the timing came from. Like, I could say a satellite gave me the time that it takes this, but you weren't up there validating how long it took.
Exactly. And they give a timestamp in it that they claim is all with relativistic adjustments and all this other calculations based on relativity, which is all also unvalidatable, unverifiable.
You can receive 6 different atomic clock time information at once at any point on Earth.
So you think you're tangibly validating in your mind? You're tangibly validating the truth of outer space because you receive signals on the ground. That's what you're telling me?
Yes, because it can only happen in that way. You can only make it work in that way.
How when you don't have it validated, how do you have a determination that there's one way to do something when you don't even have it validated? That's incredibly faulty logic, my friend.
Well, you can start theorizing other ways things could take place, right? You're like, well, what if this? What if A? What if B? What if C? What if D? And then you use your available information to eliminate those theories and see what you're left with, right?
Okay, so you're getting. Let's keep going with it then. You're getting signals from the sky. How have you tangibly validated that the things you're getting in the sky are in a vacuum that this government space agencies call outer space and is surrounding a globe and free falling around a globe? How have you tangibly validated that those signals can, in your own words, only work that way? Go ahead.
Because satellites cannot travel at those speeds in an atmosphere.
And you know that how?
That wasn't the question.
Well, you'd make a guess as to what medium this object that's sending a
What'd you
signal could be
What'd you
traveling
say?
in. And
What'd
so
you
the
say? Guess? Did you say a guess?
yeah, you absolutely have to guess.
Oh,
Absolutely.
so you're guessing, not validating.
Well, guessing is part of validating. Remember, we're
No,
theorizing and then eliminating the
guessing.
theories.
Guessing has absolutely nothing to do with validating. It's the opposite of guessing. Validating is the opposite of guessing.
Okay.
It's the opposite of guessing. You don't have to guess if you can validate. There's no guessing involved. You validated. You actually went up there, saw where the signal's coming from, and see where it's coming from, and then going back to Earth. You've validated it. You've experienced it. You validated it yourself. There's no guessing.
I know you don't
saw
like
it.
the word guess. Got it.
What was the thing
Yeah.
you said that was a guess? I missed it. What was the guess part that you said?
I have no idea.
Did you
Alright.
say guess?
I don't even know if I did. It doesn't matter if I did. I'd say guess all the time.
He definitely said guess.
It's where these type of people get hung up on this because you say, "Did you say guess?" They don't
Because
understand that guessing is part of it.
Isn't part of validating.
Well, it very much is, because how
Validating.
are you going to validate something using deductive reasoning if you couldn't establish some hypothesis to begin with, which requires guessing?
Well, hold on. You added deductive reasoning. That was never anything I or anyone else mentioned. Why are you pinning that on yourself in this convo? I mean, you keep saying deductive reasoning. I never said that. That's a totally different thing. I mean, the word reasonable is like, can be totally subjective. That's a whole different deal. I'm talking about tangible validation. So maybe that's where we've gone. What's going on here is that you've kind of you keep inserting deductive reasoning, which is a whole different approach, a whole different thing, and is subjective, like I said.
You're assuming where the signal comes from, and then using that assumption. It's called begging the question. So you're taking one thing and saying, I assume this is true, and then using that to prove your point. But if you never actually went up there yourself and validated that the signal was coming from here in this space up there, then you could validate it. But you're doing what's called begging the question on assuming one thing is true, and then that proves my point.
You can validate the existence of something via deductive reasoning.
No, you cannot.
Okay.
You can't.
Yeah, but we were also talking about, validating. I said even the words tangibly validating as true.
Yep.
Meaning like what? Just use the old the temperature that water boils at. I can wake up every day and water boil at the same temperature as long as I have the same water, the same container, etc. And I'm not changing altitudes or anything. I'm just saying in one location. Anyone can do that, and every day it will boil like that. So that's tangible validation in my mind. If we go outside and I throw a baseball at you and you throw a baseball at me, we play catch with a baseball. There is a physics involved. It's very real. That ball leaves my hand. You catch it. You throw it back to me. I catch it. There's an arc. That's tangibly validatable physics. When you get in an airplane, you get in it, you fly, the engine takes you off, you fly through the air, you land to the ground. That you validated, etc. That's tangible validation. You have confirmed its truth in reality, and ideally even its consistency as well. So that is what we're getting to with it, but you keep wanting to just do. It sounds like this other kind of reasoning process based on belief and a bunch of assumptions, and like he said, begging the question. It's absolutely the case.
If those are the only types of reasoning or validation that you have access to, I can empathize with that. But there's other types out there that are available to you. Now, you might not like them, I don't know, or whatever the case may be. Maybe you don't accept them, but deductive reasoning will validate something. And maybe that's not something that's popular, or maybe that's not something that's enjoyable. I don't know why that's not acceptable.
It's logically unsound if you want to get to truth. That's why it's faulty. It's a faulty method. Now you may be able to acquire like in your method of that. What you've described so far. I'm not saying you can't acquire truth with it, but it's not 100% method, because there could be other insertions, which is what Illegal was pointing out in terms of begging the question, and we were trying to get to the actual validation, because your first thing of how you can tangibly validate space was satellites, and already we've run into assumptions and begging the questions, which are also logical fallacies. So your method does not. You're actually elucidating. You're showing and kind of displaying how your method has fundamental ability for fallacies to be inserted.
What's the
Yeah. It's he's not confirming anything. He's not confirming. There's no confirmation going on, and that's his problem. Got to confirm, boy. Confirm.
How do
you got to do it yourself.
How do you confirm before you deductively reason?
You got to do it yourself. If you didn't actually go to the satellite and we're like standing next to the satellite and then seeing the satellite project a signal to whatever, then you could be like, yeah, I went up to the satellite. I saw the satellite was sending the signal to that. I can validate that and see that that was actually happening. But we don't have that. That's where the begging the question part comes in, because you're taking information and saying, I'm assuming this is true, that they're sending signals down from a certain height, but we don't know what that height is because you never personally went there to validate what that height was. And that's all we're saying, is that you can't validate that height.
But do you know what type of reasoning that's called?
The best.
Called zetetic.
Okay.
It's called integrity. It's called integrity. The integrity of the situation. That's what it's called. Integrity.
Yeah, zetetic reasoning is very flawed. That's what flat Earth,
Okay,
adheres
cool.
to.
Cool. You admit to it being flawed. That's very genuine of you to say that it's flawed.
I mean, you've now shouted out zeticism, and you're not really accurate on what you're saying. I'm not sure what your knowledge of it is. It's also not flawed. However, that's like a particular terminology that's been used with one particular idea. I don't know. You're just blindly linking that to the word flat Earth and calling people that. It's not really even on topic, dude. It's just a non sequitur. No one claimed any of that here.
He
so.
literally just. I was explaining what he just did. How is it a non sequitur?
No, he was talking about just actual logic and reasoning. He was actually talking, well, not even reasoning. Sorry, I was saying that word because I was just looking that up or looking up something about. I was looking at some of the details of the definition of the word reasoning. But anyways, what I meant to say was, he was explaining a logical process to validate something. You then said, "Hey, that's zeticism," and then you started linking it to that.
No, I said zetetic reasoning.
All right. Well, you're just labeling him without. I mean, now you're just
I'm not labeling him.
It was
I'm
ultimately
labeling
a
the
derailment.
technique.
I mean, technically, what he's doing is not necessarily zeticism. Zeticism is a whole series of things. But if something he was doing was aligned with part of zeticism, I could agree there was something there, because yes, there's a lot of sound logical. There's the series of logic that goes on in zeticism allows you to actually validate something as true, versus sort of a lot of the mainstream current scientific method where you make this hypothesis, you do all this stuff to try to disprove it. And if you don't disprove it, then people kind of generally accept it. And they do things like deductive reasoning to kind of just make a couple shortcuts, maybe a couple fallacies, beg of the question, snip, snap, couple assumptions. And then they paste that together into a worldview that they force onto others.
There's no possible way for you to prove the begging the question of where that signal came from. You're begging the question of where the signal came from.
Except for deductive reasoning.
Right, but that's begging the question, because you never proved it yourself. You're just assuming that that's true, but you've never done it yourself.
You're not assuming. You're guessing, and then you're using your observations to eliminate guesses and seeing what you're left with.
Yeah, guessing and assuming there's
then you can do other tests to validate it.
Guessing and assuming are synonyms. We don't want to guess or assume. We want to prove. So you have to actually go there and prove that that's where that signal is coming from at that height. And then you can say, yes, I know 100% that this signal is coming from this thing and then we can go from there.
That's
But
the
you're
flaw in that type of reasoning. Is that you need to travel there to verify yourself personally. Like you need to lick the side of the satellite for some reason. You have to go
yes,
there for it
yes,
to
you
be
do.
there. Do you not see
Yeah,
the fault there? Like
because if you don't, then you're assuming, you're guessing.
Exactly, dude. There's nothing
That's
false
right.
about
You're
what he's saying.
believing.
I mean, there's different ways to go about
Yeah,
things. For
that's
example,
the
like
standard.
I've never been to China, for example. So do I believe China exists? Well, I do generally, yes, I do accept that it does. I wouldn't even use the word belief. I do accept that China's real. It's on Earth. I've seen there's tons of Earth out there. I know that there's
You
mountains.
can verify if you wanted
Yeah.
to. If you have a passport, he could go to China and verify that China was a real thing. So he could
As
do that.
as
He
well.
hasn't done it, but he could. But
But right now, but at the same time, like illegal. Like for example, if there's a country you've never been to, how because like would you say that you don't even like? Because I would say at the end of the day, I don't have like before. What was the term I was using? Yeah, tangible. That tangibly validating the truth of something. I have not done that in this lifetime. I'll say because I do in terms of reincarnation. I've definitely been in China, but in this lifetime, I have not.
I feel you, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
yeah.
like, I can't actually, I have not yet tangibly validated it as true. But at the same time, it's on Earth, so it's not like some leap of another medium up in the sky or whatever. So yeah, there's that too. Whereas that's why the belief in like a different physics happening in the sky, that's where there's a huge leap.
Right. Because every one of us can go to China and verify that China is a real place. But we cannot all go to anywhere in the sky at a certain height and verify
Okay.
that
Following
that's
that
a real
logic.
place.
Following that
Okay.
logic. How do you know your grandparents are your grandparents?
We're not talking about that.
No, but what I'm saying is like, I don't believe you witnessed your grandparents being born, right?
No,
So
but
if you
I'm
couldn't
here.
verify you couldn't be there.
I am testimony of my grandparents existing, because if I didn't have any grandparents, I wouldn't have any parents, and if I didn't have any parents, I wouldn't be here talking to you.
Yeah, I know,
So
but
I
how do you
can
know the people
verify.
that they say are your grandparents are in fact your grandparents? Did you verify it? Were you present when they were born?
No, but I know that my grandparents have to exist in order for my parents to exist, and in order for me to exist.
Yeah, but how do you know
Also, I would say that's pretty like just being around
It's
grandparents.
provable by DNA. DNA, you can prove it by
Yeah.
DNA if it's necessary.
So you can make
DNA.
observations.
There's that too, but yes, you can definitely tangibly validate your grandparents are your grandparents.
I agree, and so you like that you can validate it with your grandparents. Like with DNA validation, you can also receive other observations for satellites' existence.
Yes, but you can't validate a satellite unless you go there, touch it, read the nameplate of the owner, do the selfie shot, and
Did you have
email
to?
that down to your comrades down on
Did you?
Earth.
But you didn't
do
have to
that. That's
go
the
to poke
integrity.
the baby that is your grandparents for some reason.
That would be impossible. So if you're going to be
Bro,
impossible, that's you. But that would be impossible.
Are you really being serious, bro? Like, I feel like you're being ingenuous right now. Like,
No,
of
this is.
course,
Can I explain
you're.
that? Can I explain that? Let me explain it. This is a man who's defeated. This is defeated psychology. That's what he's displaying. He's a loser. He's lost.
Right.
Now he's just like a child kicking things around.
Well,
Okay?
Jaden,
There you
come
go.
on, dude. Let's not start the personal attack stuff.
Yeah, we don't need ad homs right now. Let's just keep it basic logic. If my grandparents couldn't exist if my parents didn't exist, and I couldn't exist if my parents didn't exist. So the fact that I exist means my parent exists, and if I exist, my parent exists, and my grandparent exists. That's just common logic. Like, you can't exist
No, that's
without
genetics. That's genetics, not just
without
logic.
without the lineage. Like, we can prove that. Like, that's way different than saying going out into outer space to where a satellite is and where the signal is coming from and this type of shit or whatever. I don't even have to go to outer space to know that my grandparents exist, because I exist.
Yeah, but even to
Because
go with what
I
he was
couldn't.
saying, like even to go with what he was saying, like can I tangibly validate my grandparents' birth? Because that's what he was saying, like when my grandparents were born. And I would say
Right.
no. I have never tangibly validated the actual time and place of when my grandparents were born. However, when I was born, they were obviously already alive, and they are my grandparents. They're here. So, and
Yeah,
we
but how do you know?
and all the tangible evidence I do have of any human coming from anywhere is that we were born from a mother, from a male and female, and the mother giving birth. So
I think what you guys are missing is, I'm not arguing that you have grandparents, right? What I'm saying is, how do you know that the people that you've been told are your grandparents are in fact your grandparents? Did you witness the chain of events, the chain of custody, the chain of births, starting at theirs? Did you witness that to verify that they are in fact your grandparents?
Well, this is now a huge like non sequitur red herring path in a sense. Even though I guess it's on another topic now because you've definitely maneuvered it away from how you can't validate space because we were actually talking about that and now we're into this. But it's all right. Maybe it's also just a natural flow of the combo. I mean, I guess I'll just say with that if you want to, in terms of that. Yeah, I mean, I never did a DNA test with my grandparents, for example. I mean, my parents know that they were born from their parents and they look similar, like many of us do. They have similar behavior patterns. It's really obvious, like my parents and their brothers and sisters, my grandparents. So I mean, to me, I would say I tangibly validated my grandparents by having so many similar traits than mine, in many, many different ways. It was just clear that they were my grandparents. I don't think there's any adoption kind of things going on there. So I would say I did tangibly validate it through direct, emotional, spiritual, direct connection with them on all those levels. However, yeah, I can't ever think of a time that we all did some DNA tests because there was never a question on that. And most people don't just do that randomly to, validate grandparents or whatever, unless there's some custody thing or whatever.
Except when there's someone like me that swears to God that he's Quantum Race's brother.
But so you
And
tangibly
I want to
validated.
see it. I want to see a DNA test. I want to see the proof. But yeah, we don't need proof to know that we were here because we know we're here. We're here. Our parents were here. Our parents came from their parents.
That's not what I
So
argued. That's not what I asked.
okay, what did you ask?
But so I asked how you know that the people that were claimed to be your grandparents are in fact your grandparents. Like someone could have lied to you, right?
Well, no, I already said for myself through all
I know.
those reasons.
Yeah. But why can't you've tangibly validated it through your reasoning, right? That you just stated, right? But why is that not the case for satellites? If we receive this information from them and they act in specific ways, and those ways are only consistent with a vacuum, you can't have an object travel at 4 miles a second in an atmosphere. Bullets don't travel that fast. We're using this data similarly to the grandparents analogy. How is this all of a sudden entirely different?
I can prove my grandma and grandpa. I can't prove a satellite.
Right, and I was going to make even like an interesting little analogy I thought of. So I would almost try to make this analogy or this parallel. If I'm in person with my grandparents, grandmother, grandfather, hugging them, hanging out with them, I'm 5 years old, whatever it may be, all of that, all through, eating meals together, visiting with them, all those kinds of things. I can tangibly validate that through my entire life experience in all of those ways. Now, it's because I guess there's a tangible validation of the truth of their existence, etc. Now, take another parallel scenario. What if my grandparents were only ever shown to me on an iPad, a video of a woman? It's only a video of a woman, an older looking woman. And they just say, this is your grandma, and that's it, my whole life. That would actually not be tangibly validated because you only have an iPad. You were not even in person with that person to, give them a hug or have any actual real connection to them. So I'm only trying to make that parallel that with the satellites, you're just getting signals that you cannot validate what they are. And that information is coming to you from areas in the sky. And however, you cannot actually validate what is actually going on in the sky, the actual devices that are sending those signals. And there can be, there's a known thing called GPS spoofing, where they can spoof your position with the signals that they're sending your GPS receiver and totally confuse you as to where you are. they can change your entire coordinate system. So, and that's the thing that the military actually does. Like when they try to do like attacks, they're called like spoofing attacks, GPS spoofing attacks. So, point is, you can't validate that, and yeah, and then that analogy with the grandmother and how different that is.
So, like you said, you hugged your grandmother, like as a tangible physical verification, right? But if you're only shown like a picture of your grandmother on a screen, that's not necessarily tangible validation. But what if you understood, like what if you researched satellites and you understood the specific nature of satellites and the signals that they propagate and the instruments required to propagate those signals and the manufacturers of the satellites, and you see maybe some satellites in person and you touch said satellites and you've seen the propagation equipment that only happens with a specific bandwidth and has the atomic clocks, and you talk to the programmers, would that be analogous to hugging your grandmother?
Yeah, if you study genetics and you study how something works.
No, I would say definitely not.
Yeah.
Because all that information you still can't even tangibly validate.
They could still lie to you with pictures and say, give you a picture on your iPad and say, this was your grandmother. And you're like, I don't know if that's my grandmother. If you never hugged her or kissed her or spent any time with her, you could do DNA analysis and then verify it that way. But you can't do that with a satellite. You have to be there physically and validate it physically.
Yeah, it would be like this. Let's just imagine that like it's a cloudy day. It's completely cloudy. It doesn't even matter if it's cloudy. But all you're doing is actually receiving signals from a particular position. You have no way to actually validate where those signals are coming from and what's behind the systems that are sending those signals.
But you do.
And one of the ways I've talked about it being possible for them to do this is they have a grid of devices. Like every certain amount of space, there's another unit, another node. So it's a grid. They can then send anything from that grid that could make it look like literally anything. They can model that to make it look like it's surrounding a sphere just through the coordinate systems, which is exactly what they've done. And because you can't validate the other side to it, you, unless you're aware of it, would be none the wiser. And most of, a lot of the world is that way. They can absolutely do that.
And this is just GPS satellites with a known broadcast frequency that anyone can access with a GPS receiver. There's specific, like encoded messages that only specific people can receive. Like if you launch your own CubeSat, which is within the realm of the everyday citizen, you can launch a CubeSat, and you can put a proprietary combinatoric, message on there that only you have the hash to receive, and you can receive it at intervals that are consistent with low Earth or geostationary orbits. Like you can deduce what's taking place at that point because you built the object that's sending this proprietary signal. Like there's countless other types of satellites that you can use.
Yeah, I mean, if you're accepting of your deductions bringing you to a false conclusion, then that's really your process to deal with at the end of the day.
That was definitely good faith, Gio.
Yeah, absolutely. That's straight up.
If your falsehoods are something you believe, then I mean, yeah.
Well, no, what I said is that if your method of process to get to something that is faulty, then I'm saying that would be your kind of discernment process in that sense. Because you were saying, well, deductive reason brought that, but if you haven't actually validated, if that information is false and or you're being deceived, then that method that you went about would have brought you to a false conclusion. Because what I'm talking about, at least the process I'm talking about, although more challenging to do and takes more rigor, will guarantee that you get to the truth. So that's the difference.
And the point that I brought up, the grandparents analogy, is to illustrate the ridiculousness of the zetetic reasoning. You don't need to witness your grandparents' birth to know that they are your grandparents.
That's not zeticism, though. That's what I'm saying. You keep straw manning zeticism.
I'm not saying it's zeticism. Just like you don't need to. physically be in the presence of a satellite in outer space to know that the outer space satellite exists. That's the flaw in that type of reasoning. So
Yes, you do.
no, you don't.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
I know. Keep saying that. And I've demonstrated that you clearly don't.
Because we're talking about whether someone exists or where they are, where they exist. So there's a whole different thing between if they exist and where they exist. So it's a whole different thing. Like we can prove if someone existed, but maybe not where they existed. Like we can do DNA analysis and be like, okay, my parents, grandparents were the parents of them, and we can prove that. We can prove that they existed. But to prove where something exists, you have to actually go to where that place is to verify it. And that's what's more challenging. That's the harder part is, does it exist here where they say it is or not? Because here's the whole challenge. I can prove my grandparents. You can't prove where a satellite is.
I mean, you say I can't, right?
Yeah, I know. I know you can't.
Okay.
Right?
No, we know exactly where the satellites are.
Can you prove where the satellite is?
Yeah.
How?
Through radio communications to the satellites and intercommunications between
Your
the satellites.
your communication is assuming that the information you're giving is correct. How do you verify that that information you're getting is correct?
Yeah, and that's exactly the begging the question fallacy, which you just elucidated perfectly in that. So yeah, I mean you're just doing a total begging the question. Do you know that, or are you new to that one?
Can you explain how I'm doing that? I don't understand it.
You don't understand the begging the question itself, or are you talking about how what you're saying links to it?
I guess both. Yeah.
Okay, look. We can prove whether or not
a conclusion is assumed in one of the premises. In the premise, you actually assume the conclusion from the premise without actually validating.
Can you give me an example of what I did?
Yeah, receiving signals. That's the premise. The assumption is how those signals are working, and then resulting in a conclusion based in that fashion, with that form, with that logic.
Yeah,
The
where
premise,
those signals are coming from.
Yeah.
Okay. But can we take observations of these signals and then deduce where they came from?
Only by assuming a conclusion, which is why it's a begging the question fallacy.
Yeah, you're still begging the question. You haven't confirmed where you're told they're coming from somewhere, but do you know that they're coming from where you're told they're coming from?
So all hypothesis ever is begging the question fallacy?
If you haven't proved it, if you don't know it,
You haven't confirmed it,
But what if we have confirmed it and then just people say
then
we
it wouldn't be a
haven't?
hypothesis.
No, have you confirmed it?
It would be a scientific fact. It wouldn't be a hypothesis.
Right.
I can't seem to get a word in today.
No, you're just a little delayed, Jen. If you want to go,
Yeah, so
go
if
ahead.
you confirmed your hypothesis, it would no longer be a hypothesis. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was just going to say that if your hypotheses are confirmed, then they're no longer hypotheses. They are now scientific fact, if you will. So hypothesis is your best guess, and your best guess is not the truth. It's a guess. Thank you. I'm finished.
Boom.
And like I told you, like I mentioned before, the GPS spoofing that they do, the military has been involved in it. They actually do this to like enemy ships, where they'll basically change the signals that are being sent to the enemy ship, and it will throw the enemy ship off, even to the point where they can actually drive an enemy ship into another area of water, like a whole nother area on the Earth, by sending the GPS signals it's called spoofing. And when they spoof the signals, it's essentially like creating a fake system or a fake set of coordinates of information that are being sent, which they're masked. They're masked as if they are the real signals, but they're actually a spoofed signal, sort of like a wolf in sheep's clothing kind of thing. So they're basically masking it, and they literally, so they can be out, some ship, they're using GPS, they're using everything, and if they are being sent, if they change the system to send them a spoofed set of signals, it will confuse them completely to the degree where it can drive them into another part of water. So it just shows how, in that case, for example, that the individuals receiving those signals, they have no way to validate the signals. All they're doing is going off of them. So that's why they're able to spoof it and actually effectively redirect these ships, because of the fact that the people on the ship cannot validate the signals, and all they have to go off is what they're being given. And if what they're being given is a spoofed system, then you're being thrown off track.
Yeah, but the signals that they receive, it's impossible for them to be not a satellite.
No, it's possible for it to be anything that they want it to be. Obviously, they can spoof signals.
You can send the signal anywhere, just like NordVPN. Like if I'm in China and I got NordVPN, I can pretend that my signal is coming from somewhere else. So the same way that I can pretend my NordVPN the signal is coming from somewhere else so I can watch Netflix, they can do the same thing for the satellite shit. You don't know where that shit's coming from. They can say it's coming from anywhere. Right?
And that's a bombshell.
No,
and remember, the moon landings, the signals that were supposedly coming from the moon was actually coming from Australia. I'm finished.
Right.
Finished.
Right. So you're getting signals, but you can't definitively say where those signals are coming from, because
Okay.
just like we got NordVPN, we can go to another country and get other signals and say they're coming from here, but we'll get them from there. So there's technology that will say it's coming from here and it's coming from there. So if you acknowledge that, you acknowledge NordVPN. Let me ask you that: do you acknowledge NordVPN?
I acknowledge you're drunk.
Okay, but do you acknowledge that signals can be coming from somewhere that they're said that they're not?
I would say that there is equipment that you can use to determine the source of the propagation of the signal, which cannot be faked.
Can you trick receivers to think that a signal is coming from one place when it's actually coming from another? Is that possible? Yes or no?
I'd have to know the specifics of a receiver.
Like
but I
in the
think those are,
context of NordVPN.
but I think those are two different claims. I think you might be able to trick some receivers, but there also exists equipment to determine the propagation direction of a signel. So if you
my
have,
God.
if you
I'm
have,
just saying, if it's possible to trick it, then how can you confirm it? If you can trick something and say it's coming from here, but it's really from here, then you have to just acknowledge that. To confirm, you have to acknowledge that that's possible. And if that's possible in the NordVPN context, then the whole outer space signal context, even though you're getting a signal, you don't know where that signal's coming from.
you're
The
drunk,
same way.
bro. You're not making
It doesn't
coherent
matter.
arguments.
It doesn't matter. Am I speaking truth or not?
No, you're speaking drunk truth.
Is it truth or not?
No, it's incoherent.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
You might have He might have had a few to drink, but what he's saying is it's absolutely clear, coming through loud and clear, crystal
No,
clear.
it's not analogous because GPS uses like 24 different satellites, and you can determine the direction of the signal that you're receiving. You're visible to 6 GPS satellites at any given time, right? So you can determine which direction and which satellites you're receiving information from. They have labels. So you can see that you're going in and out of reception of specific satellites all the time. And so if you're getting a signal from your left, your right, your front, your back, your directly above your head, you can determine the direction of those signals.
Okay.
But yeah, that's not. I mean, I think everyone probably. I don't know if that's new information to anyone. But that still doesn't isolate the origin and the source of those signals. That's the thing that you'll never be able to do with this.
You'll never be able to say that that's coming from a satellite from outer space at a certain distance. And we're saying, can you prove at what distance that satellite is that's giving you that signal? Can you ever prove that? No, you cannot.
Yeah, you can through deductive reasoning. You can take a number of observations, which will allow you to get to a specific conclusion. Not begging the question.
No, it's actually the definition of begging the question.
No, deductive reasoning isn't begging the question.
No, I didn't say deductive reasoning is. I said what you just did there was, and you tried to just talk out of it.
Hypothesis generating and proving is begging the question.
No,
you can't prove where that signal came from.
But I can.
No, you cannot.
Okay.
How?
Deductive reasoning.
No, not deductive reasoning. Okay. Proving by physically going there and
looking at
knowing where it came from. Can you do that? Yes or no?
Watching my grandparents be born.
You know that signals can be you're told that it's like NordVPN. You can go to another country and get a whole bunch of other shit that you're not supposed to get from another country to do that. You don't know where your signal is coming from. You never know, and you can't prove it. Swear to God, you can prove where your signal is coming from.
What's wild about this is that begging the question is circular reasoning. So even like having a discussion with somebody who's in the circular reasoning just makes the conversation circular. It's kind of interesting because they're in a form of circular reasoning. It's just an endless loop that doesn't actually.
They'll never admit that they can't prove where the signal is coming from, even though we say give it examples of where the signal could be coming from somewhere else, or that you can't go to where the actual signal is coming from to prove that it's coming from there. You can't prove where the signal is coming from. You can't prove it.
Prove it. Of course you can't. You can't prove
I know
anything.
you keep saying that over and over again, but that doesn't change reality.
You can't prove it. Thank you. That's all that we're saying is you can't prove.
But deductive reasoning tries to make a get evidence to figure out what's the most likely outcome or what's the most likely cause,
and then make a guess.
And you can do that in a way that is not begging the question by observing things and then deducing what possible causes are.
But if you're going to come to a conclusion on that, then you're begging the question. If you're gonna use the premises and then assume a conclusion without actually validating it, then it is begging the question. Still,
no one ever assumes the conclusion's absolute, right? Like science by definition never proves anything absolutely. So if you have observations and then you look at the possible causes and then you settle on one as the most likely, that's all you're ever saying. It's the most likely, and that's not begging the question.
But we're talking. Right. But his thing was to validate, tangibly validate the existence of satellites. Well, no, actually, originally it was how can he tangibly validate outer space exists, and then he went with signals on the ground with satellites. That's where we got to that. So this is his best way of trying to tangibly validate the medium of outer space. So what you guys keep talking about deductive reasoning. He just posted guessing. He said if your guess is correct by deductive reasoning. So now he's he's trying to just use guesses and hoping that the deductive reasoning got him to the right thing, and just just hope it got you there. But that's not tangibly validating it. That's just like an approach of throwing guesses and hopefully getting the right thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's more work to be done there before you can make a conclusion for sure.
Well, I mean, the whole thing starts with guessing, right?
So have you not made a conclusion then that outer space exists? Either of you guys, or you
No,
have?
I have.
I have.
But is it, you would say it's true?
I'd say it's almost certainly true, but not absolutely true.
Outer space exists, just not up, just outer, just to the right and to the left. Outer space exists, just not up, just to the left and right. That's how outer space, like extraterrestrial means extra land, other land. So there's other land out there that we might not know about. So outer space could be outer in the left direction or the right direction. It doesn't necessarily have to be up. It could be over there or over there. That could be outer space. That's space over there. Space over there. That's outer space. So I believe in outer space and extraterrestrial, extra terra, other land. So there could be extra land and extra space that we don't know about, but I don't believe it's up there in the sky. I believe it's over there on this plane. My personal opinion is what I think. Like extraterrestrials or whatever. Like they either come from inner Earth or outer land, but not upper land, not out in space. Just over there or over there.
Puffpenia, essentially your argument boils down to we know space is real because satellites are in space, but to confirm that satellites are in space, you have to confirm that space is real and that they are in it.
Right.
That's a really good point.
Yep. That's a good point.
Is he going to respond? Apophenia?
It's a good point. It's begging the question. He likes to beg the question.
Well, even that part of it is. So, Scott, so you were saying that, like, so you call things true that you don't know for sure are true?
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of things that you don't know for absolute certainty. In fact, almost nothing do we know for absolute certainty, but we just shorthand it as true because it's almost overwhelmingly likely to be true. Like, the sun will come up tomorrow. I can't prove it. I can't guarantee it, but it's almost certainly going to happen. So I just call it true. It's a shorthand.
You know what? It's fun because I was exactly in those Dunning-Kruger effect. Like I was tied to the globe because of GPS.
Interesting. Yeah. Huh. And then
Because it was the only things I was guessing it was not fakeable. You know?
You didn't think you didn't think it was fakeable. You didn't think the satellite system. But now you see how it is.
Yeah, exactly. Now I know how they could fake it, and I see that if I cannot prove the departure of the signal, I cannot prove that the satellite is on orbit.
Exactly.
This man is smart. He's using his brain.
I am sorry to do that. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry, bro. It's very rare.
No, it's a joke. It's a joke.
It's very rare, and so it's awesome to hear somebody that's actually using the brain.
It takes me 5 years to realize that. In fact, I really taken the flat Earth seriously like 2 years ago. But 5 years ago, I have heard about flat Earth, and I was like, no, I am working with GPS. I cannot believe the Earth is flat. There is GPS on orbit and so on. So.
Yeah, no, it's a hard truth to come to. that we live on a stationary plane, but everything that you've ever experienced in your whole life has been a stationary. You've only experienced a stationary plane. So it's like, but you're taught in school that it's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour and it's this globe and this and that. And you were like, nah. But be honest, you've only experienced a stationary plane, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's I
Boom.
always say that we learn to not trust our senses.
Right. They teach us not to trust our senses. Everything they teach us is to say to go against our senses and to believe something that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Like
at a
even
point.
at
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
At a point where not feeling something is a proof of this something happening, you know, like the earth spinning and so on. It's like when they say, "Oh, it's move so slowly, you can feel it," acting like it's a proof of the fact there is movement, you know.
Yeah, no, 1,000 miles an hour is something that you should be able to feel.
Honestly, I don't know because when you do the mathematical computation about this one, it effectively the forces is really slight. But you know, when you are really steady on a plane and the plane is doing a slight movement, you feel it. So it's hard to mind represent what would happening.
1,000 miles an hour isn't slight.
Yeah, but I mean I am doing the advocate of evil here, but I mean the rotational speed is slow. It's only 15 degree an hour. So the importance of the speed is only the change of direction of the speed.
Hey, not to digress, but I met a friend on Discord or no on Omegle. He's from Brazil, and I was looking for Harry Mack, but I met this dude, and he's from Brazil, and he speaks Portuguese, but he speaks English pretty well, and like I'm helping him with his English. So this is just random, but if you would like to learn more English or have a American to talk to maybe help your English, just send me a DM and maybe we can talk and I can help you with your English, and then maybe we can also talk about flat Earth and this all this other stuff. But if you're interested in that, send me a DM and I can help you with your English because you have pretty good English, and if you can understand my English, I can try to help you with yours if that's something you want.
Yeah, it will be cool. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, all right. Send me a DM. I'm illegal 42. Send me a message and maybe we can talk. So, like, I've been tutoring this dude from Brazil, helping him with his English for like 6 months now. And so maybe we can talk about flat Earth and other stuff too. But if you want to,
yeah, okay. I send you a DM to open.
okay, cool. Yeah, you want me to help you with your English? I can do that. That would be more. It would be my pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, cool.
So how do you think that? So what do you think the answer is for folks that still think that GPS is able to be validated, and then they're convinced of the globe from that?
It's really hard because it depends of the technical knowledge of the person in front of us. Because like on some people, the circular reasoning is a good argument. In fact, at a moment, it will trigger something in the head. But what I mean, what worked on me, just imagining a solution to fake GPS in orbit. Like a fake solution, but just having a technical, theoretical solution, like physically possible, to do it. Not mentioning it can be hard to do or how to say, really cost with a huge cost. But do you know what is phased array antenna?
Yeah.
So I just it was like a unlock mechanism in my head. I just imagined a phased array antenna with balloons, and I was like, "Oh yeah, we can fake a signal, a GPS signal moving just with that." I think it's absolutely not like that. That GPS work. It work with LoRaN and ground-based tower control, but. It was just this Dunning-Kruger effect that unlocked me to the possibility of faking GPS. You understand?
Yeah. So you realized your own Dunning-Kruger and then got through it.
Exactly. Like, oh, but it's not because I don't know how to fake GPS that it's not possible. I don't know if I was clear.
Yeah, so you were saying because you didn't know of a way to fake it, you thought it was not possible for them to fake it.
Exactly.
Right. Interesting. Exactly. That's where the trap can be. Yeah, that's where they place it. It's placed right there. Just grabs the minds that let that happen. Yeah. And that's how deception works too. Yeah. They try to make it seem like whatever they're doing wouldn't even be possible to do, even though it absolutely is.
Yeah,
but it is interesting. It is interesting to think, how are they faking it? Like, there are so many ways to fake shit. Like, we've got deep fake, we've got cloning technology where they can like have an aircraft and the bottom of the aircraft has actually got a big, they've got curved TV screens now, like curved glass, and they could have the bottom of an aircraft like cloaked, and so it's just showing you the clouds and it's effectively invisible. So like, even though you don't know how they're faking it, that's intriguing to find out how they're faking it. It's kind of like Sherlock Holmes. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, you can only rely on what you find, on finding something on the sky. It's really hard, and what you know on how things work. So this is why Dunning-Kruger is strong, because when you are in technical field, and when, like me, I have worked with GPS, I have worked with map, I have do cartography software suite. So when I speak with a conspirationist, and it was like, "Oh, GPS is fake. You know nothing about GPS. Just shut up." You know. And this is why it's strong. And what is funny is back in the day, I was not a flat earther, but I know the moon landing was fake. And there is a lot of people that was telling me, oh no, it's harder to fake moon landing than to go to the moon,
Yeah. Yeah. I know that one's unreal that they would even say that. Yeah. I know that it would be
but it
harder
seems
to
like
fake it than to just go there. I know. So, how backwards could that possibly be? Yeah, it's harder to get into a studio in the basement, throw some guys on some springs with wires, have them bounce around and bone around on some dusty surface. It's harder to do that than it is to, even if it was able to even be flown to fly over a 500,000-mile trip there and back and get out on another celestial body and build rockets and leave the Earth. Yeah, for them to say that
without even testing the lander on Earth.
The thought that goes through someone's mind and they actually think it's in any way even logically sound enough to say is pretty shocking. It's just so irrational.
Yeah, and recently I have two friends of mine. They just tell me, I have seen the peak of the mirror on the moon. And I was like, but you just have seen a picture. And it was like, but it's a true picture. Like, it's not fakeable. What the fuck, man? You are seeing a picture.
Oh, you mean the retroreflectors?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. People just see a picture of retroreflectors on a dusty surface and they believe that they're on the moon and that they went to the moon just from that. Well, there's also that they claim that they shoot a laser off of it. It's like a very specialized laser that NASA has. And then when they shoot it, they claim that they get 1 photon back.
Exactly. Yeah. And what is funny is I clearly remember I was touched that they do this laser test before the reflector on the moon. So it's funny, like the laser worked without the reflector. So
Are you from France?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So do you have like in France, like your circle of acquaintances? Are any of them like conspiratorial at all?
I have 2 flat earth friends. One in real life and the other on the web in French. So I don't know if I clearly understand your question, but
Yeah. So like what I'm getting at is like before the GPS realization, you already had doubt that they'd been to the moon. So you had an inquisitive type of thinking to begin with. Do you think that like there's a certain type of person that can come to these realizations and there's just a certain type that cannot?
I think so. It took me 5 years between the moon landing, fake moon landing, and the fake ESS and the flat Earth realization. 5 years. I already know that the ESS was fake and that the moon landing was fake. And there is people like I guess my mother. I would never be able to show the trust to my mother, for example. Because there is people that is locked in the matrix, you know. They want the blue pills.
So it just goes to show it's got nothing to do with DNA. It's just your programming.
This is what struggle me so much is my education come from my parents. How the fuck I am able to see that and they are not able to see that? Maybe there is a technological generation because they are less with computer and so on, you know, like web searching and so on. They don't have the skill. They are born with the TV, and the TV was a huge mind control tools. And I don't have TV since like 15 years, something like that. So, and I don't know. Maybe
I
Google.
think that, in my opinion, like most people that I've met that are flat earthers, they all have some one thing in common, which is turning off their TV many years ago, and the reason is because you just become disinterested in the mainstream sort of a paradigm. Once you find out like a big truth like flat Earth, you sort of become disinterested. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And my first conspiration, it was 9/11. Like many flat earthers, I guess. 9/11 was the first things that get me on the how to say
Even
conspiration.
even the realization of flat Earth and the moon landings and 9/11, it's like there's a social aspect to it as well, and it starts to broaden your awareness and to even things like sports games around the world, like the rugby, the the competitions that we have. They're all there for to keep people occupied in a certain state of mind. So I think this realization, this awakening, sort of bleeds on through to your local area and abroad, and it's kind of, it turns you into a different type of person, a different. You're on essentially you're on a different sort of a frequency now.
Yeah, yeah, I feel a little like that. Yeah, yeah. You switch totally of objective. Your objective is you are not in the same mindset. When you realize this world is not what we see, it changed totally the goal. In fact, I don't know if it's clear, but
I'm quite surprised that you didn't bring up any other aspects besides the moon landing and the ISS and 9/11s. Like, are there any other
I was
spiritual
because
awareness? Like,
I was in satellite in space agency field. I worked in space agency field.
yeah, but did you ever have any other realizations like cymatics or the structure of water and the way that crystals hold memory? Like all of these other things, have you ever never had any questions about those?
Yes, I have found some interesting things like Dr. Osomoto, I guess. Don't remember his name, but some people who worked on those theory, and it was not incompatible. I don't know how to tell, but I did not trust the government and so on, but it was not incompatible with what I believed of the world. You know. I don't know if
I
it's
mean,
clear, but
of course, the rice experiment, for example, that's not going to tell you about the shape of the world, but it's going to tell you that there's so much that you don't know, right?
yeah, it's true. It's true. I don't know why it was not triggering me. I feel like I wake up like late, back in the day, I remember seeing Google on the how to tell the golden age of Google, where there was not propaganda, there was not hiding result. I remember that, and I feel like I just failed to profit from that.
Well, it seems like you're a different type of flat earther, because there are a lot of flat earthers that also think the way you do, where you have to have ultimate confirmation and it takes you 5 years to get there. But once you do, you understand it. But there is also another ilk of flat earthers that have so much imagination, right? And I haven't heard you come up with any imaginatory sort of field. Like, some people imagine that the shape of the earth, like what it actually is. And I think no flat earther can actually say definitively what it actually is that we're living on and in. And that would be interesting to get your intake on. Do you have any theory on what it could be?
You mean what we don't know about the ending of the world, or things like that?
Where we live. Like, what is the shape of this thing that we're on? What does it look like if you could draw a picture?
Oh, I did not have any thoughts about that. It's a stationary plane, like a topographical flat, but uh, I don't know. I feel like we are contained because it's like everyday experiment with pressurized system. Sorry. I don't have some. I am someone who like. I like no. I hate imaging. Uh, Back in the day, I never cared at all about space, you know. I never was in space imagination. When I learned that space is fake, I was like, don't care. I don't care. Like, I never can go to space, so I don't want to imagine what there is in space. And it's the same things for Earth. I cannot take like retrospective view of Earth. I feel like this world is directed by vibration and frequency, and maybe there is only those two things, and this is the only things I can say from my mind that I cannot prove. I feel like everything on Earth is only directed by frequency and vibration. But it's just a guess, you know. I don't know if I answer to your question, but I am not.
Yeah. You just basically confirmed what I said. Is you have a very staunch way of looking at like your belief system is structured in such a way that you're only going to come to a conclusion once you can confirm it ultimately, and you're not open to like silly ideas. Yeah.
Exactly. Because it's always it's hurtful when you imagine some things and when you are wrong.
Well, I think your way of thinking would definitely be appreciated by the ballers because that's how they claim to think themselves. But in fact, they have this circular reasoning with begging the question assumptions, and you kind of that's where you become different from a baller is that you can understand these fallacies.
Yeah. It was hard to realize, but I mean, it's one of the things you need to understand about yourself is those circular reasoning and those authoritarian argument. I don't know if it's the correct term. The authority argument. You know what I mean?
Rhetorical.
No, when mainstream media said some things and you say, oh, okay, it's mainstream information, so it's true information. Understanding that about yourself, because I was on those. It's a Dunning-Kruger effect, and I was on that because I worked on a space agency, so I was like, there is a lot of people. How it could be faked, and then
You worked in a space agency, and was it departmentalized? Like you had a need to
exactly,
know.
heavily compartmentalized, and I worked. Like it's really rare to work without what is the name confidentiality. What is the name of the
NDA
document?
non-disclosure agreement.
Sorry?
Non-disclosure agreement, is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah. You work with confidentiality document, with non-disclosure documents. You worked with it's heavily compartmentalized. You don't know what your coworker are doing. You only speak just some word at the smoke pause, but that's all. And you realize I have worked, I have done cartography software suite, and I have worked only with like maybe 5% of data that was alleged coming from satellite. Other data coming from plane, like 95% of data is coming from plane. It's like I don't know the term in English, but it's like a well-known secret in the space field that the huge majority of picture is coming from plane, just because the plane is will have a better resolution on Earth. The satellite that is taking picture from of Earth is only for it's not colorimetry. It's only like infrared or just a sensor, not for picturing. So this is the first thing that people don't know, and the second thing that people don't know is that just the satellite is at a distance. It's unimaginable. It's like I will take a picture of you, but I will go 2 kilometers from you to take a picture of you with my phone. You know, it's not logical. So when you see satellite view from Google Earth and so on, there is a huge chance that this peak is coming from plane. And back in the day, it was written in Google. In the bottom right, there was a text with the source of the peak you are seeing, because the map is tiled, so it's a little square of each peak, and there was the plane which the peak is coming from. It's no longer displayed. I think the last time I looked, it was not displayed. But this was something that people can look from themselves, but people are like, oh yeah, we have a picture from a satellite and so on. No, you don't have. No. No, because the only data I have gathered from a satellite was just infrared, ultraviolet, and other frequency, but not visible frequency. I don't know if it was clear. Don't hesitate to stop me when you don't understand what I say.
No, your accent is kind of thick, but we get you, bro. It's all fake.
Good summary.
Yeah. Your accent is kind of hard. I sent you a friend request, but yeah, your accent is thick, but we get what you're saying. Trust me, we all know what you're saying.
One thing that really gets me is like I mean, you could put it in a question, but like I'd rather just say it's like this channel, like this Earth Awakenings, of all the places in the world that you could meet. And is there any other place like this with this forum anywhere in the world? Please tell me. I don't think there
Yeah.
is.
Yes, the one that I created. We got the think tank. So,
Come on,
but
like with all the ones and zeros in the whole world, this is it, man. Right?
yeah, I guarantee you that our Discord channel is the best channel to talk to open-minded people, for people like you and my Frenchman and anybody else. Like, we focus on synchronicity, but we talk about a lot of other things other than synchronicity. But it's the think tank, and we created our own Discord channel, and so if anybody wants to invite, send me a a DM, and I'll invite you. And because we do different things, man. Like I have a book of the parables, the parables of Jesus. From it's like a book I got from like 1884 or something like that. And so sometimes we go in there and I just read the parables of Jesus from this book that I got from 1984. We talk about that, or we might talk about synchronicity, or we might talk about grasshoppers or whatever. Like we talk about whatever, but um, me and my man Fundy and my man Bread Rising. And so we got a whole Discord called the Think Tank, like the think tank, like but synchronicity. So the Think Tank. So if anybody wants to be invited over, just shoot me a DM and I'll invite you over, and then we'll set up a day where we can all get together and talk. Cause like it's not like we're talking every day in there or whatever, but if I set up a day and send out invites, then
Do you ever have any any presentations on your channel?
I mean, yeah, we might have a certain topic or whatever that we're specifically talking about, but not necessarily presentations. We've been trying to get like a YouTube channel going and have a thing where we simulcast on the YouTube channel with what we're talking about or whatever, but we haven't got to that point yet. But we just invite like-minded people to come talk, and that just want to have good conversations, and not people that are just in here arguing and just like Xanax or whatever, that who knows what they're fucking on or whatever. But so yeah, just people that want to talk, like-minded people that want to talk about stuff that are in the synchronicity or just whatever. But we got the Think Tank.
That's a cool name, though. The Think Tank. Yeah, that's catchy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I love it.
All right. Well, hit me up and I'll give you an invite. Maybe not tonight because I'll probably pass out, but I'll send you an invite tomorrow. Anybody hits my DM, I'll make sure I get on tomorrow.
So, why are you drinking? Is it because you've finished work and you've had a hard day, or you just feel like having a what's the reason?
Yeah, good call. Because I'm an alcoholic and I'm depressed and I'm by myself and I'm alone, and like I don't want to cry or nothing, but
Well, I charge by the hour as a psychiatrist, by the way.
no, I'm a good psychiatrist too when I'm not drinking. Like that's what I'm saying. I know all the good shit. I know, like, there's no advice that you could give me that I don't already know that I could tell myself. It's just I haven't been able to fix myself with my own advice. Unfortunately, like I got good advice. Like I could be a therapist to people with a lot of shit, but I got my own problems. I got my own mental health issues. Like I'm going through a lot of things. Like I got a good job that I love, but I'm not getting 40 hours, so now I can't pay my bills, and I'm behind in my car payment. I'm behind in my rent, behind in my internet, and it just sucks when you have a good job but can't get 40 hours. Like if I could just get 40 hours a week in the job that I have, I'd be fine. But I'm not getting 40 hours in the job that I have, so now I gotta find another job. I'm stressed out, and so that's the reason why I'm on here, is to kind of just talk to people. But I know God is good all the time, I try and
Yeah,
think.
man. Everything always works out perfectly in the end. I mean, you got to this stage so far, and you must have been through a lot worse. Like I would say, most people have been through a lot worse. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
look on the
definitely
bright
have.
side.
I definitely have been through a lot worse than this. I always say, like, the one thing that always keeps me up is, like, at least I'm not in jail. At least I'm not in jail. I might be behind on my bills or this and that or whatever, but I'm not in jail. I'm free. So that's
Yeah,
one thing
but
I
I
would say.
mean, you know yourself. You probably have good reason to never be in jail, right? It's just not something that's going to happen. I mean, you can't get in jail for not paying your bills, right?
Right. I can only be in jail for making the mistakes I made in the past, and I'm not going to make those mistakes, but those are the things I tell myself. Like, shit is rough right now. You know, like, I can't make. Like, I just got a new car. This is the first time I've ever had a car payment ever in my life. Like, I've always bought my cars, like, cash. And now I have a car payment, which is like $570 a month for a car
Yeah, so
payment.
I suggest it's not financial advice, but I would go to that car company and just say like I want to negotiate like a new term and I'm having a little
Yeah.
bit of financial hardship, and there
Yeah.
is actually something in the law that like covers this claim as soon as you mention those words, so they could actually negotiate a longer term and lesser payments. If you try that with all these companies, not just that one, you can reduce your payments down a lot.
Yeah, no, that.
And you can
Thank you.
even if you have a mortgage, you can ask for a 3-month mortgage holiday. Like there's so many things you can do. You just need to like be a little bit humble and use those humble words, and you'll find out that those humble words that you use, it's actually written in the law. You just
No,
need to you just have to have the confidence to say it. That's all. And
no,
then, everything works out really nice.
no. Thank you. I appreciate that. I felt instinctually like I could do that because when I got the car, I didn't really negotiate anything. So I feel like they took advantage of me because it was really like the only car I could get, and I needed a car to get to work, and got it. And yeah,
Yeah,
like
well,
you
at the end
said.
of the day, it's not the car dealership; it's the finance company, right? So they've got their policies, and they can stretch their policies out a lot. Yeah, you just
Well,
need to put up that
well,
sign and say, "Hey, wave that white flag."
you know what was weird is I talked to the actual finance company, the car dealership, and they told me that I had to talk to the car dealership to negotiate the payment plan, which I thought was weird because I thought it would be the finance company that I would talk to, and I tried to talk
Yeah.
to them about it and to about getting my monthly car payment reduced, and they're like, "No, talk to the car dealership," and I'm like, "That's kind of weird." So
Well, if you find out that the car dealership and the finance company are one and the same, but I doubt that.
right. No, I appreciate your advice though. I'm gonna look into that though because it's
Well,
like I could.
I mean, I've been through a lot myself, man, and it's like I'm coming out the other side with like the sun shining is so beautiful, and been there, done that, man. It's like sometimes you just need to ask for help, in those moments where you can't sleep at night sometimes, and because of your worries,
Yep, right now.
stress makes it worse. So I mean, if you can lighten the load of your stress, you can think clearer, you know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going through right now, and so yeah, so I'm definitely gonna try to talk to them and get my because it's like the amount I'm paying a month for my car. Like I could like lease a car or probably rent a car for cheaper than I'm paying for my monthly car payment. Like my car payment is like $567 a month.
Yeah, and like some things you can call up the phone company and say, "Look, I want to make a payment plan, and I want to change my plan to something that's more affordable." And when they do that, and then you have like this extra amount that you pay on top of your lesser plan, so it ends up being way lesser than you're paying now. You still get the internet, and you're just like paying off like another plan, slightly helps to stagger the things, spread it all out,
All right, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Because I'm really going through a lot right now. Like that's the whole reason why I'm on Discord at all. Because I'm like a hermit and I don't talk to nobody, and like I'm by myself, and I'm depressed and drinking, obviously. And
Well, you've come to the right place, because if you want to find any sanity in the world, you need to talk to people that are seeking the same thing.
right. I know, that's why I'm here. That's why, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your advice. I'm gonna go to them and see if I can get my car payment reduced, because it's like I see these commercials on YouTube or whatever. It's like you can lease a car for like $436 for a brand new car. It's like, damn, I'm paying $570 for my car. It's a 2020. But you're telling me I can, so it's like I could probably rent a car or lease a car for cheaper than my car payment is right now. So I appreciate your help, man. I really do. Like, that's why I came on here for, like, to talk to you. I know I'm drunk. I'm sorry, y'all. But I'm only here because I'm hurting in my soul, and I'm a good person. And
Well, there's a background in the policies of all the finance companies, and it's called responsible lending. And in the responsible lending code itself, there's a form for hardship, and they have to acknowledge that. They can't just say, "I'm going to repossess your car." No, if they say, "I'm going to repossess your car," you just say a hardship. You just say, and then they look at their responsible lending code, and that doesn't, that's not going to happen, right? Everything's going to work out.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you,
All
man.
good, man.
That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Like I'm a talk to them and see if I can get my car payment reduced. Like, cause I got a job. It sucks when you have a job that you like, but you can't get 40 hours a week. Like, if I could just get 40 hours a week at my job, like I could pay all my bills just fine. But it's like the type of jobs that I have is I can't always get 40 hours a week, and I've only been getting like 24 hours a week or whatever, and so now I gotta like look for another job, and it really sucks when you have a job that you really like, because there haven't been too many jobs in my life that I really like, and I make good money. If I could just get 40 hours a week, all my bills would be paid, but I'm not getting that right now, and so I'm like really struggling. I'm really stressed out, and so that's why I'm on here talking to you guys, because I'm really hurting, and like I'm really in a bad place. I'm really depressed, and I appreciate your I appreciate your advice.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
it's fucked up, like trying to think about like the shape of the world and how they've lied to us and all of these things. So it's a lot of emotional damage. Like it's a lot of stuff that you've got to soak up and take in and realize, and your paradigm's been broken, and then like you got your social life and your work and your bills and all of this stuff all compounds together. So yeah, sometimes it's good just to take deep breath, and like breathing exercises is always a really good way to go to sleep.
Oh, trust me, I got a whole mantra. You are whole, you are happy, you are blessed, you are grateful. I go through, I got a whole mantra routine that I go through. God is good all the time.
And if you're like another technique is to decide if there's something important that you're going out for, make sure you go out after 9 o'clock. I mean, before 9 o'clock in the morning. Like, if you're going to go out and you've got like this really important thing to do, and you're going to leave home, make sure you leave before 9 o'clock. Yeah,
Okay.
or after 10 o'clock in the morning. Like, don't leave between 9 and 10. Make sure you leave before 9 or after 10. If
Interesting.
you're on a
Okay.
mission. Yeah, if
Yeah,
you're on a
yeah.
real big mission, yeah. There's specific times of the day. There's different energies. There's a time of the day and a place for everything. It's kind of like the color spectrum of time.
Yeah,
And some
like
people even have a diet based on the color spectrum, you know?
yeah, like my zodiac, everything right now is telling me that I'm supposed to have really good luck, like with fortune and like Jupiter and Venus and everything lining up or whatever. I'm on Pisces, and everything's supposed to be lining up right now. So I try, but we got Mercury in retrograde right now. We got Uranus in retrograde right now. We got a whole bunch of shit, but right now it's supposed to be really good for me, but it's like actually really bad. But so I'm trying to be positive, and
I'm really surprised that you're talking about this, because just before you were talking about reading the Bible and stuff. Like, are you a Christian and you also like take on the understanding of astrology as well?
a little bit of both.
Oh, that's
I'm not
pretty
a.
cool.
I wouldn't label myself a Christian, but I'm into the Bible, and I'm also into astrology in the full extent of astrology, not like your horoscopes or whatever, but like your full birth chart. And then I'm also into religion and spirituality and stuff like that. So
I've got a feeling Lion might be coming on.
okay, I
I
don't know.
don't know if you've heard Lion. Yeah, one of the guys that comes on.
Okay.
Oh, I'm listening. I'm enjoying the
Yeah, I
convo
knew you were
with
there.
you
I knew
guys.
you were there.
Yeah.
So how's the Hebrew life, Lion?
There's honestly, there's nothing better than that that I've ever encountered.
Nothing better than what?
Than finding what it is that's missing in your life. There's a void in all of our lives. There's a deep void, and
Yeah.
we're searching for the meaning of life. And some have found it in flat
Yeah.
Earth, right?
Yeah.
Some have
Yeah.
found it in alcohol. Some
Yeah.
have found it in marijuana or
Yeah.
in dope, right? Or
Yeah.
in women, or in money, or in wealth and status, and legacy, right? Because some of these Rothschilds, some of these people up top, they already have wealth. They already have power. Some of them have fame. Some don't want fame, right? So what are they living for? And they're looking for something. And what they have left, if they're not spiritual, what they have left is legacy. And I heard Kosho talking about legacy the other day. I let him talk. I didn't interrupt him, but he brought up legacy and how he like that's what he thinks is the most important is legacy. And I was like, that's so shallow. In my head, I'm like, that's so shallow.
Yeah.
And that's what these people look for is they want to leave a legacy behind so that people remember who they were. But that's not actually, see, once you find the truth, you'll understand why that's so shallow. Because
Yeah.
life is but a vapor.
I don't care about that.
You know what I'm saying? Life is but a vapor. It's here. It's like the dew in the morning. The scriptures say it's like the dew in the morning. You're here one day, and by the time the afternoon comes around, the dew is gone. Right? And that's how fast life is. And if you get caught up with the drama and you get caught up with this or caught up with that, you miss it. It's gone. It's like sand in your hands. It's just going through. Time flies by, bro. Your kids grow up. Your wife is, you didn't love her the right way. Like all these things that when you grow old, you start thinking. And then you
Yep.
look back, you're like, I wasted my life. And that's
Yep.
why you got to talk to old people, man. You got to talk to people in their deathbed and see what their biggest regrets are. And then
Yep.
you'll realize, like, and that's why the scriptures say it's all vanity. Solomon said it's all vanity.
Yeah. Bro, yeah, I don't care about none of that. I'm just trying to pay my bills and get by and love my kids and love my girlfriend and love my friends and family and help them out. And I want to be rich, but I only want to be rich because I want to help other people. Like, I just want to pay my
Well,
basic bills and then
you
be
should
able to
be
have enough extra money to like help other people. That's all I
you
want.
should be able to be proud of your achievements, though, like this legacy thing. I know that it's an ego trip, like being able to leave it behind and to prove this and that. But like in sort of some aspect, like looking back at yourself and your own movements from when you were born until now, and even to experience your own legacy before you die, like to be proud of your achievements. I think that's a really good thing. But like, yeah, like Lion was saying, this thing that you're leaving behind is kind of like an ego trip. Yeah.
No, I trust me. I got a lot of awesome. Like, my kids are awesome. Like, I'm amazed at how intelligent and great my kids are. So I'm leaving behind a great legacy. I ain't got to worry about that. It's just paying these motherfucking bills. It's fucking hard. Like, I ain't never had a car payment before in my life. I've always like bought my car as cash. I never had to pay a car payment. Now I gotta pay a car payment on top of my rent and utilities and all types of stuff, and it's just super hard. And like I'm all by myself. I'm all by myself, and I'm trying trying to do this all by myself.
Don't know what to
Yeah,
say, man. It's like put out the good vibes for you, man. Put out the good vibes.
Thank you.
I'll keep putting out good vibes. So, yo, listen, we're more alike than you realize, right? I'm by myself too, right? I'm by myself. I don't have a wife. I don't have a girlfriend. I've been single for a while now. It's hard to find a significant other these days, right? And it's not that I'm like, it's not that I have high standards. Some people say, "Oh, you have too high standards." It's like you can't trust most of these women. So right there, that creates a burden, not being single. Then all the people that you can be friends with, a lot of people are sketchy out there. They steal from you, can't trust them, they use you. So it's like I don't want you as a friend, right? So that makes things more difficult. So you can't trust most people. So right there, I'm already by myself. But then I'm set apart. According to the scriptures, I'm supposed to live set apart. So not of the world. Anybody that's friends of the world is an enemy of Yah. James says that, right? So I can't be friends with the world. I can't be mingling with the at the bar with the whores, and then mingling with the drunks, and mingling with the cokeheads. I can't be doing that. I got to be set apart. And a lot of my old friends are cokeheads. A lot of my old friends are druggies, unfortunately. So I had to cut them off according to the scriptures. So literally, I'm by myself. And even the churches,
But
I can't go. I don't go to church, bro. I don't do nothing. I don't go to church because these churches are corrupt. They're all corrupt. They're all hypocrites. They're not living set apart. So I'm by myself, bro. Right, right. And this is what you have to endure and understand that the persecution for the set apart believers is even crazier than what you're going through right now. It's
I
that's you know what I mean. You have to endure persecution and actually glory in it and praise the Most High when you are, in debt or in servitude to a bank or whatever it is that you're doing right now. The system is going to get tough, and it's gonna, the burden is gonna be on you to provide for your family. But this is where your faith is being challenged, and you know what I mean. You're being tried in the midst of a furnace of affliction, right? In
know.
the midst of a furnace of affliction, purified 7 times like silver, right? So you have to endure and actually give it up to the Creator that He's gonna provide you daily. And if you don't have faith, and that's when your things are gonna crumble even more.
That's what I say. That's my mantra every day. God's good all the time, and everything is gonna work out. And it always does. It's just crazy. Like when you're in it, It's just fucking hard, but I know it always works out. Like, it's crazy how at the last fucking minute, something always happens that comes through right on time, and it's like fucking amazing. But it's just like when you're going through it, man. But yeah, always God is good all the time, and I appreciate your words of encouragement because I need it, and that's what I'm here for. And so I thank you.
Welcome.
It's just hard, but I'm so blessed. Like the thing I always say is like, no matter how bad it is, I've been in jail before, so it's like, no matter how bad it gets, it's like I'm free. I'm free. So nothing's as bad as being locked up and being in jail. So
Exactly.
how is it?
You don't want to be back in jail, and you don't want to be back with those you know what I mean? Because you know the difference between someone who's got the light in them and someone who likes evil and dwells in evil and corruption. They run to it, right? The scripture says that Yah hates men that run to wickedness. They enjoy to do it. They want to do it. They like stealing from people and scamming people and making a come up, right? Making a
No,
buck. You know what
no,
I'm saying? You don't
no,
want to be that.
never that. Never that. I want to be rich just so I can help other people. Like, I just want my basic bills to be taken care of so that I can have something after that I can help other people. Like, I just want to help other people. Like, that's why I want to be rich. I want to have a lot of money so I can help other people. But it's like, I can't even help myself.
Yeah, if you like, you could do some extra like English tuition. Like in Taiwan, man, they pay like pretty good like amounts of money for tuition, for English tuition. It's like you don't have to be in Taiwan to do it. You can do it over the internet.
Well, that's interesting because I've been helping a friend I met. He lives in Brazil, and he's trying to learn English and this and that, and I help him with his English all the time. And I went
Oh,
on Omegle trying to find Harry Mack and just bumped into this dude from Brazil, and so we just became friends. And so I've been talking to him. So I've been trying to help him with his English, and so we talk all the time. But I'm not charging him nothing or nothing like that. Like, I'm just helping him off the strength of just helping him out or whatever. And
is there an ethnic community where you live? That you can also do one-on-one if you're living near an ethnic community. You can get paid from the community centers. It's government funded, and they'll pay you like to teach English, like just colloquial English. Like verbal spoken English.
well, we have
All you
a
have to do
high,
is
high,
have a conversation.
we have a high Spanish community where I live. Like, it's a lot of Hispanics, or Burmese. We have a lot of Burmese and Spanish people in where I live in the Midwest, United States. And like, my mom moved up here, and she's bilingual. She speaks Spanish. I don't, unfortunately. But like I said, I met this dude from Brazil off Omegle, and have been teaching him English or helping him with his English. And I'm not, charging him nothing or whatever, but there could be other people or whatever that I could help with their English. I just want to help people, man. I just want to.
That's good. I'm
I start.
bilingual, bro.
I started a GoFundMe page for this dude, so he can come to America or whatever, get his visa or whatever he needs to do to raise money for him. So I don't know, man. I just wish I was in a better position financially so that I could help other people. Like, I just want to pay my basic bills and then be able to help other people. That's all I want to do. But right now, I'm like fucked up. I can't pay my rent. I'm behind all my bills are backed up.
It's not
Like,
just you, bro. It's a lot of people out here in the States, the worldwide, dealing with economic turmoil because of the way that inflation is and the way that the banks are defaulting. There's a lot of things about to go down, bro. Don't feel like it's just you and that you're like
yeah, it's like
you're a failure. You understand?
so like
Don't take it all upon yourself.
so like my job, we install like office furniture for people, and so like the job will get pushed back a week because of all the construction or whatever to build the office will get pushed back a week, and so then our shit gets pushed back a week. So where we were gonna work, now everything gets pushed back, and now I'm off work for a week because all that shit got pushed back. So it's like the construction and all that, the building shit gets pushed back. So then our shit gets pushed back. And so I can't, so my money's fucked up because all that gets pushed back. And it just sucks because, like, I love what I do. Like, go ahead.
No, I just so I recommend, right? First thing and foremost, that you
You're
pray
breaking.
about it
You're
and you
breaking
ask
up.
for some clarity, a new job. Maybe he wants you to move on to a new spot, or who knows? Just keep at it, bro. Just keep at it and try to go on Indeed.org, make a resume on there, and just keep getting jobs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't want to find another job because I've never, like, trust me, I've worked a lot of jobs that I don't like. I've worked retail for 15 years. I've been retail management for 5+ years. I've done forklift for like 3 years or whatever. So I've done a
Done
lot
all
of
that.
different. I've never, like, besides DJing, I was a club DJ. That was dope. I worked as a store manager for a hip hop music and clothing store. That was dope. And then now I have a job that I really, really like, but I'm not getting 40 hours a week. So now I'm forced to find another job because I can't get 40 hours at this job that I got now. It's like, it really sucks that I love this job so much, but I can't get 40 hours and I can't pay my bills. So now I got to find somewhere else. So I've been applying.
Well, let me give you some options, bro. Let me help you out. That's what I'm trying to do. So, if you can, reach out to a cousin, right, or a brother if you have the pride. If you don't have the pride, you know what I mean. Just reach out, like, hey, what's up? You need a roommate for a little bit or whatever. You know what I mean? Maybe they do. Maybe they need help too. You know, you never know. A lot of people, they come together. I mean, if you don't want a roommate, I recommend you just go on Indeed. You don't have to take the job, right? You just upload your resume, you make it active, and then you'll people will reach out to you on a daily basis sometimes, or not on a daily basis, but a weekly basis or a monthly basis, and you might have a new placement that you'll think is worth it. You don't have to take it. But a
No,
lot of these new placements will get you a new career, a new life path that you probably never even realized, bro. Like,
no,
there's so
trust
many
me.
opportunities out there.
Yeah, no, trust me. Like, my man works at a foundry, like, right down the street from my house. So, like, it's literally right around the block, and it pays the same amount, if not more, to do that. It's just I've never done that type of work before. It's like foundry work, like grinding little semi parts or whatever. You just grind the metal off the edges of the parts that they make or whatever. It's just I've never done that kind of thing. I've always worked retail my whole life, so I've never been in like a factory, like a foundry or whatever. So it's like I'm just scared to leave a job that I like to go to something
That's
I've
the
never done.
problem right there, bro. That's it. See, now
Right.
we
I'm
found the root
scared
of
to
your
do
problem.
something I've
Well,
never done before.
here we go, bro. Here we go. Because I get you. And the thing is with most people, they get complacent, they get comfortable. They don't want to move from where, because people don't like change. People hate change. It's traumatic. For some people, it can be traumatizing for whatever reason. Change can be traumatizing,
Yeah.
but you have to overcome that change and understand that change is part of life. It really is. It's a constant
Yeah.
change, and you can't. People get too comfortable with their surroundings and the routines
Right.
of life that they don't want to change that up,
Right.
and that's where they find. And then you get stuck.
Yeah, it's
Right now, you're stuck.
it's the scared of the unknown. Like I've never done it before, so I'm afraid of it, and I'm scared to leave something that I like to go to something that I don't know I've never done before. But it's literally right around the corner from my house, and it makes the same amount of money, actually $2 more an hour, just in a foundry and like in a aluminum construct, making parts or whatever. But I could easily get a guaranteed 40 hours a week every week, and we get paid every week because the job I got now is I get paid every 2 weeks. This job pays every single week, but it's just something I never done before, so I'm kind of scared. So, but I'm trying to get over that, and then hopefully I can get a job doing that. And so I've said, okay, I like the job I got now, but you gotta take care of your responsibilities. You gotta man up, be a man. You gotta pay your bills. You gotta pay your rent. You got a car note now. You got a car payment you never had before. You gotta pay all this shit. Go down and get that job. So that's what I'm working on. I'm working on getting a job at this factory. It's literally closer than my other job. It's literally right around the corner from my house. Like it takes me 5 minutes to get my job that I'm at now, and it's like 1 minute to get to the job, the factory that I applied for. But so hopefully I get that. Like I'm making like 18 an hour now. They'll pay like 20 an hour. I might have to go on third shift, which I've never done before, but fuck it. Like a man's got to do what a man's got to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like is it more is it more stressing to be unemployed or to work at a job that you never done before? It's more. It's trust me. It's more stressful to be unemployed. Trust me. So, but even though it's basically I got to trade a job that I really like that I can't get 40 hours for a job that I might not really like but make the money I need to make and have a guaranteed 40 hours. So I mean, I've been working jobs I don't like my whole life, so it's like I've only had 3 jobs my whole life that I really liked. And the rest of the time, I've been working jobs that I don't like. So might as well do this job that I don't like and get a guaranteed 40 hours a week every week than have a job that I. Go ahead.
If you really like the job that you have, if you really like the job that you have now, and you don't want to let it go, but you think that they might overcome, right? So eventually you will be getting 40 hours a week consistently. But right now they're going through like this dip.
Right. It's slow right now.
But you're loyal to. You want to be loyal to them, right? You like them so much. You want to be loyal to them. You want to hold it down. But then you're gonna have to just face the consequences, which is economic turmoil. You know what I mean? You're just gonna have to persevere during this
Well,
time if
yeah.
you want to be loyal to that job to that extent.
Well, that's what I'm struggling with is do I struggle through it or just say it's more important to trade what I like, even like I'm getting part-time hours for a job I really like for another job that I don't like but is going to be consistent and pay me 40 hours a week and I can pay all my bills. It's like I've been doing that my whole life, so I might as well just go with the job that is consistent and I can pay all my bills. You know, like I've been doing that my whole life, so might as well just go with that. It's just scary because it's something I never done before. It's like the fear of the unknown. Like, cause I've always worked like retail and shit like that my whole life, and the shit I'm doing now is like installing office furniture and like
You'll be
build.
fine, dude. You'll be fine, dude. They always have a training period when you first start. I've been through so many jobs, dude. It's
Right,
ridiculous.
me too. Yeah, I've done like every job there is. I've done every job imaginable.
It sounds like you've got a nice car, so why don't you go and do some DoorDash?
I signed up for all those things and I'm on the wait where I'm at. I'm on like a waiting list for like DoorDash, for like Grubhub. I signed up for all that shit. Trust me, I try to do all that shit and I'm like where I'm at is I'm on a waiting list. Like
A
I guess.
waiting list. I thought that the more drivers, the better. You're on a waiting list?
Yeah, I signed up for all that shit, bro. Grubhub, DoorDash, all that stuff. I'm like on
Uber.
a wait. I'm like on a
You
waiting
gotta
list.
find a trade.
No, I
I
do.
do concrete.
I do side hustle shit too. Like I do handyman shit on the side. Like there's this eye doctor that I work for. I do stuff at their doctor's office. Install like soap dispensers and shit. I mount them on the wall or whatever and do shit like that. I do shit at their house. Like I just put in like I mounted a flat screen TV in their bedroom and put in a back screen door and like I got a side hustle or whatever. It's just not consistent. You know what I'm saying? It's not like every day, but they pay me to do the simplest shit and pay me a lot of money to do simple ass shit. For this eye doctor that I work for. But yeah, I try to do the Grubhub and DoorDash and all that type of shit too. But I'm like on a waiting list. Trust me, I looked into that. And then there's this site called Save Stash or something like that, where you basically merchandise like gas stations or whatever, where you I guess stock the refrigerators and the shelves or whatever. But that hasn't been very lucrative. So I've been trying to do that. Trust me, bro. I've been out here trying. I've been out here trying my best to make the money. It's just really stressful. And but I appreciate your words of encouragement and the suggestions and stuff that I can do. A lot of it I've already tried to do. But hopefully I get this other job at this it's like an aluminum foundry factory or whatever. They make parts for like semis and stuff like that. My friend works there, so he's trying to get me on. Been talking to him. I filled out an application, waiting on them to call me, so it will all work out. Like I said, God is good all the time. It will work out. I'm just stressed out right now. But you know, with me having a new car, I've never had a car payment before. My rent is significant. You know, I got to pay water, gas, electric, internet, cell phone, car insurance, car payment, rent.
Food. Don't
It's like
forget the food.
it's like a lot, bro.
Yeah, you got to pay for the food.
Yeah, food. Yeah, not to mention food, gas, cigarettes. You know, shit like that. It's cool though. I'll be all right. I appreciate y'all. That's what I came on here for. I just need words of encouragement, man. Everything will work out. It always does. at the end of the day, it always works out. It's crazy because at the end of the day, it always works out. Whether it be my dad sending me a money order randomly, like my dad will like randomly send me $500, which I didn't even ask for, or like some will happen. Like some will always happen at the last minute that makes me burst into tears crying. And it'll be all right, but it's hard, man. Like this adult treadmill, like it never stops. It just keeps going, keeps going, keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. And then I got my own mental health issues and like my relationship issues, like me and my girl. Like that's a whole complicated mess. I won't even get into that. But I see my kids every other weekend. So I see them. I gotta pay for food, and I gotta pay child support, all types of shit, man. That shit. It's rough, man. But like the mantra I say, I am whole, I am happy, I am blessed, I am grateful. So I just keep repeating that and jump on here to share my story and get some words of encouragement, and like people can encourage me and then I can encourage other people.
But that's not originally why you got on here today. Is because there's a paradigm shift, man, and there's a lot of information that you've been finding out that like what it is where you are is not true. What they say, that's actually why you got on here. I mean, you can drown your sorrows and not come on here and feel sorry for yourself and all of that, but I mean, you came here because there's truth. There's truth
Yeah.
to be found, and people are talking about it over here. It's like,
Yeah, I know
there's
there's good people on here. I know you guys are here. I know you're here. That's why I come here, because like I'm a hermit, so there's nobody in my close proximity. But I know if I get on here, I know there's gonna be somebody good that's gonna say something that I need to hear. Probably I can either help them or they can help me. But there's somebody on here that's good. It's crazy because like we run into a lot of crazy shit on here on Discord, but depending on where you go, most of the people, not most of the people, a small percentage of the people are good. And so you can easily pick those people out and they're going to talk to you like you're doing now. Like, this is why I came here, because in my own life, I have nobody that I can really talk to. But if I come on here, I know that eventually I'm going to run into somebody like you or you or you or you that's going to tell me something that I need to hear to help me with my life. So thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like, there's a lot of bullshit that goes on Discord of people like arguing, but I know that when I get on here, eventually there's gonna be people that I run into that will give me what I'm looking for. And so thank you very much. I appreciate you very, very, very much. Thank you. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Thank you. It really means a lot to me. You don't understand how much your positive words mean to me. Because sometimes I get on here in my best days trying to help other people, and then sometimes on my worst days or my drunkest days, which I really need to quit drinking, but on my worst days when I come on here and talk to people like you and you give me words of encouragement, I really, 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 really appreciate it. Because that's
I was
what
gonna ask. I was gonna ask Lion because I heard Bacon. I think it was Bacon earlier talking about rainbows, and he had like a little display on his screen, like how water droplets reflect light, like and cause a prism and separate the different frequencies of light. So I wanted to know the Hebrew idea of how a rainbow works.
Well,
I mean, I guess just because you're Hebrew, it doesn't mean that you know that how a rainbow works, I suppose.
well, in my opinion, the way that you get rainbows, polarizers. So raindrops, when you get rain, you get rainbows. But rain by itself doesn't cause rainbows. There's a second polarizer that light is going through before it hits the rain that's causing the rainbow. And that second polarizer is mysterious. I believe it's the firmament. I believe that there is a crystalline structure that the light is going through before it hits the rain. So way before it hits the rain, it already went through the first polarizer. So by the time it hits the rain, you get this rainbow effect. Because you can try to reproduce this in the lab.
Well,
You
the
can try to
rainbow arc is the rainbow
go ahead.
arc is 42 degrees, and 42 is a big number for me. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah, 42 is a big number for me, and it represents Jupiter and Jesus and that whole archetype or whatever. But the rainbow is 42 degrees. And so that's very important. Like it's like in like the lights of the rainbow is the seven
It has seven.
colors and
Yeah.
yeah yeah. The seven colors, the seven of everything, the seven notes, the seven. There's seven
Well,
everywhere, but
this is where it gets interesting because the rainbow was given on Shavuot, which is the Feast of Sevens. Right? It was a
yes,
covenant that Yah made with mankind, not just with mankind, with the whole earth, with the whole earth. So it was a covenant that he didn't. It wasn't just inclusive to mankind. It was all of the earth, and it was made on the seventh week of the first. Anyways, I'm not gonna get into the calendar stuff, but yeah, it's pretty amazing, bro.
yeah, seven.
But yeah, so it
Yeah.
has to go through two because when you try to replicate this in the lab and reproduce it in the lab, you can put a hose right to artificial light, even if that light is full spectrum, which they have done, full spectrum LEDs with UV and all that. Try to replicate the sun's light, you won't get the rainbow effect unless you introduce a second polarizer. You need two polarizers. You can spray water in front of the light and you'll get the rainbow. So you need like at least a glass pane. Even a glass pane might be able to do it. So a glass pane in front of the light source, and then the spray, and you might get a rainbow. But if there's no glass pane or some crystal between the water and the light source, you're not gonna get a rainbow.
Mm. Damn. Damn. Yep. Yeah, I saw a praying mantis today for the first time in like I don't know how long, like a million years. Like I've never seen I was on my porch about to sit on my porch swing, sat down, and looked up, and there was a praying mantis on my porch swing. So I don't know what that means. But that was dope. I can show you a picture if you want, but
Yeah, some people might just say there was a praying mantis there, but then
right.
some people might say there's a reason for it being there at the same time that you sat down.
Right. No, I'm of the group that says there's definitely a reason why there was a praying mantis above my. He's probably still out there on my porch, above my porch swing. Yeah, a lot of people just sit down and be like, "Yeah, that was just coincidence that that was there." But to me, that means something to me. It's meaningful. I'm glad you pointed that out. Like the other day, a hawk landed on my car. I was just chilling on my porch, and a hawk came and just landed on my car. Right, my car was parked right in front of my house, and a hawk landed. And then I was trying to take a picture, but he flew off before I could take a picture. But praying mantises are a little slower, I guess. So I got a picture of him. He's probably still there, actually. But yeah, what does that mean? What does a praying mantis above my porch swing mean? Where I sit every day and drink a cup of coffee.
I thought the praying mantis was sort of like a sign of wisdom.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. I don't know what that wisdom is.
Well, the wisdom is faith.
Yeah, I take it as a good sign. Like, keep going. Keep going. One day at a time. Keep going. Like I'm behind on my bills right now, but I feel like by the end of the month, I'm gonna get all this shit taken care of. I don't know, I'm stressing right now. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm stressing out right now. Like, it always works out. Like, even though I got disconnection bills, I got a bill sitting right next to me right now. Like, I don't know why the fuck my gas bill is so high. They fucking, like, I don't even use any gas. I don't, like, I'm not using any heat. I'm not taking, like, mad showers or doing a lot of laundry or anything, but I got a bill like $164 for my fucking gas. I'm like, why? I ain't been using no gas. Why I got this bill that's like about to be disconnected, and it's in my girl's name, so she's giving me shit. It's a whole complicated thing of me and my girl. Like, I can't even I can't even get into that. Like, we got a long distance relationship or whatever. Like, it's hard, but it's like I got a disconnection notice for my gas bill. I'm behind
Well,
I'm behind in my car note. My
talking
rent's
about
paid for
disconnection.
my rent is paid for the month.
Talking
What'd you
about
say?
disconnection, I'm going to disconnect, and I'm good to talk with you, man, and all the best. Yeah, it's like good vibes, and yeah, we'll talk to you again next time we talk. You'll be like rock and rolling, all good.
Yeah,
Good
I'll
night.
tell you next time. Next time we talk, I'll be like, "Yo, man, I was tripping."
Yeah, yeah, man. Have a good one.
All right. Even though I gotta be at work tomorrow, unfortunately, but but for all the other people out there, keep your head up. It will all be okay. God is good all the time. It will all work out. It's good, bro. It'll be all right. It'll be all right, man. I sure hope it'll be all right. It'll be all right though. See, that's what we need to do on Discord is just motivate each other, be positive to each other instead of all this back and forth discourse, debating, arguing. Like it doesn't matter if the world's flat. It don't matter if about 9/11 or whatever. Like that shit don't matter. We should need to be here for each other, and when times is tough, just to give each other words of encouragement and motivation and positivity. Like that's what we really need to do. Like we really just need to be positive towards each other. Like, can we just do that? Can we just be positive and tell each other, it'll be all right. Instead of all this arguing, bickering, and shit. Like, let's just be good to each other. Can we do that? Please. Focus on the common things and not the things that divide us, the things that. Like, we have more things in common than we do anything else. Like, oh, my cat. My cat is silly. All right, y'all. I love you. Good night. Well, let's see if I can figure out how to disconnect from this motherfucker. Oh, yeah. Love you. Good night. There we go. Good night.
Everyone, Gene CBR1 in the house, ready to rock your world. What's going down? What happened? The French guy gone? The other guy that was begging the question fallacy over the fallacies, he disappeared as well. What's happened? It's gone dead quiet. What happened? Come on, guys. What happened? I know you can hear me.
Thought everyone was asleep in here.
Oh, everyone's sleeping. Wake up, wake up. It was an interesting session, wasn't it? It was an interesting session, though, yeah, with that guy with the non-confirmation of anything but guessing his way through. That was interesting, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Oh, I missed it. Maybe you could explain it.
Oh, yeah, I can explain it. Let's have a look. Let me just check that my phone is actually charging up. After I replaced the battery on Saturday, 3.5 hour ordeal. 3.5 hours on an iPhone 6 Plus from 2014. Now most people go off and buy a new phone by
2014
now.
iPhone?
Yep, 2014 iPhone 6 Plus, still kicking ass.
Still kicking ass.
Still kicking ass. I deliver those memes and videos and documents like a man possessed. Yeah, and thanks to the aid of my iPhone 6 Plus from 2014, and I'm talking to you on an iPad from 2012. And for your information, when this phone went down with a battery last week, I backed it up with the iPhone 4 from 2009. Still working. See that? Isn't that amazing?
Wait, you're using a 2009 also?
Yeah. Yep. I am that bastard of a geezer that will fuck up your plans. Try to rip off the customer. I was but hang on a second. I have a 2009 original battery, still kicking ass. Well, how can you justify the price? How? Apple. How can you? You can't. You're ripping off the customers. And you know why you're ripping off the customers? Because the customers that come to you are fucking brainwashed. And when they're brainwashed, they don't know what they're doing. They're throwing away good property after 2 years. Yes. You don't like me. You will never like me. If I had the billions of dollars, I'd sue your fucking ass and take your company over. Do you know that? That's what I would do. If I had the money, I would take over Apple and start reducing the price of the goods. Because when you look inside an Apple phone and you see the components, you've got to ask yourself, how can they justify the price? Ladies and gentlemen, how can they when you see the components? And if you are of any intellect, you could go to China and have your phone customized as you want it for less money. Can you see where I'm coming from, sir? Do you see where I'm coming from? Can you see my angle?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. I'm a realist. Obviously, I'd have to be able to operate a 2009 iPhone 4 as backup to the 2014 iPhone 6 Plus. Talking to you on an iPad 2012, second generation iPad. I'll add to that. Isn't that amazing?
Okay.
Isn't that amazing?
I didn't know that Discord worked on stuff from that old.
There
Although
you
I do
go.
think that 2012 is actually not a bad year for computers.
Right, exactly. There's
Which
some
is-
integrity there.
Right.
But
Because
there
they
you
haven't
go.
changed any fucking thing.
No.
You know, at least with the phones, they're upgrading a lot of stuff about computers. So.
Yeah, the phones are unnecessary upgrading and then devaluing what we have just so they can make money. That's all they're doing. But I'm not that stupid customer that's coming in paying $1,500 for a phone. I'll never pay that money. Ever will I pay.
How many thousand would you pay for a phone? What's the most amount of thousands you'd want to pay for a phone?
I wouldn't pay any thousand. If it's going to cost $1,000, I'm off the system. Bye.
$2,000, $3,000. It's a phone. You know what I mean?
I would never pay $1,500 for any phone. Any. The most I'd want to pay is £300, $400 at the most. Okay? I'm a realist, remember? I'm the one talking to you on a 2012. Can you imagine me paying $1,500? Can you imagine that? With the information I have in my head that I want to spread around the world? No, if it's going to cost silly money, I'm not going to do that.
I think I bought
I'll go out on the streets.
a phone like of that year and 2 iPad Minis original.
I've got one of those as well.
I bought each one of those for $1 a piece at a yard sale. And I was like, I don't know if this is a good deal or not, but $1's a dollar. You know what I mean?
No. Hang on a second. You're going to tell me you got it for... Hang on. You're going to tell me you got it for $1 and you don't know if it's a good deal? You better shut up and park yourself in the corner.
Oh, it was
because when you start talking like that, you sound like an old ass. You sound like a hole of an ass. You would know. You spent $1, you would know, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? You don't need me to tell you that.
Yeah, it was a good deal. I mean, one of my cracked screen.
Please
I wasn't
don't
sure if any
assume
of them
that
would work.
I'm one of those black guys that's, hip hop dancer, shit like that. I'm not that guy. I'm
sure?
the guy you hate the most. He knows a lot. And he will fuck you up immediately. Don't slip up in front of me. And I was in the army. Okay? So you don't know who I am. Don't start talking shit. I'll expose you by putting your pants down. And then getting someone else to smack your bum. Okay? So please don't do that. Start having some, in other words, start having some integrity. Because that's what's lacking out there. The reason Apple is able to get away with its shenanigans is because we've got a lot of stupid bastard indoctrinated people who are allowing them because they just want to get the new. Okay? You better wake up pretty quick. When you see Jin CBR1, know your place. Start getting yourself ready. The man was in the army. Champion at bulling up boots. Champion at brassing up brass. Shiny, you can't look. Your eyes will pop out your head. I'll burn your iris. Okay? That's me in the army. When they wanted best man, they looked at me. I delivered. Okay? So please don't go down that road. Start having some. When you see Jin CBR1, I don't joke around. I'm serious because we've been fucked up by the elite. The 99% cowards are allowing the 1% scum to rule our lives. You better wake up, boy. I call you a boy because you're not a man yet. I got it for $1. I don't know if it was a deal or not. You're acting like a cunt. Of course it was a fucking deal. If you got something that good for $1, you don't need me to tell you that. Okay? That's where I come from. I'm a realist. I don't fuck about. Remember, we black people are coming on the back of slavery. We're being shot to bits in America. Yeah? Okay? Unnecessarily. So have some respect. Wake up. If you're a flat earther, 1, you don't vote. 2, you have integrity. Then you have compassion. Then you start to look at life realistically. And then you can understand the black disposition at the moment of what's gone on. Okay? That's me. Pissed off with people who try and fuck around. I'm not that guy. I don't miss my words. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, in the YouTube live stream, it's Jin CBO1. You know who I am. The realist of the bunch. And I bring you the truth as you need to hear it. And then you go and confirm it for yourself. Before you listen to my voice, that's fine. But go check what I say is correct. Then you can walk and break concrete with every step that you take. Because you know you're in control whilst they're trying to control you. You are in control. When you have many people like us thinking the same way, we have a revolution. And then the 1% elite die quickly. That's how it is. So when you discuss and debate flat earth, vaccines, moon landings, JFKs, 9/11s, just get the facts. That's all you need. And then deliver it with some serious pepper passion. Sorry about that. Was Johnny or nigger come lately? I'm not one of those. I was born in 1961. So I'm an ancient man who has collected information and retains maintaining of health. For when you are coherent and healthy, you're a danger. Remember, we're in a system that's devaluing life and they're getting rid of the oldies because they know the most. Okay? So I would be a prize to be getting rid of. But no, I don't go to the doctors. They're not going to diagnose me with testicular cancer, prostate. They're not going to be doing that because I'm not going to them to hear that shitty story. And even if they did tell me, I would just say, yeah, thanks a lot. I'm going to go to the homeopath doctors and take my juices. Thanks for the diagnosis, though. Thank you. Bye. That's me. Realist. Realist extraordinaire. Plus, I hang on to all those figures and numbers that NASA pushes out and the so-called experts because I use the numbers to slap them and whip them up. But anyway, anybody there? Can anybody hear me? Mic check, mic check. I'm not getting a response. You all sleeping? Have you given up? You died? You ran away?
I can hear you, mate. One sec, but I'm driving, so I'm just...
Okay, am I coming across positive? Am I uplifting you guys?
Yeah,
Am I drowning you with sorrow?
No, uplifting, mate. Good to hear you.
Thank you very much. Nice. Ex-Royal Engineer, ex-Army Cadet, realist, 4 boys, brought them up, slapped them up to bring them up. They know not to harm nature. Touch nature with your eyes only. When you're touching with your eyes, you can't do any harm. They know the coup. They know the coup. So yeah, let's go back. Ladies and gentlemen, in the live stream, We had a character in this server trying to tell us that he could discern satellites existed by guessing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to go around guessing your life, then you're a damn fool. For guessing, you might get lucky once or twice. You do the lottery, you guess a number, okay. But that's not the way to run your life, especially when you've got governments making new rules, new taxes, just to bring you down. You don't want to be guessing. You want to know what's going on. That means you're going to have to confirm things. So when you cannot confirm the satellites are up there because you can't get up there, you have no right to be believing. Because when you're bringing the belief, you're saying it's true. But it's not because you haven't confirmed it. Okay? And that's what this character was trying to do. We don't need to confirm it. Guessing is good enough. I'm sorry. Your hypothesis is just a guess. It's not the truth. You can't write it in stone. You can't take it to the bank. So in order to know that the satellites are at 22,000 miles off the Earth's surface, that's what this character didn't know the numbers. Don't mess with me because I know the statistics. I will stab you to death with the statistics. You won't like me. But anyway, it's 22,000 miles off the Earth's surface, supposedly they said. How can we confirm that? The only way we can confirm that with the highest level of integrity is to go there ourselves. Don't let anybody tell you any different. We don't do beliefs in the flat Earth. We shouldn't be voting for the humanity's demise. So I don't believe, I don't like that word, I hope no flat earther is voting in a system that has lied to them where they are, devaluing life, and then telling them, don't worry, we've got it under control, we've got it under control, just listen to what we tell you and do what we tell you. No, that's a mistake. So satellites, the only way you would know they were up there, if you understand the technology and you understand life on Earth and the environments, the sky with the vacuum supposedly up there and Earth's precious air, you will know one thing for sure if you do the studies. Rockets need air to survive in space. They've got to have a medium to push off of. Without it, they cannot work. So satellites cannot be up there floating round the ball Earth that you never confirmed existed. What methodology did you use, ladies and gentlemen, in the live stream, YouTube live stream? If you can hear my voice. What method did you use to confirm? Because you'd have to have a method, obviously. And you're not confirming anything looking through a tube with two lenses. That's not going to help you. That's just going to enlarge your problem. Yeah, that's all it's going to do. There it is. It's, oh, I can see the thing now. But what is that thing? Did you go up there to touch it, to confirm it, to analyze it? Because that's what you would need to do. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please go ahead, whoever that was. Somebody was trying to get in with something, but they broke up badly. They crashed. But you can hear where I'm coming from, ladies and gentlemen. When we talk about confirmation, the highest level of integrity is a must. We can't be, we cannot be guessing. That's not it. Everybody can guess. You can guess, I can guess, your children can guess. That's not a standard. That would be acceptable when we're talking about confirmation, validation, proof. So in order for us to know that the satellites are at 22,000 miles off a ball that you never confirmed exists, that we, the flat earthers, knows that doesn't exist. We know that the Earth isn't a globe. You would have to go to space to touch it, yet lick it if necessary, just to make sure. Read the nameplate of the owner of that particular satellite, do a photograph, do a selfie, and then email that post haste to your family and friends. Then you'd know that the satellites are there. Otherwise, it's a belief. And if you're a flat earther, you don't be doing beliefs. That's why you were brought in trouble when you believed the globe, you see. It turned out not to be a true thing. So you don't do beliefs. Once bitten, a gazillion times shy. A gazillion is one with a gazillion zeros, ladies and gentlemen. I'll leave that for you to work out. As NASA and the scientists love those big numbers, so do I. Because I like to strangle them with their big numbers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's what it's all about. So we had a character here trying to say, how did you validate your grandparents? If I had a stick, he would have been battered with that stick. Then I said, how do you validate the pain you've got? Can you validate that? Can you validate the pain on your head and your bones and your buttocks and your ribs? Can you validate that pain? Ah, yes, you can. That's right. What an insult to humanity that human being was. That's why you beat them with a stick, to remind them that they're a living entity and don't question what God created for us to have. Don't question it. Embrace it and treasure it, because there are people coming after you, other generations that need to see what the God created. That's the reason of your existence, number one. Protect that you did not make. Earth, where you get your substance. But you get scumbags coming in, okay, telling you, how do you know your grandparents? I ran the baseball bat in his mouth, all the way down to his buttocks, it comes out the other side. Put him on a spit, spin him round and let the animals eat from him. That's what you do to people like that, because they're devaluing life. When you hear me speak, I'm the man who could deliver that. Believe you me, I could deliver that, no problem. Because I hate the fact that I spent 46 years on a globe because of that deception. But I'm a realist. I'm not here to be your friend. Yeah, no. I'm here to remind you that we should be under revolution, because we are under tyranny, dictatorship, and slavery. Certain people need the baseball bat through the mouth, coming out the bottom. So they realize that they did wrong, and people can see, oh, I don't want that. I'm not going to do wrong anymore. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? So my methods, as crude and as painful as they may seem, is necessary. Remember, America, Britain, Russia, they had all these wars. Children, granddads, mothers died, and they didn't even know about the flat earth. They didn't even know about that, and they're dead. And they made their money on their death. So when I put my baseball bat through that idiot's mouth, put him on a spit, and then feed him to the animals, I'm doing a good thing. I'm making sure the animals don't go starving. And I'm getting rid of a cesspit scumbag who's lying against God's creation. I'm not religious in any way. I'm not religious. I don't go to a church, synagogue, the mosque. But I understand that this earth couldn't be without the Creator. And anybody who's lying against the Creator, satellites, can you see how satellites got that man with the baseball bat in his mouth now? Now he's on the spit. Now he's roasted up. Now the animals are eating. You see that? Can you see that? See the error in his way? Right. That's real punishment. Real. I'm a realist. I don't play around. I just do not. Not after 46 years, believing with the goodness of my heart that the earth was a globe, only to find that it wasn't. And that I am to blame for that myself, because I've got to check. It's easy to discern. Children can prove it. Children. 8, 9 years old can prove it. Okay? But when you have grown men, and this is a man his intellect betrays him. The people on the server at the time didn't highlight that point, but I'm a bastard. I can highlight that point. Listen, your intellect betrays you. Your use of your English language and the way you articulate your deception, it's clearly obvious that you know the earth is flat. You're here as an agent. We had a guy called Zenik. He came in. There were other flat earthers or other individuals that recognized him. They couldn't remember his name, but they knew he was a man of deception. I said, his name is Zanuck. Oh, yeah, that's it. His name is Zanuck. And then Zanuck started to say that, you know, we were taking Donald Rumsfeld's explanation to $2.3, not $2.3 trillion being lost. And his explanation as to why it was lost, we were taking it out of context, but we weren't. And I said to Zanuck, no, Zanuck, we're not. We know exactly what happened. We know. We followed it. We've done that research. And then someone accused him of doublespeak. And then Dan Zanuck then said, yeah, explain to me when I had doublespeak. So I told him, Zanuck, when you spoke about the full Coles pendulum, when you speak about the Coriolis, and then he disappeared because he knew that I, Jin CBR1, would give him a minute by minute account of his shit. And then I delivered the video that he asked for, that I said I would ram through his mouth, that would come out of every orifice. You know, I'm a realist. I don't really mess around. We've been messed about enough. But this server that belongs to Geo, he's very accommodating to these people. That's fine. It's his server. But whenever I'm here, I'm precise, I'm angry, and I deliver the punches. That's all I do. Deliver the punches. When you guys are playing with him and playing with your food and trying to be gentle, and I consider that the individual taking the piss, if you give me a chance to speak, I'll drown him in the truth. He'll need a flat earth life jacket. That's me. I'm a realist. I'm the guy that will die first in the revolution because I'm going to give the best smack and the best impact. Okay? That's why I have to go first. I'm 61. Obviously, I'm not expecting a younger person than me. No, I have to go first. I've had a life. That's why I'm always angry. Okay? Because I'm being forced to bring out the truth because it's being missed by my youngsters. That's all. I'm a realist. Don't mess around. I remember the facts. I don't remember the pop stars because they're not helping. The pop stars are asking you to go and get the injection. Go get it. Go get it because you're going to need it. No, I'm not going to need it. You can have my dose and my family's doses. There you go. Good luck. Pop star, film star, author. You understand? We're living in a world where you're being devalued every second you're alive. If you don't realize that, then you're no use to humanity. You're just drowning in their shit. Nah, man, I am buoyant. I'm not going to be drowned. Nah, impossible. Too sharp, too noisy, too alive, too real, too truthful. That's why you see my face, because I'm coming to you as I am. I'm not coming through a cartoon character. You see me. I'm not hiding from the powers that shouldn't be. They need to know who their true force is. That's us, 99%. They need to know that. Not coward behind a character. Let them know what's going on, and they're going to start running. And as soon as we get the military, the Air Force, the Navy behind us, because they come from us, and you say to them, excuse me, what freedom have you facilitated? Show me the freedom that you've supposedly brought on earth. Show me it. And by the way, your boots are not clean enough. My boots are cleaner than yours, and I'm on Civvy Street. So you're in deficit there, boy. But show me this freedom. Show me it. And they can't. Because we're not free. We're under tyranny. You know why? Because you stupid bastard, Air Force, Navy, military, you've helped the scumbag elites to imprison us. So stop that shit now. One more question, or two more questions. Who is it that you want to kill next? Which country and why? Now they're looking at me and then they're looking at themselves, and I ask the question again. Who is it that you want to kill next? Who is it and why? Now if they work it out that no one, then they've got some scruples, they've got some integrity. But if they shout out, oh, Russia, I say, yeah, why do you want to kill Russia? What did Russia do to America or wherever you come from that you want to kill them? And remember, you're killing innocent people as well. Why? And they won't be able to answer that. That's when they're going to realize they made a mistake in uttering out Russia, for example. And then the next question would be, when do you want peace? Today? Yesterday? Tomorrow? On your president's birthday? Your prime minister's birthday? Your great-granddad's birthday? Your birthday, maybe? When do you want peace? Work it out. When? When do you want peace on earth? When? And they're looking at themselves. When do you want it? Come on. Now. Okay, so it's now. Put down your fucking gun and rifle and get out of the tank Get out of the aircraft. Get out the submarine. Peace comes because the elites have no one to operate the equipment that they're using you to corral us on Earth, on a flat Earth, and then put us in slavery, dictatorship, and tyranny. You see, you bastard with your uniform on. That my uniform is shinier than yours. You can't look at me. I'm so shiny. Yes, right. Now join the fucking revolution and hurry up, because you fucked it up. Dumb, brainwashed idiot. Move! Thank you. And then we move forward. And then we take out the elite. And then utopia ensues. So says Gene CBR1. Please, anybody, tell me I'm wrong. Please. Bring it on. I'm ready. Mic check. Can you hear me? Mic check. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I'm not hearing a response. Am I wrong?
You're wrong. Oh yeah.
I'm wrong.
This guy's gonna tell you you're wrong about everything.
What about you, sir? What about you? Am I wrong? What about you? Am I wrong?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer you. You called me a boy earlier.
You should
I'm
be
not really
qualified.
sure.
You're
You'd
a
be talking
human
about some
being.
man shit. But
You're a
Lori
human being under tyranny. That qualifies you. Am I wrong in what I say? Am I wrong in what I'm saying? Speak up. I cannot hear you at all. You see?
Who are you expecting to speak up?
I'm expecting people with integrity to speak up, of course. Or if I'm wrong,
Are you saying this server has no integrity?
if I'm wrong, explain why I'm wrong.
Sounds kind of inflammatory to suggest that the server has no integrity.
Excuse me. All I'm stating that those with integrity will speak out because they have their own will. No one's tying them down at the moment. And those who think I'm wrong will speak out because they have freedom of will to speak. So let's have it. I'm all ears like an elephant. Those who think I'm wrong, speak up. I'm waiting. Don't make excuses. Just speak up. You see? One flat earther. Controlling everything. One flat earther. Not my server, but I'm controlling. Integrity it's called. It's called integrity. When you have it, you can use it. When you don't have it, you run like cowards. You stick your head in the ground and put your bum up like an ostrich.
Why are you making a narrative where you won? Because like it's an empty
Just
room and
answer
maybe
the
someone.
question. Where am I wrong?
Okay. It seems that I won you right now in this conversation because you now start ranting over me, and to me that's a victory. Because you admit that if you were to allow me to speak,
for you to speak. You heard my English. Speak
you're talking
up
over
so
me.
You heard my English. You haven't got to
Yes,
win.
and you are hearing my
hang on.
English.
My English
Hang
was
on.
speak up so I can hear you and
Right,
tell
he's
me where
saying-
I'm wrong.
Right,
That
Jen's
was my
saying
fucking position.
he's
Tell
like
me
saying with
where
your chest.
I'm wrong. But you were
Yeah.
quiet, like a mouse, like an ostrich. So now I'm going to shut up and you tell me where I'm wrong. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
but say it with your chest, Lori.
I'm not sure why Jin goes on this rant. I spoke like maybe 2 words and he's now enraged.
But he's saying you're not
because
talking
the
like a
two
man.
words you attack
Woods
Please
and
don't
stones.
open your.
You're
He
rudely
would be
interrupting.
slapped with a fine because he's wasting the judge's time, time being money,
You're
and
wasting all of
History lesson? I'm giving you it perfectly.
Yeah, but I don't need a history lesson. What's the
You
top?
do need it.
What's
You
the
do
topic
need
we're
it.
talking
So
about?
you actually do need it, so you know exactly what's gone down. Okay, Jeremy?
Okay, but
Yeah?
what's the topic that we're talking
Yeah?
about right now, though?
Yeah? And, well, you didn't hear the topic either. Yeah? You didn't hear the topic. Yeah?
No, because you went on with a
You
whole
didn't
bunch of
hear the
extra
topic,
shit.
Jeremy. Jeremy, you didn't hear the topic, yeah? You
No,
didn't
what's
hear
the
the topic.
topic?
Oh, well,
Can
never
you be
mind. Never
concise
mind.
and coherent? What's the
Never
topic?
mind, Jeremy. Never mind. The ladies and gentlemen in the server and in the YouTube live stream, they understand fully well. If you didn't understand, Jeremy, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't understand. What's the topic? Are we talking about
Don't worry about
9/11?
it,
Are we
Jeremy.
talking about
Don't worry about it, Jeremy.
a curve
Don't
over
worry about it.
distance? Are we
Don't
talking
worry
about what the
about
moon
it.
does?
You're worrying too much, Jeremy. You're taking on more than
Well,
you can handle. Don't worry about it.
I'm not breaking off more than I can handle. I'm hosting it, and I need to know what
You
the
are
topic.
taking on
I'll
more than
make
you
one
can
up.
handle.
I'll
You're
make a
taking more than
topic
you
up.
can handle, Jeremy. Because
No,
I
I'm
actually
not, Jen.
explained it.
This is what I do every day.
Explained it. I explained it clearly, but you
I don't know
closed your
how
ears.
clear it was, but if you don't want to say it again, I'll
Don't
just pick a
worry
new
about it,
topic.
Jeremy. Don't worry about it, Jeremy.
Oh,
Don't worry about it. You're worrying. Relax. Go back in the corner
okay,
where
stop
you belong.
talking, and I'll pick a new topic.
I'm
Because
not
this
going to
last
stop
everything
talking.
I've been listening
I'm not
to
going to
since I
stop
woke
talking.
up.
I'm talking to the. I'm addressing the live
I gotta
stream.
mute you real quick.
Actually, of course you do.
All right, we're gonna just have to pick a new topic. I don't know what's going on here. What do you got? What do you got next?
No one's got anything for. You're going to have to unmute. Everyone's waiting now, Jeremy. You sorted it out,
I know.
Jeremy?
I unmuted
Sorted?
you.
Thank
I
you.
unmuted you, but you need to
Yeah,
stop over
of
talking
course
me.
you
And
had
I'm
to
not
do that.
biting off more than I can
Had to
chew.
do
I
that.
do this every day.
Well, I'm
Why are you
talking. You
talking
had to
straight
do
over
that
me?
because I was talking coherently and I was addressing the precious people that come to the live stream. That's what I
Okay,
do.
what's the
I
topic?
pick up on
What's the
the
topic,
shit
Jen?
that doesn't get picked up on and try to keep that running. You see, that's me, team player. You're not that.
Okay, Jen, what's the
You've got
topic?
a position as a mod and you tend to overextend yourself. Okay.
Jen, I'm trying to get us back on track.
It's not
What is the
listening to the
topic?
facts. But ladies and gentlemen, that's an in-house situation. Jeremy knows it's
There's no situation. I'm trying to get us back on track with a
sorry,
topic. Do you have
Jeremy.
a
There is,
topic
Jeremy.
or not?
There is. You know your place. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on. Like I said, don't go around guessing your way through because that's not honest. Integrity, honest at all. We had a character here earlier on stating the way he discerned things was through guessing. That's not the way. And Gio, the owner of this server, let him know that in no uncertain words that that's wrong. Okay?
Yeah,
so I thought I would build upon that and help you through.
Yeah.
That's all I was doing.
That's not how you can.
Wasn't lowering the tone, wasn't bringing the server down. It was a quiet moment. I thought I would bring everybody on an uplift. That's all we're talking about here. And I did a grand
That's not
job.
how you confirm. Oh my God, Jen, you're going on in the never-ending sentence. That's not how you confirm things. I know. You can't guess to confirm things. We know. Now, what's the topic?
That was the topic.
Okay, so is there any more to say on that topic?
Well, I've said all I got to say, basically.
I doubt it.
Well, you may doubt that, but I got the main points out ages ago.
All right.
As doubt as you may want to doubt, of course. Like I said, I walk with integrity, ladies and gentlemen. That's the key here. Remember, you see my face. That puts me well above everybody else. You can see me. You know what I look like. My integrity is not in doubt at all. Why don't you suggest a topic, Jeremy? Since you're the moderator of the hour, why don't you interject and uplift the people who are listening in the live stream? They might want to hear what you've got to say.
I can't get a word in edgewise with your run-on, never-ending sentences. But
I'm
about to
not
get a
talking
kid on
at
a
all.
school. Here we go. You're over talking me.
That's been now you're being
instantly
a coward
over talking.
Now you're being a wanker because you're attacking me. I said to you, why don't you offer up a subject? Don't attack me. Offer up your subject that you want to talk about. Don't attack me, Jeremy, because that's not going to be good for you. No matter how much you mute me, it's never going to be good for you. So just offer up a subject. Why don't you? You're the moderator.
Stop talking and I can. Oh my God, man. Did you hear the thing about the sun, the parallel sun rays yesterday?
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. I didn't hear what you were talking about, but I've heard the topic matter before. Yes, parallel rays from 93 million miles away. Why don't you talk about that, Jeremy? Enlighten everyone, please. I'm listening. I'm on mute.
Well, there's an observation that could debunk the globe if you look at if you go out on an equinox during a sunrise and you look you look east and then you see the sun. If you look down the same latitude line and then if you turn and look down your latitude line and don't see the sun, there's a real serious problem there. That would debunk the whole globe. At least their model of the sun and how far it is and stuff. You got to get some kind of demarcation point of something else that's on the same latitude in front of you, so that you know that which direction to look. But other than that, it should be fairly easy to do this. Get someone out at a distance with like a laser, mirror flash, or maybe a building, something you can see that's on the same latitude as you. Then you turn, look at the sunrise on the equinox, and then you turn back and you look at your latitude, your latitude line, and see if you can't see the sun, it's over.
So, yeah, can you have multiple parallel lines coming off of a ball?
What's up next?
Parallel lines, right? You were talking about that. Yeah, you're bringing that up.
Yeah, we're gonna spend.
Yeah, you were talking about that. See, so how'd you feel the conversation went with that yesterday?
What about the conversation yesterday?
Yeah, there was a conversation yesterday about parallel lines. I think Zanuck kind of got into it a little bit. And Bacon went on with like a. I don't know if Bacon should be able to just go on for 5 minutes and just try to put the room to sleep. Like, I don't think that's like just because you can put the room to sleep doesn't mean it's a rebuttal, I guess.
Is that what he did? I missed that. I was on
I
the
think
phone.
it was like 6 minutes, and then it like didn't really even answer the angle of what the question actually initially was. You know what I mean? Just kind of answered the situation in a different way. But for 5 minutes, you're hanging on his every word. I mean, it's like, damn. All right, maybe it was just 2 minutes, but it probably felt like 5 minutes.
Then Bacon still has to do some practice because Senec can do it in 30 seconds.
I'm just thinking about like simple things like billiard balls or billiards, you know? And there's like one line where you can pretty much, you have to tap the ball, you know, like, or one point, I'm sorry, which is a line that goes like, you know, to the pocket or away from the pocket, right? Anyway, there's no parallel to that that setup of points. And since it is like a two object sort of thing we're talking about, well, it's like, wouldn't the sun have to kind of like, well, the sun has such a enormous size differential, but it's just kind of like we're in the path of that from something that should be basically like in the center of wherever we see the sun. Like, that should really be the light that we're encompassed by, and then the rest of it is just that we can see a solar disk sort of illuminated, if you like, or a light scattering that we can see the rest of it, but none of that actual energy is being like beamed to the earth. I mean, it's not an insignificant amount of energy. So then they take it down to a light bulb, right? And if you think you could power the earth off of a fucking light bulb, get out of town. So then there's like the refraction that goes on too in the atmosphere, upper atmosphere, especially with anything that's like ice crystals or whatever, are gonna sort of bend how the light appears. So there's like all these kinds of factors, but but we would only really exist within the dead center of the wherever the ball omnidirectional was going from. It's only like what's ever directly in line to that sun. You know, so if it's like the center of the sun, it's just like some small portion of it, really, that we'd be occupying. And I guess that could drift a little bit too, because, you know, it's not a perfect mechanical system. And like, however long does it take for the sunlight to actually reach the Earth in their model? It would have to be like leading it, basically. So there'd be a lot of room for error. And then there's like not enough sunlight splaying from those other places enough to not block out the sun for an eclipse, or, you know, that the sky gets dark when an eclipse happens is kind of like maybe evidence that you're not in this enormous cone of light. Anyway, parallel lines. Or like how many Earths can you fit across the diameter of the sun in their model?
I think it's like 108 or something.
Is it
There's
100?
a 108 number in there that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, the distance is 108 or yeah. Yeah, well, it's just like if you had a somebody with a flashlight, and they're from like a little bit far away, or even with like a laser pointer or something like that. If somebody was like, if you're at one of these flat level things, whatever, you're going across body of water, you could like get yourself like almost right up to where the beam should just put like a little dot on your chest, but it's not going to do that. It'll be all expanded out, and right, and then you could probably see the point source where the laser is. Maybe if you could get in line with it, you'd see like a little flash and be like, "Oh, well, that's the light emission point." And if you see how much it's spreading, to you, and this is like basically the inverted scale, it's going from like small to big, and watching it splay out. Like if you're going from something enormous, and you're talking about just like a little bit of something. And then if you figure out like, well, in their space, it's like energy just moves at like 100% efficiency, so there's no energy loss from inverse square law. That's the same. It's not the same because if you think about like how much energy we receive from the sun every day, like how much energy would that really be like in space? It's a lot. With distance. If does the sun follow the inverse square law? Like if the closer you get to it, it gets hotter and hotter and hotter, or more energetic. Crazy. We talk about like what would a candle be at like a million miles away in terms of its like, yeah. Even if it was just a birthday candle, like how bright of a birthday candle does that have to be for you to be able to sight it a million miles away? Just 1 million, let alone the other 92. We tack on that, and then do you think that's enough to where like it's going to physically be a factor in like keeping it going or not? It's not some insignificant amount of energy we receive from the sun. Not a light bulb. You can't boil it down to a light bulb. Say like, well, because the light bulb is omnidirectional. Like, oh, get the F out of here.
Google. Okay, Google, what time is it? Okay, Google, what time is it?
Yeah, so what happened, Jeremy? I was away. Did Jin left? Does anybody use like colloidal silver spray?
Sorry, what did you say?
Has anybody ever ridden a unicycle in traffic?
Negative ghost right of the pattern is
Oh, nice. This is Ghost Rider requesting flyby.
that's when the negative ghost right of the pattern is full thing comes in.
No, that's gave you the before or the after. The colloidal silver spray. Some people are iffy about taking it internally, but the topical spray. It's nice little spritz on the hair, man. You know, and you figure it's cool. You know, good stuff.
What is that colloidal silver shit?
Colloidal. They take a high grade silver wire, run some voltage through it in some water, and it nanofies into the water, becomes capable of being absorbed by cells. Colloidal. It's like that's like an admixture or type of yeah.
Yeah, but what the fuck would that do for the body?
Well, silver is a highly conductive metal, so it increases your internal or even local. Like if you sprayed it topically on something like that's just got higher conductivity right there, and that allows your cells to kind of communicate and network and do stuff better. Who knows? Maybe it's got some kind of weird other crazy effects. But
Interesting.
yeah, so it's supposed to be really good for fighting infections. It's an Because it's higher conductivity, it means like any kind of respiration that's done intracellularly is going to have inherently more oxygen, and then also it's just like any kind of I mean, we can't get down to the cell size to really see what the hell goes on exactly, but it seems like yeah, just like it's almost like some of these cells are using like a voltage or something like that to just basically split the water in your body into like peroxides and stuff like that. Like your white blood cells, like they attack other things that are with peroxides and things like that. Because yeah, like bacteria are sensitive to oxygen. So and then maybe like you think about it, like it's something about voltage too. But yeah, colloidal silver, good for fighting bacterias and antipathogenic. But yeah, some people are iffy about like taking it internally. It's probably good for like a dental rinse too, I guess. You know, if you just like swish and spit, if you're into that.
You know, interesting. It's just, yeah, no, my second or third girlfriend told me about it the other night, and I'd never fucking heard of it. It sounds like it's a bit, it must be a homeopathic thing, because that's what she's into. Spiritual. Would that be right?
I think they do use it in homeopathic like medicines, but it's like because homeopathic stuff is just basically about having like trying to just like isolate one silver colloid, you know, molecule and just ingesting that one. That's like the homeopathic idea. You know, other people I've known have taken like lots of it because they just make their own to get a 9-volt. Well, probably 9-volt battery is too strong, I think. Yeah.
Right.
And some people start from distilled water too, which is like a little tougher. So maybe you do need a 9-volt battery, but you want to get like small flake because it basically you're like kind of flaking off like pieces of this wire in really small places. You know what I mean? Just like exfoliating the material that's there in the electrolysis. That whole rigmarole. So if you have smaller voltages, it's better because you get smaller pieces cleaving off of the structure. And if you have like higher voltages, it's like you get big chunky pieces, and that's probably not as good for you. Yeah, so they do like particle size testers and stuff like that.
So you can't buy it commercially.
You can. I can buy it like in health food stores and stuff.
Okay, must have some merit to it then.
Yeah, there's merit to a lot of things. It's just about whether some things are a little bit. They just don't talk about them.
Yeah, but if it's homeopathic, then it's probably not medically certified, would it be?
No.
Yeah. But you know, each their own. I might take her advice and give it a try. And at the end of the day, it's just like me saying, drinking a teaspoon of jet fuel every morning is good for you.
Yeah, well, it's like you could probably go overboard with it, I'm sure. But also, yeah, a friend, a fellow flat earther, he was petting this like my this other flat earthers. He was petting his dog, and I guess some of the dust or whatever, somebody like rubbed his eye, and then he got like a conjunctivitis happening there, you know. And like he thought it was gonna like just like not matter like the day after, and then it got worse. And I was like, hey, throw some colloidal silver on there, and he's like, really, you think? And I'm like, yeah, you know, probably won't kill you, you know. But that's basically what is in that conjunctivitis like eyedroppers is like a yeah, it's like colloidal silver. But that's like a whole doctor's visit, a prescription, and a pharmacy visit, and back and forth. You know what I mean? I just had it right there, so it's like, hey, you should try this out.
Yeah.
Little bush fix. Good to have in a pinch, though. Conjunctivitis take you down, bro. You look like a zombie. Sure. People think you got zombism. You know what I mean? Like, oh, no, it's just pink eye, dude. Although probably colloidal silver will stop a zombie outbreak. Who knows?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah. Not something I theorize on much. So. It's like building a good immune system, right? It can be done. If you don't have a naturally strong immune system, I think you can kind of build it up.
Yeah, you can build it up, but if it's compromised from how it was, I don't think you could ever get it back to the way it should be.
I don't know. It's not about you so much as it is like your biome or your microbiome. You know what I mean? Like, right? They talk. Well, they got like probiotics and stuff like that, right? And then there's like, but there's biotics like everywhere that's going on. Sort of. You've got flora at every part of you. I think pretty much. So there's like, you know, there's a lot of us that isn't us. That's making us live. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And snacks. We've talked before. I'm not a flat earther in any shape of the word, but what we're just talking about, I think the power of the mind does have a lot to do with shit as well.
Yeah. Yeah, look at Jin CBR1, you know? Power of his mind. Just determination. Just straight out. Couldn't give a fuck.